Our MC's morning got off to a wild start, and I'm not talking about skipping coffee. The dude was completely shook by what he saw when he got to the university, a place that was usually buzzing with people. But today there wasn't a single soul in sight. The first thing he did was bolt to his classroom, which was an absolute disaster zone. At a glance, you could tell everyone had bailed in a massive hurry. They'd left all their stuff behind, and the cafeteria looked exactly the same, abandoned in a flash. Trays of food were just left there, barely touched. It was low-key terrifying for our hero to be walking through these empty corridors of his own university. This place was normally packed to the gills with students. Only one question was bouncing around in the guy's head. Did I seriously miss the memo? And I'm the only one who showed up for class today. After dipping out of the school, our hero made his way to the bus stop. But the bus never came, so he was stuck walking home. The streets were dead silent, and the guy figured that once he got back, he'd just crash, hoping this whole thing was just one messed up nightmare. After hoofing it all the way back to his house, the young man made it up to his floor. Opening the apartment door, our hero yelled out, "I'm home." But his mom didn't answer, which freaked him out even more. Now he was genuinely scared, because at this time of day his mother was always at home. His eyes locked onto the clock on the wall. The hands showed 2:45 p.m. This fact just added to his confusion. It hit him. That was the exact same time he had left the university. The dude decided to double check and pulled his smartphone from his pocket to compare. The time on his phone was identical, 2:45 p.m. Monday, October 6th. The hero tried to do the math in his head to figure out what time it should actually be. His trip home took 2 hours, yet the sun hadn't moved an inch in the sky. A crazy thought suddenly popped into his head. It's like time itself is frozen. Our hero just stood there by the window, not even bothering to take his backpack off. He stared out at the street, desperately trying to figure out what was going on. All of a sudden, the guy heard some bizarre sounds. In the complete and total silence, it made him jump. It sounded like the flapping of a bird's wings. But judging by the noise, this bird was absolutely massive. In the next moment, that sound was replaced by the clicking of a woman's heels against his floor. Appearing right behind our hero was a stunningly beautiful woman. She looked no cap like an actual angel. She dropped a bombshell on him, explaining that time on Earth had stopped for everyone but him. The young man's jaw practically hit the floor. He stammered, terrified, asking who she was. The beauty just laughed and replied, "I'm exactly who you think I am." But the joke went completely over our guy's head. He was totally spaced out. Finally, he managed to voice his best guess. "Are you a burglar?" The girl was absolutely floored that he could even think that. She pointed at her wings and her pure white dress, and asked with zero chill, "Bruh, does this look obvious enough for you?" Our hero was still stumped, trying to figure out who this uninvited guest could possibly be. His next brilliant deduction was, "Maybe you're a cosplayer." The beautiful woman was starting to run out of patience since he was wrong yet again. She coughed, trying to pull herself together. At last, the girl made a grand announcement. "I am a messenger of God, an angel. My name is Lyda." She'd appeared to explain to our hero what was really going on. He is what's known as a straggler. Our hero couldn't say a single word. He was just dumbfounded by the day's events. That word straggler really hit a nerve, bringing up some seriously bad memories for the kid. It all started with a field trip back in elementary school. He got forgotten and left behind. Then in middle school and high school, the exact same thing kept happening. This became a massive trigger that followed him his whole life. He had a deep-seated fear of being abandoned. It got so bad that at the university, he wouldn't even get invited to student meetings. He was always forgotten. So, picture this. It's that time of year for university students in South Korea, time for a little event called an MT. It's basically a 2-day trip that's supposed to be for studying, but it's really not. It's where students just hang out and get to know the other people in their major, but for our MC, the news he just got from an angel literally shattered his entire world. He completely collapses, hitting his knees, and just letting out a pathetic, "Why does this crap always happen to me?" But Lita just smiles and explains that the entire human race just got isekai'd, except for him. The young man stares up at her, completely bewildered, and asks why he was the only one left behind on Earth. The angel casually replies, "Because a massive catastrophe is about to hit this planet." She tells him, "Look, let me break down what's happening first, and then we'll get to you. This planet is basically leveling up. It's apparently gained the maximum amount of experience possible. And because of that, mana is about to become available to all humans." Lyda just keeps on talking, not bothered at all. She says, "You guys are about to get access to the Akashic records. Humanity is going to be able to use all this data, and they're calling this new interface a status window." Our hero immediately gets it, thinking this whole explanation sounds exactly like something out of a video game. The angel grins, saying she must be a pretty good teacher, and then continues her little tutorial. "Here's the catch," she says. "Along with mana monsters are going to start spawning too. and you absolutely can't take them down with regular weapons. Hearing that our guy is pretty much convinced this chick is just some cosplayer who's lost her mind. Lita continues, if we just left humanity as they are right now, the chances of everyone getting wiped out would be like almost 100%. So God literally paused time and teleported every single person to another world. Over there, people will have a chance to get a handle on using mana and train up. To get technical, their physical bodies are chilling in a safe spot, while their avatars got sent to another dimension for the training arc. Through this whole process, everyone will learn how to actually fight back against these energy-based monsters. That's pretty much how they'll get the basic skill set needed to not immediately die. Our hero shoots his hand up like he's back in a lecture hall. Yeah, I've got a question, he says. You're saying monsters can't be killed with guns or even bombs. Lita explains that they're made of such high-level energy that not even a nuke would scratch them. It's at this moment that the young man finally understands the sheer scale of the situation. The angel then asks, so, isn't God merciful for setting up a training program this massive? The guy figures it's finally time to talk about the elephant in the room him. What's God's big plan for him? Lita's answer sends him into a blind rage. Apparently he was a mistake, a glitch in the system she couldn't undo. She explains the portal is already closed, so sending him now is off the table, adding no cap, your stealth stat is insane. Our hero's face turns beet red as he screams, how can a so-called perfect being be so unbelievably stupid? And then in the next moment, he's on the floor throwing a full-blown tantrum, kicking his arms and legs like a little kid. I can't freaking believe this, he yells. Send me to the other world, I need to learn how to use mana too. The angel just waves her hands dismissively. The merciful God feels bad about this little screw-up and decided to grant you a special bonus, she says. But the young man is way too pissed off to even listen. All he wants is to be in that other reality with everyone else, but Lita just calmly explains the facts. We don't have enough time to send you before the disaster hits, she tells him. Everyone else will be back in 10 years. I'll get you some food supplies, just hang tight here. This news absolutely stuns our hero. 10 years. How is he supposed to wait that long all by himself? He looks at the angel desperate. What am I supposed to do here all alone for a decade? Lita told him he needed to start training for when the monsters showed up. But the kid was totally lost. He asked, bruh, what's the point? I can't even use mana. The angel just gave him a warm smile and said, this is just to build up your physical strength. Our guy was not feeling this plan at all and looked super disappointed, trying one last time to get sent with everyone else. But it was a hard no. That's when a soul-crushing despair washed over our hero. The young man let out a massive scream, tears just pouring down his face. And that's how his lonely existence as the last man on Earth began. The hero's hometown felt like a legit ghost town. You couldn't find a single person anywhere on the streets. It was the kind of eerie emptiness you'd never see in places like a packed Chinese city, the Champs-Élysées, or around the Eiffel Tower, which were now completely dead. 5 years flew by since every human on Earth vanished, leaving only our MC behind by some cosmic fluke. He just kept on living, holding out hope that one day everyone would come back. He decided not to let the time go to waste, and actually took the angel's advice, spending all those years just getting ridiculously ripped. For 5 straight years, he was a total gym rat, grinding away and sculpting his muscles. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe, the rest of humanity was busy mastering their mana skills. People from every corner of the globe were leveling up to fight the monsters that were about to drop on Earth, but our hero wasn't entirely by himself. Lita would at least pop in once in a while, to keep him from going stir-crazy with the angel, keeping a close eye on his progress. She asked him, seriously, how are you not sick of this? How can you just do the same thing for 5 years straight? Lita was genuinely curious, but the young man just shot back a little annoyed. It's not like I've got a choice, do I? The angel watched him intently. She was definitely putting the pieces together. Damn, she thought, checking out the muscles on his arm. Ilhan has gotten seriously strong, and his stamina is just off the charts. Most people can't even focus on one thing for a week, let alone this long. Lita finally said out loud, I knew you were built different. I mean, it was kinda obvious seeing as you were the only one who managed to slip past God's all-seeing eyes. The hero snapped back, totally irritated. Yeah, like I did that on purpose. At this point, the angel was the only person he could talk to, and she made sure to visit him once a week. She kept him from losing his mind, and didn't just visit. She basically took care of him, even handling his meals. When it was time to eat, a whole spread of delicious dishes would just materialize on the table in his apartment. Our boy Loki thought it tasted even better than his mom's home cooking, and right after he finished a meal, poof, the dishes would just vanish. It was crazy convenient. Ilhan eventually told Lita he was done with basic physical training. It was time to level up to martial arts and weapons. The angel asked him how he planned on learning all that without a single teacher around. He said he'd just find tutorials online. The power and internet still work, so I decided to learn from all those tutorial videos I saved for later, the young man explained. The guy thought it was pretty weird. How has the internet been working for 5 years? Lita just chalked it up to time on Earth being frozen. Ilhan wanted a better explanation, but didn't get one. It was now permanently daytime on the planet, with the sun just hanging in the sky. Our hero figured he might as well train outside. It was time to put his new martial arts knowledge into practice. He decided to start with a simple staff, since you could find a stick just about anywhere. The dude had already binged dozens of videos on the internet, and now he was trying to copy the moves he had burned into his brain. And honestly, he was picking it up pretty damn fast. Watching him train Angel could tell he had been practicing martial arts for a hot minute. She knew that mastering the fundamentals wasn't something you could just speedrun. Even though he still had 5 years to go, Ilhan didn't say a word back to Lita. He just silently got back to the grind. A smile crept onto her face as she watched him. He'd been at this for 4 years now. Then out of nowhere, she hit him with an offer. How about I be your sparring partner? You'll level up way faster with a real opponent, she suggested, leaving our hero totally shook. Wait, are you seriously asking me to fight you? Lita simply nodded, and Ilhan thought even if she gave him the go-ahead, how could I ever lay a hand on my angel? But just a second later, his entire vibe shifted. The kid charged in, unleashing 9 long years of loneliness and frustration. But yeah, his attack was completely useless. Lita was literally built different, a natural-born fighter. With a single flick, she sent him flying across the courtyard. Get the picture now, she asked. So stop worrying and train with me. Consider the bruises a free bonus. Our boy was definitely not hyped about that deal. And just like that, 10 years flew by. Lita figured that with this much training under his belt, the kid would have zero problems clapping a low-level monster. And once he started leveling up, he'd finally be able to use mana. Besides, Lita had trained him personally, so there was no way he was going to have any problems. Taught me, Ilhan shot back. More like you beat it into my skull. Lita decided to just ignore his whining. She thought he had done a pretty solid job, especially since everything was about to change once the cataclysm finally hit. Ilhan shook her hand and asked, Lita, will I see you again? She replied that it was up to him, and then blasted off into the sky. Ilhan was buzzing with excitement. It was almost time for humanity's big return. Our hero even put on a special suit for the massive occasion. The young man thought to himself, man, it's been so long since I've seen anyone besides Lita. I'm low-key kinda nervous. He was sad to see his guardian angel go no cap. But the time was finally here. He closed his eyes, expecting his old life to come flooding back any second. After standing there for a minute, he realized nothing was happening. Our hero dared to crack one eye open. He was trying to figure out why it was dead silent while Lita was already soaring high above. She decided to glance back down to check on Ilhan, but what she saw made her freeze in midair. She couldn't believe her eyes. Our MC was still the only soul in the entire soccer stadium, and damn, he looked pissed. He demanded to know what was going on. The angel floated back down with a super sweet smile. Whoops, it seems like there was another tiny mistake. Ilhan just folded his arms across his chest. He was absolutely furious. Our boy wasn't holding back his feelings anymore. I hate you, he screamed, tears pouring down his cheeks. How much longer do I have to wait? I get it, I don't have any other choice. I'll have to wait again, and I absolutely hate it. After that day, time started moving at breakneck speed. 10 years passed, then 20, all of it spent in total solitude. It was enough to drive anyone insane. 50 years rolled by, and still no one ever came back. The whole time, the Earth was practically a ghost town. With no humans around to tame it, nature had gone completely wild, and Ilhan had no choice but to keep up his grueling training. By now, the force of his punches could easily shatter boulders. The hero stared at the hammer in his hands, and in that same moment, Lita appeared in the clearing. You're so strong now, she said. I never doubted you for a second. He thought to himself that after 50 years of being alone, he'd completely stopped keeping track of time. Lita could tell the guy's morale was in the gutter. Is something wrong? She asked. Without even turning to look at her, Ilhan replied. With a dead look in his eyes, he admitted, I can't even remember what my mom looks like anymore. Lita felt a wave of guilt wash over her, but it was too late. Our hero was already starting to lose it. He just snapped, screaming, how much longer do I have to wait? He was so done with all the martial arts training. Lita shot back. The great cataclysm could happen at any second. We can't stop training. But then it hit her. He wasn't just tired. He was drowning in pure despair. Our guy was pretty sure that at his level, he'd learned everything he could from books. Lita couldn't stand it, refusing to believe he was actually giving up. She was desperate to lift his spirits, begging him to just hang on until the rest of humanity finally made it back to Earth. Ilhan's mind drifted back to what he'd been up to lately. It was a non-stop grind of reading day in and day out. He blazed through modern literature, then business books, and then dove headfirst into the sciences, history, geography. You name it, physics, chemistry, art. Time flew by, and eventually he ran out of new books in the library. That's when a wild idea popped into his head. He decided to learn other languages so he could go on a world tour. He kicked things off with the country next door, China. And let me tell you, there was some seriously interesting stuff over there. Lita would even tag along with him sometimes. After that, he hit up Russia, America, and every single country he could find on the map. He ended up mastering a whole bunch of languages. In that time, the dude basically read almost every single book on the entire planet. Europe, the Middle East, Africa. He'd been to so many countries and continents, it wasn't even funny. After a long time, he'd literally read everything. One day, our hero turned to his angel companion and said, "Well, this is the last book. I have no idea what to do next." Lita asked him, "What do you mean you don't know? Aren't you exhausted?" Ilhan just smirked. "I never get tired. There's still a ton of stuff to do before the disaster finally hits." Even after hundreds of years of soul-crushing loneliness, our hero still held on to the belief that people would return. Everything he did was prep for the end of the world. Lita would just pray to herself, "Dear God, please bring everyone back," while Ilhan is still hanging on by a thread. Bright sunlight cut through the thick trees of the forest. A wild boar was just charging through the bushes when a sharp pain suddenly ripped through its side. The animal just collapsed, gasping for air. After Ilhan had finished every book in existence, he started dabbling in leatherworking and blacksmithing. The young man turned to the angel and said, "Nothing too complicated for now. Let's start with this wild boar." "By the way," Ilhan asked, "if I just kill all the animals, where are the monsters supposed to spawn from?" The beautiful angel replied, "You're only allowed to hunt the ones I give you the okay for. If you just go and wipe out all the animals, you'll totally screw up the balance of this world." The goddess looked like she was about to drop some major info about the monsters, but then she just clammed up. Ilhan definitely noticed. He called her out, "Hey, why'd you stop talking? You're not messing with me, are you?" The angel just told him to act like he didn't hear anything. Our hero decided not to push it and just got back to work on the dead boar's carcass. Lita thought to herself, "Man, this guy is something else. How can he be so cracked at everything he tries?" This grind had been going on for 274 years. That's an insanely long time even for an angel. It's wild that a human who usually lives for 100 years, Max could spend so long just getting ready for the future. The angel was pulled out of her thoughts by his voice. "And it's done. Not bad for my first time. I've definitely got a knack for this." Lita was in total shock. "Ilhan, you're just built different." But as time continued to slip away, humanity was still a no-show. The waves were absolutely hammering the sandy shoreline. It was freezing out, and our hero was standing by the water all bundled up in a warm jacket. He'd mastered the art of butchering not just animals, but massive sea creatures too. His latest target was a giant sperm whale, which made Lita freak out yelling, "That's an endangered species. It's totally illegal to hunt them." Our hero just asked if she could turn a blind eye, this one time laughing as he said, "Just call me Ishmael." The angel immediately caught the Moby Dick reference and snapped back. "Quit joking around. There's literally no one here to get your punchlines." After 3 years of this, the young man had become a master leather worker. It took him a bit longer to get the hang of blacksmithing, though. When you just read about it, everything seems simple and straightforward. But trying to do it for real without a teacher is a whole different ballgame. Sometimes all it takes is one tiny mistake. And poof, all the work you poured hours into is completely ruined. One inaccurate swing of the sledgehammer, and the sword just shattered. The young man yelled out, absolutely gutted, "Bruh, I've got 2 left hands." In the beginning, the hero's swords were constantly breaking. He spent a solid 5 years just to forge one super simple sword, and Lita happened to be there for the big reveal. She wanted to get a good look at this so-called piece of weaponry art. Smiling, she just roasted him. "You probably couldn't even slice a radish with this thing." The young man shot back, "I didn't ask you to cut anything with it." "Give it back," he said, but the angel was having none of it. She was determined to keep the sword as a memento. She declared, "God sent me to help you, so you better be thankful," while Belle affectionately hugged the trophy she'd just scored. Lita was low-key blown away by how cracked this guy was. As time went on, Ilhan started trying to make every weapon under the sun. We're talking longswords, spears, axes, hammers, the whole 9 yards. Another 50 years just flew by while he was in the zone. The hero's dedication was built different. He tried to get better at anything he put his mind to, repeating the process over and over until he was completely satisfied with his work. He had a ridiculous amount of time in his pocket, and patience that had been cultivated over centuries. After swinging a hammer for hundreds of years, He finally became a true master blacksmith, and at long last, he succeeded in creating the perfect spear. It took him 100 years of trying, but he had finally forged an absolute masterpiece. Lita said, "No Cap, your persistence is seriously impressive. This is the best spear I've ever laid eyes on. But once mana returns to the world, there are going to be other materials. Steels that are way, way stronger," the angel added. The young man just replied that if that happened, he'd just forge a new one. The celestial being never got tired of admiring him, because he never ever backed down. After mastering butchery and blacksmithing, the guy went right back to perfecting his combat skills. He trained again and again on a special simulator, totally losing all sense of time, while Lita watched him and thought, Ilhan is constantly improving. It's like watching several generations of evolution happening inside one person. But 1,000 years had already passed. Sooner or later, he's going to hit his limit, the angel thought, dreading what would happen when that day came. Belle figured it would be awesome to find some new and interesting for him to focus on. It had to be something he had zero experience with. And that's when relationships with the opposite sex popped into her head. She even had a flash of a fantasy imagining herself in Ilhan's arms before she snapped back to reality. She had absolutely no right to be thinking things like that. Such daydreams were throwing the beautiful celestial completely off her game. She's an angel. How could she even think of something so thirsty? But then again, her whole mission was to help the hero. It was a direct order from a higher power, not her own personal wish. So, in that case, it's totally fine. Lita was ready to go all out for him, but just then Ilhan caught her acting all kinds of weird. He called her out on it, asking what she was up to. The angel totally froze when she heard him call her name, Yo Lita. Something up? She tried to play it cool like nothing was off, but this celestial was seriously flustered. She couldn't bring herself to ask about the wild thought that just crossed her mind, especially since their faces were so close. I mean, they were literally inches apart, close enough to feel each other's breath. Ilhan looked like he was about to say something. The angel's heart skipped a beat, thinking, oh no, did he figure it out? But bruh, that wasn't even on Ilhan's radar. He'd actually noticed her sword had started to twitch and give off a strange glow. The blue-haired beauty glanced down at her weapon. She was totally shook. Even she had no idea what it all meant. Then out of nowhere, the angel's blade basically decided it had a mind of its own. The sword shot out from its sheath and hovered in midair, and Lita was just bugging out. She'd never seen anything like this in her life, and for a hot second she couldn't even remember what sword it was. But when it finally clicked, her mind was completely blown. No cap, it was Ilhan's very first sword. There was no way she was about to lose it, so she unfurled her wings and blasted into the sky after. Our boy tried to stop her, but the angel had zero chill and just wasn't listening. Suddenly, the young man felt the world around him start to glitch out. He looked down at his own hands. He quickly realized he was back in the same fit he wore right before time came to a screeching halt. The training simulator started fading away right in front of him, and our MC immediately knew what was up. The entire system was resetting, reverting back to its original state. Meanwhile, way up high in the sky, Lita was pleading with the powers that be, begging them not to snatch that sword away from her. She only looked away for a second. Glancing down at the ground, the angel couldn't believe what she was seeing. The great disaster had begun. Back on the ground, Ilhan lost his footing, as his body was suddenly yeeted into the air. He couldn't believe he was actually flying. Lita screamed out, "Ilhan, wait! This can't be happening!" The blue-haired girl thought, damn, this is all happening way too fast. They didn't even get a moment to say a proper goodbye. But Loki, she was happy that at least she got to keep his first sword. She had really grown attached to the guy over their time together, but now she had no clue if they'd ever cross paths again. Lita was a celestial being, first and foremost an angel who ended up falling for the very person she was supposed to be helping. They hadn't even had their first kiss. All our hero could do was watch, as his assistant was swiftly pulled away from him. Was this really how they were going to part ways? After spending so much time together, they didn't even get a chance for a final word. This was the most sudden ghosting of all time. Lita thought to herself, I'm an angel, a creature from the highest tier. At that same moment, a new resolve flashed through Ilhan's mind. He thought, if I can grind my way up to her level, will we be able to meet again? And so the two of them separated with heavy hearts, clinging to the hope of someday being together again. The time had finally come. The world was about to hit the play button after centuries on pause, and strange lights began to appear. They flickered into existence at a deserted bus stop, and in a flash they solidified into people just going about their day. That same magical light show also went down in an empty university auditorium. The next moment, the lecture hall was filled with students and an instructor taking their seats as if they'd never even disappeared. People also started materializing in the campus dining hall, and all the students looked low-key puzzled. They just stared at one another in complete surprise, trying to process. The university courtyard, once empty, was now jam-packed with people again. Everything was exactly as it had been on that day all those centuries ago. And right in the middle of the courtyard stood Yu Il-han. He kept his eyes closed, unable to believe that the day he'd longed for had finally arrived. He wasn't alone anymore. When our hero finally opened his eyes, he saw something even stranger than the crowds. A status screen displaying his personal information was floating right in front of his face. It read, Yu Il-han, human, unemployed, level 1, title Titan of Solitude, passive stealth, strength 72, health 78, dexterity 81, and mana, a measly 1. When our hero laid eyes on this absolutely pathetic status window, that's when it hit him. This was the start of a total disaster, as he overheard the other students talking. Whoa, you can pull up a status window here too. And it's only been 10 years, Il-han thought to himself, completely baffled. So, for the rest of humanity, it had only been a decade. Looks like I was the only one stuck in that hell for so long. The other guys were pretty bummed out as their stats from the other world got nerfed. Everything had been reset back to their original specs. Our hero couldn't believe what he was hearing. He tried to listen in on the other conversations, but it felt low-key weird. Being surrounded by this many people again was a trip. After all, he'd gotten used to being a lone wolf over the last few centuries. Then he noticed something even stranger. No one seemed to see Il-han at all, like he was completely invisible. A prompt appeared. Active skill stealth has reached its maximum level. Evolution is now available. Materials are required for evolution. This skill is passive and cannot be deactivated. The guy had no idea what was going on with this skill. Why the hell couldn't he manage to turn it off? A wave of panic started to wash over him. He desperately tried to shut down the skill, grabbing his head in frustration. Was he really destined to be alone forever? He'd waited for literal centuries for everyone to come back to Earth. But it was all turning out to be pointless. Was he just meant to be a solo player from cradle to grave? After chilling out for a second, our hero decided, screw it, I'm just going home. Walking past groups of dudes chatting with each other, Il-han felt a pang of sadness, but he was still hyped. Because honestly, just seeing people on the streets again after so much time alone just hit different. Time was finally moving forward again. The sky started to blaze, shifting from a clear blue to the fiery colors of the sunset. The second the young man shut his apartment door behind him, he let out a massive sigh of relief. Finally home. In the next moment, Il-han heard his mother's voice calling out his name as the woman rushed into the hallway. You could tell she'd missed her son like crazy, but our hero couldn't even look at the woman because during all that time, he'd actually forgotten the features of her face. Without a second thought, the guy lunged forward to hug his mom. They'd missed each other so much, and all the memories came rushing back. As Il-han held the mother he hadn't seen in 1,000 years, the sunset outside, which was visible through their apartment window, seemed to glow even warmer. This moment felt perfect, and from the kitchen he could smell the amazing aroma of dinner cooking. He could even hear the sizzling of butter in the pan. His father was at the table reading the newspaper. Everything was finally back to normal. Good grief, the man said. Anything about Haja in there? His wife asked him, her voice full of surprise. You were in Haja, weren't you? I ended up in Yemen with the neighbors. Their son just stood there thinking to himself. Some things had definitely changed. His dad said Haja was perfect, but I never managed to unlock a trait. And his mother added that she couldn't get the hang of controlling mana, saying it was way too difficult. The hero was thinking he wouldn't even be able to get a word in, but then his mother asked where he'd been. Il-han decided it was better not to tell his parents, that he'd been the one person left behind on Earth. They'd just end up worrying for no reason. So the young man lied, saying he was in some town with no name. The boy's father agreed with his wife that controlling mana is seriously tough. The woman added, why did they have to take everyone, newborns, old people, and even pregnant women, forcing them into 10 years of training? It would have been better to just take the young and the strong. But Il-han replied to his mom, you can't just go and upset the balance like that. There was no choice, even if it wasn't the most effective way. Suddenly, the young man noticed his parents just staring at him with shocked expressions. He instantly knew he'd said way too much when his mom asked, wait, what's this efficiency balance you're talking about? The kid quickly backpedaled, playing it off like he was just guessing, and made a mental note to think before he spoke. Otherwise, he was definitely going to raise some serious red flags. Changing the subject, his mom asked how he was doing, adding, I heard you can make a ton of money if you learn how to control mana properly. Monster corpses sell for a fortune, she explained. And his dad chimed in, saying that while people like that are rare, they're pretty much guaranteed to get rich. It was low-key weird for our hero to hear his own parents dropping all this gamer-style lingo. After finishing his meal, he set down his chopsticks, looked at his folks, and said, Mom, Dad, there's something I need to tell you." He finally ripped the band-aid off and admitted he had absolutely no idea how to use mana. His parents were visibly shocked by the news, but his mom, like a pro, got her poker face back in an instant. She just gave him a smile and said, "All right then, just focus on your studies." His dad, on the other hand, was probably just thinking it was his own faulty genes that were to blame. After all, it's not like he was some kind of mana prodigy himself. Our boy was just glad his parents were taking the news so chill. He figured it wasn't a huge deal for now and headed up to his room after dinner. But what he saw in his room completely blew his mind. Leaning against the wall was the spear he had forged with his own 2 hands. "How in the world is this here? I thought all my weapons disappeared with everything else Lita went through in hell and back, just to make sure that one sword wasn't taken. No way. Could this be her doing too?" The thought left the young man completely stunned. As he picked up the spear, he couldn't help but admire it. The craftsmanship was absolutely flawless. "Well, at least I don't have to scrounge for a weapon to fight monsters." Right then, a status window popped into view. "You Ilhan's steel spear, a unique class weapon. It boasted an attack power of 800 and a double strength stat of 500. It was described as a miracle created by human hands totally without the use of mana. Its durability was on par with a weapon crafted from the bones of a mid-tier monster." The dude was floored by how cracked his weapon's stats were, but he had no frame of reference to know if they were actually good. So instead of stressing, he decided to do what he does best, start gathering intel. Hopping on the internet, our hero noticed that the forums were flooded with new posts. Seeing all this new activity was a real shock for Ilhan, especially since he had just gotten back from that other world. It looked like the first thing everyone did upon returning was to immediately data dump everything they knew online. He needed to find info on how to level up and what kind of power was needed to kill monsters. It looked like a normal person could probably take on a level 5 monster. But back in the other world, that you had to get to at least level 7 just to be considered a low-rank fighter. Starting at level 10, you could unlock classes like Archer or Swordsman, and from level 50 onwards, the really strong fighters could get a second class. A third class was only for those who reached the legendary 100th level. At that point, a person is pretty much considered a national treasure because the grind to get there is an absolute nightmare. The conditions for getting that third class are so insane that no one has ever made it to a 4th. Most people just assume a 4th or 5th class is a power level reserved for dragons or Bahamut. Ilhan realized this was his only way to learn more. "All right, what else is useful on here?" He figured it wouldn't hurt to ask around campus. Our hero looked out his window, trying to remember just how many centuries it had been since he'd last sat in a college lecture. It was a trip how his immediate surroundings hadn't changed much, unlike the rest of the world, which had been flipped on its head. Suddenly he realized just how much he already missed Lita. Then all at once his eyes shot wide open. He heard someone's voice. Ilhan glanced around, his nerves on edge, thinking she'd be thrilled to hear that. He was desperately trying to figure out who the hell was talking when the voice finally explained itself. It claimed, "I've been sent from the heavens themselves all to help you out. My mission is to teach you the ways of mana." Our boy looked absolutely furious about this uninvited guest, but then he finally laid eyes on the intruder, and bruh, the sight was a total mindbender. The stranger shot back, claiming they weren't an intruder at all. Turns out our hero was getting a house call from yet another angel. This celestial being decided to introduce herself, revealing her name is Irta. But honestly, the hero was low-key disappointed by this whole situation. He couldn't believe it was another messenger from some god really crashing into his life. Again, Irta explained that mana was notoriously tricky to get a handle on. That's why the big guy upstairs sent her to give Ilhan a hand. The thing is, this angel was seriously tiny. She explained that this is exactly why gods create avatars. They get shipped off to other worlds for a solid 10 years of intense training. The young man shot back, "Yeah, I get that, but it clearly didn't work for me." Irita just doubled down. She insisted that's precisely why she was there, saying, "Someone wanted me to help you out since you're lagging behind." The angel laid it out for him, saying, "It's just not fair to leave you to figure it all out on your own. Not when you've grinded this hard in your training." Lita personally asked for an angel to be sent to help you. The goal is to get you up to speed on mana control as fast as humanly possible. An image of the stunning beauty flashed through our hero's mind. So, she hadn't forgotten about him after all. Ilhan then asked his new little acquaintance why Lita didn't just come herself. The Celestial explained that the higher-ups were getting nervous about how close a high-ranking angel was getting to a human. "That's why they sent me instead," she finished. The young man just said he understood. But deep down, he was just thinking about how much he wanted to see Lita just one more time. Erda then commented that he looked nothing like the guy her friend had described. All of a sudden, Ilhan noticed the Celestial's eyes glowing a piercing bright blue. She was totally scanning him. She was genuinely shocked by his insane physical condition and how he looked. Erda thought to herself that this hero definitely didn't need any angel's help. He could probably obliterate some weak monster with his bare hands. The angel then recalled Lita's words. Ilhan needs someone to look after him. He's been all alone for 1,000 years. He's the only one out there who can't use a drop of mana. Don't you feel bad for him? Back then, her friend's face looked like a kitten begging for scraps. Erda came to a conclusion, that Lita was just putting on an act playing the innocent angel card. The Celestial let out a big sigh. She was coming to terms with the fact that she was stuck. I mean, the mission was already assigned to her, so there was no backing out now. She told the kid that he had done an amazing job getting his body into peak condition. "I'm here to teach you how to finally use mana," she declared. The guy just looked baffled, having no clue where they were even supposed to start with this training. The tiny angel zipped over to the young man and plopped down right on his head. Erda said, "All I gotta do is be near you to get this thing started because I'm basically a supreme being. Thanks to my presence, all your mana-related stats will level up 10 times faster. A whole 1,000 years with Lita got you nowhere." That's because the 2 big cataclysms hadn't happened yet. The Celestial added, "I figure this whole process will take about a year." Our hero was seriously annoyed that this angel was just chilling on his head. "Model," he shot back. "So, are you just gonna park it there indefinitely?" Urta just explained, "I'm under an enchantment." She said, "Lesser beings can't even see me, so don't sweat it." But bruh, that wasn't even close to what was bothering our guy. He was thinking, how am I supposed to shower? What about my, love life? The angel just replied that he had nothing to hide. Our hero just wanted some privacy in the bathroom, but Ilhan quickly realized the problem was way bigger than that. Because with Erda constantly by his side, the dude wouldn't be able to enjoy his 2 terabytes of cultural treasures. The celestial being replied, "The affairs of lower beings don't concern me, so relax." Ilhan was absolutely floored, no cap she could read his mind. She couldn't care less if he wanted to breakdance or do the Roomba. And he could play all the video games he wanted. Ilhan yelled, "Hold up, what was that last part you just said? How in the world do you even know about that stuff?" The angel replied, "Higher beings aren't interested in how the lower ones entertain themselves." He totally didn't believe her, especially since she was smirking now. Our hero was seriously wishing Lita would come back, but yeah, that wish wasn't getting granted. It looked like he and Urti were stuck together for a whole year. The next morning, our guy headed to the university for the first training session in 1,000 years. Urta made herself comfortable right on his head, totally invisible to everyone around him. Ilhan asked the Celestial, "Are you for real going to sit up there 24/7? The angel shot back, "They can't see me, and you're not supposed to be paying attention anyway." Our hero replied in total despair, "As if I can just ignore your feet dangling right in front of my face." The young man couldn't help but think, is this angel Loki trolling me? All of a sudden he noticed people in military uniforms walking past. Ilhan thought, yeah, life hasn't gone back to normal, and it probably never will. The government was getting the army ready for whatever was coming. But our guy wasn't sure how much good they'd actually do. Lita had made it clear that only mana could really hurt the stronger monsters. He finally made it to the university, and man, it felt like ages since he'd been in a classroom. The second Ilhan stepped on campus, he felt completely invisible. Not a single student paid any attention to him. He pulled up his system window, trying like crazy to turn off the stealth skill. The guy looked so defeated when he realized there was no off switch. Urta, on the other hand, thought this skill was actually a pretty solid get. A nice bonus, she called it. The two of them were basically just talking in their heads now. Ilhan irritably shot back in his mind, more like a loser's curse. Suddenly our hero overheard two students talking nearby. "Did you get a skill?" one of them asked. The other replied, "Yeah, just one and barely." The young man asked the angel what on earth they were talking about. Erta explained that they were combining their tiny amount of mana with their practically non-existent combat experience. These students were desperately trying to come up with anything that might work against monsters, which made our hero realize something. This angel was super dismissive of humans. Erta replied, "From my perspective as a supreme being, even if you took all the skills of every human here and mashed them together, and it wouldn't even compare to your little invisibility trick." That's why she'd called his skill not bad. But our boy was still convinced it was a skill for total losers. Ilhan looked on sadly, as the other students were already figuring out how to use mana. But then a thought hit him. With this skill, he could easily eavesdrop on any conversation he wanted. No one even noticed him looking at them. All of a sudden, our hero didn't look so frustrated anymore. He realized he had an absolutely cracked-out ability to gather information. Just then, the young man picked up on a conversation that really caught his attention. The conversation in the room eventually turned to a girl who used to be a student at their university. She went by the nickname the Empress. One of the guys piped up saying, "Nobody really has a clue who she is, though." Our hero shot back, "Oh, we'll all find out once the monsters start showing up," explaining that some female student was just built different in that other world. And that's pretty much how she earned that legendary title. The other students were just buzzing, wondering when a dungeon might finally appear. They were pretty convinced that with the group they had now, there was basically zero chance of them ever getting inside one. But our boy Ilhan was thinking to himself, "Oh, you have no idea. Some dungeons actually have entry requirements." The young man didn't waste a second asking the angel, "So, what exactly is a dungeon?" Erda explained that it's basically a massive trap. Her answer Loki blew Ilhan's mind. It was a trap set up by God himself. She went on to say that these dungeons are crawling with real-life monsters. First, God tosses in some bait to lure all the monsters inside, and once enough of them are gathered, he slams the door shut, locking them in. But unlike the monsters, humans can waltz in and out as they please as long as they meet certain conditions. So, basically a dungeon is a place where people can grind for experience and relative safety. Ilhan was completely floored by this revelation. He immediately asked the celestial being, "Well, in that case, why not just seal all the monsters in there forever? It's not like they can bust out, right?" But she explained that dungeons have a limited lifespan. That's why people need to clear them out on a regular basis. Plus, she added, some monsters are just too smart to fall for those kinds of traps. Then you have the ones that can just brute force their way out. And some are so galaxy-brained that they've learned to flip the script and create their own traps. For humans. Because of all that, Erda told him he should never ever let his guard down. Just then, the instructor walked into the classroom, and the whole place went dead silent. The man strolled over to his podium and decided to kick off the lecture by taking attendance. The teacher began rattling off one name after another. Then the professor launched into a super long lecture that had absolutely nothing to do with the actual subject. He droned on about how everyone needs to adapt to this changed world. Apparently, the United Nations has already banned the free use of mana. They have also put heavy restrictions on leveling up. China and other world powers are now laser-focused on monsters, and on how the world is going to change under the influence of all this mana. Depending on Korea's next move, a ton of companies are about to go bankrupt, but at the same time others are poised to get filthy rich. The professor just kept on rambling. The whole time Ilhan was thinking, "Bruh, this is such a waste of time. I came here to actually study. Is it even worth dropping all this cash for this kind of education? Like, what's a bachelor's degree even going to mean in this new world?" No cap being able to use mana is about to become way more important than a piece of paper. The angel chimed in saying that until the curriculum includes mana-related subjects, the best way to train is by hunting monsters. Ilhan shot back that he had zero interest in doing anything dangerous. She reminded him, "We're still in the very beginning stages of this whole disaster. The monsters out there right now are still super weak. It's way better to farm as many of these easy targets as possible while we have the chance to raise your level and mana." The Celestial added that he was, after all, still a level 1 noob who couldn't use a single drop of mana. Erda looked like she was about to say something else, but she stopped herself. After thinking for a second, she finally let him know, "You have absolutely insane physical strength. It'll be more than enough to handle any monster below level 25. This information didn't scare the young man. It just completely caught him off guard. To the angel's utter surprise, he acted as if he had no idea he was physically cracked. Suddenly, the beautiful angel noticed something and realized it was an incredible stroke of luck. She immediately told her ward all about it. He was about to get his chance to put his skills to the test as every student in the room suddenly swarmed the windows to see what was happening. Our boy Ilhan joined the crowd, pushing his way to the glass to get a clear view of the chaos unfolding outside. Turns out the entire university courtyard was completely overrun with monstrous giant insects. Everyone, including our hero, was absolutely terrified. The apocalypse had officially begun. For Ilhan, this was a moment he had been anticipating and dreading for what felt like an eternity. The day of reckoning was finally here. Monsters were swarming the planet, and even Erta, who'd seen her fair share of beasts, looked completely shocked. The goddess declared that their training was over. From this point on, humanity was on its own. Panic erupted through the crowd of students as questions flew left and right. What are we supposed to do now? Where can we even run? Why isn't the army or anyone else showing up? Someone weakly suggested they team up and fight, but everyone was paralyzed with fear. And then they watched in horror through the window as one of the creatures claimed its very first victim. That was the final straw. The crowd lost it, and all hell broke loose as everyone scrambled to escape. Everyone except Ilhan. With an angel perched on his head, he was frozen solid, his expression like stone as tears welled up in his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder, Was he going to be left all alone all over again? The celestial being on his head, Erta, dryly commented on our hero's state. Can't say I expected anything different from you. But just like that, the boy snapped out of it, his eyes starting to scan the area. Erta asked him, "So you're planning on fighting them, aren't you?" The young man shot back, "Yeah, they actually look weaker than a sperm whale." Erta decided it was time for a little explanation. She told him that these monsters were a whole different ballgame compared to regular animals. Their hides are ridiculously tough, and they're way stronger. But then she added that these were just low-level grunts under level 20, so they shouldn't give him too much trouble. Without missing a beat, Ilhan ripped a thick wooden leg clean off a chair to use as his weapon. He gave the club a few test swings, and just like that, he decided it would do the trick. Erta thought to herself, damn, he's got a strong will and the muscles to back it up. He shouldn't run into any real problems until at least level 25. Meanwhile, our hero kept practicing with his new makeshift weapon. He was so focused swinging it with such intensity that the angel on his head could barely hang on. Ilhan figured his makeshift club could use an upgrade. After tinkering with it using some random materials, he was satisfied. That's when Erta asked, "Did you seriously just whip up a decent weapon on the fly like that? Have you been trained in crafting or something?" A smile crept across the young man's face as he replied, "Haha, is it that obvious? Let's just say I've had a lot of free time on my hands." The angel suddenly remembered what Lita had told her. It's not that he's useless, he just can't be abandoned again. The angel figured her friend was being a little dramatic. This wasn't abandonment. It was the result of some seriously extreme training. Our hero had only one regret in this moment. He really wished he had brought his spear along. For someone at such a low level to have these kinds of skills, it was a clear sign of his raw talent. Ilhan then asked Erta, "My concealment skill is going to be useless, right? Especially if I start drawing a bunch of attention to myself. I've got to find a way to hide who I am." The beautiful angel simply replied that a mask should be enough. Meanwhile, back down in the university courtyard, the monsters were absolutely wrecking everything in sight. The statue of the founder was sliced clean in half. These things looked like giant praying mantises, only way bigger and a hell of a lot stronger. Our hero didn't waste another second. It was time to hunt. He leaped into action, dive-bombing the first monster from above as a mask materialized on his face. And in his other hand, he clutched 4 of his freshly made wooden spears. The kid's attack was dead-on accurate. He landed right on the monster's neck, the force of his jump slamming it straight into the ground. After that, it was all technique. With his first kill confirmed, Ilhan scored 800 experience points and immediately hit level 3 in stamina. His mana jumped by 2 while his strength and agility got a nice 3-point boost. The system notification popped up. Taijutsu has officially maxed out. Evolution is now on the table. If he's got the materials, plus he just unlocked the entry for a level 13 Greater Mantis. Our boy could hardly believe this is what leveling up felt like. No cap, he was seriously proud of his grind. Basically, levels are part of Akasha's Chronicle, a system where you get absolutely jacked by defeating monsters. By taking out an opponent, you don't just get experience and a new entry in the Chronicles. You also snatch their future potential. Ilhan could immediately feel his mana pool had gotten a little bigger. Naturally, this fact made him pretty damn happy. Erta chimed in asking, "What's with that face? Are you actually enjoying all this violence?" The young man just smirked, promising she'd understand one day. The very next moment, our hero found himself. It's completely swarmed by a whole different class of monsters. The kid didn't waste a second and just grabbed another spear. He couldn't help but shout that he had 0 skills for dealing with a mob of monsters. The angel just told him to trust his gut and rely on his reflexes. She figured it would all work out. Ilhan decided to take her advice and rush straight into the attack. He managed to slice an insect monster's tough armor clean in half. After that victory, the system pinged 700 experience points gained. Spear Mastery has now reached its maximum level. Evolution is available, provided the right materials are on hand. He got the record for a level 11 Big Fly and banked 850 more experience points. You've reached level 4. Strength, dexterity, stamina, and mana have all been boosted by 1. But Erta screamed a warning for him not to get cocky. An attack was coming from above. The young man glanced up to see a swarm of flying insects hurtling towards him. Ilhan had no time to think. He exploded from his spot with lightning speed, and another monster bit the dust. He pocketed 400 experience points and the entry for a level 7 big mosquito, but as soon as he took down one monster, another one spawned right behind him. This time, a mosquito backed him into a corner, and it looked like there was no way out. The stinger of the giant insect was aimed right at the young man's chest, but instead of turning him into a human shish kebab, it just bent. Erta couldn't believe what she was seeing. He's so well trained that his body is literally immune to a mosquito stinger. Our hero didn't even look fazed. He was already moving to neutralize the danger. The angel was starting to believe that Yu Ilhan had already shattered the limits of the human body. After destroying that monster, he just kept on with his very first monster hunt. Over and over, every time he destroyed another monster, he'd get system messages confirming his experience was climbing. Then in a flash, a giant mantis appeared out of thin air right in front of him. The creature was faster than him. It swung its blade, and our guy barely dodged in time. An unlucky ant nearby got sliced right under the mantis's sharp appendage. The celestial being warned him that more monsters were on their way. In the next instant, Ilhan found himself surrounded by a whole menagerie of insects. He couldn't help but think how disgusting it all was. Our hero yelled that it was time for some serious bug extermination. Somebody call Sesko. That's one of Korea's most famous pest control companies, by the way. As he launched himself into the air, he started working both hands at the same time, expertly wielding the wooden spears clutched in them. The system could hardly keep up with adding all the experience he was racking up. He had already hit level 6. His stamina, strength, and mana all went up by 1, while his dexterity got a 2-point bump. Suddenly, something totally bizarre happened. It was like a bolt of lightning struck somewhere behind him, as if someone invisible was just wiping out the monsters. It was literally helping him survive. Ilhan stopped trying to figure out what the hell was going on as he scanned the area. That's when he saw a girl with some insane mana standing behind him, dressed in what looked like a normal school uniform. But something was off. There was this weird jewel on her forehead, and our boy realized the mage standing before him wasn't just some random player. He couldn't help but wonder who she was. But Erda snapped him out of it, telling him to stop getting distracted and focus on killing the monsters, while the stranger kept absolutely demolishing the mobs around her. She was just pouring her own energy into her attacks, and Lita chimed in that the girl's mana stats were completely broken. I mean, how else could someone just spam chain lightning? Like it was nothing. Ilhan guessed she was probably just grinding her level, trying to get stronger. He thought, hey, I'm trying to pump my stats up too. And that's the last one, the young man finally shouted. With that kill, he snagged a cool 1,250 experience points and hit level 7. The whole time, the other students were just watching this insane battle with their jaws on the floor. Now our hero could finally catch his breath for a second. He'd just single-handedly dealt with an entire swarm of low-level monsters. Talk about a hell of a debut. But it was right at that moment that a whole army squad stormed into the university courtyard. One of the soldiers yelled out, "Sorry, our ride couldn't make it up the hill." But a second later, the squad leader just froze solid, stunned by the absolute carnage he was seeing. It was pretty clear their backup wasn't needed anymore. The military had gotten a tip that a bunch of insect-type monsters had popped up on campus. What in the actual hell happened here? Meanwhile, Yu Ilhan was already busy inspecting the bug corpses. He was hoping he'd get lucky and find a rare drop like the legendary Stone of 4 Souls. The legends say it gives demons a massive power-up. Erda piped up asking, "You do know how to butcher these things, right? You can find a mana stone inside the body." Now that little piece of info definitely got the boy's attention, and the angel added that it's located in the toughest part of the monster's skeleton. Apparently that's where all the mana gets stored up. She told him she could even point him to the exact spot. Our boy immediately took her up on that offer. The soldiers were just standing there completely baffled by this kid's skill level. They couldn't figure out how he managed to take down all these monsters by himself, while the girl who'd shown up to help just smiled without saying a word. In the meantime, with Erda's help, Ilhan successfully extracted the mana stone. The angel explained that this stone was the fundamental material needed for crafting pretty much any item. For a hot minute, our hero was so laser-focused, he didn't notice anything else, but when he finally looked up, he completely froze. A massive crowd of students had surrounded him, and every single one of them had their phones out recording everything. The angel tried to calm him down, telling him that nobody would be able to recognize him. So really there wasn't any reason to freak out, but he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He'd never had a crowd this big paying attention to him before. Suddenly, the mysterious mage girl walked right up to him, looking like she wanted to ask something. Ilhan took one look at her and seriously thought she might be some kind of alien. She had these massive eyes that were literally glowing with an otherworldly light. The beautiful girl casually tucked a stray piece of hair behind her ear. And then she asked if he could give her a hand with dismantling the monster corpses. And that right there was Ilhan's very first encounter with the woman they called the Empress. The young man was so caught off guard by her request for help that his brain just flatlined. Not a single thought was in his head. It was a total blank, but he managed to pull himself together pretty quick and asked how much he'd get for helping out. The Empress replied, "You'll get 30, no 40% for your trouble." Ilhan didn't even hesitate and accepted her offer, getting right down to business. The students in the crowd started buzzing, whispering to each other, "No freaking way. Is that actually the Empress?" People were whispering, wondering how she got so cracked in a single day, and telling everyone to keep their distance. Apparently, the mage could call down lightning strikes at will. While our hero was busy carving up insect corpses, he had a thought. Wait a minute, that's the girl from all the rumors. He realized she's no joke, she's seriously strong. Suddenly, Ilhan overheard a nearby conversation. Someone asked, "Who's that dude? I swear I saw him shooting beams out of his palm." Our boy just thought to himself that they were totally tripping. Nothing like that ever happened. The student rumor mill was already spinning stories about him killing a monster with a lightsaber. He kinda wished it was true, but yeah, that was a complete lie. Erda flew over and asked, "So how did it go?" He told her his stealth skill was pretty solid. It was a good enough disguise that nobody would be able to remember what he was doing there. Hearing that made our hero feel a little down, so he started butchering the monster bodies with even more intensity. He was on the hunt for mana stones. The Empress, meanwhile, was pretty stoked about her find. The stone looked straight up magical, glowing with a deep purple hue. Ilhan told his angel he was over this whole scene, and it was time to dip, but their exit was blocked by the military. They were saying they had questions that needed answering, and the squad leader clearly wanted something from our hero. But the guy didn't even get to finish his sentence. The very next second, a bolt of lightning zapped him right in the back. Seeing her chance, the Empress decided to make her move. She was going to help Ilhan get the army off his back. The beauty's face was hidden behind a mask stuck in a permanent smile. It was impossible to guess what she was actually feeling. The students, of course, thought she was a total badass. Some of the thirsty guys in the crowd were even hoping they'd get zapped by the Empress too. Our hero felt like they needed to get out of there ASAP before all hell broke loose. But Eartha told him not to worry. A moment later, Ilhan heard the crowd start to murmur. "Yo, where did that masked guy go?" He literally waved his hand, but not a single person noticed him. The students immediately cooked up a new legend, claiming he'd escaped him at the speed of light. Our hero looked pretty bummed out, but the angel thought it was a perfect exit. Ilhan was confused, thinking, "Everything went fine, so why do I feel so damn empty?" That evening, our boy finally made his way back home. He decided to make a pit stop at the local playground. Laying out all the insect body parts in front of him, he started examining every single piece. Erda wanted to know what on earth he was planning to do. The kid explained, "I want to make some armor." A full set was going to be tough, but he hoped he could at least protect his arms and legs. The angel just shook her head. "Working with monster materials is insanely difficult," she said. "You're way better off waiting until you meet a real master and asking them to make you something." Our hero just gave her a cheeky smile. What was she even talking about? He was, after all, the single best craftsman on the entire planet. Erda suddenly recalled her friend's words about pitying the poor guy who couldn't do anything. Man, Lita had been so wrong. The angel just covered her face in her hands. Ilhan knew exactly what she was thinking and just grinned. In that moment, Erta realized her friend was a complete fraud. She'd been totally played. Erta then thought to herself that in a weird way, this guy was kinda like a hacker. She asked Ilhan if he knew anything about mana crafting. Our hero told her it was the first he'd ever heard of it. He had to admit, though, it sounded pretty cool. The angel smiled. "That's understandable since you didn't have mana before." Ilhan immediately grabbed onto the angel, getting super excited. He thought it was a new skill he needed to learn right away. Erda promised she'd teach him if he would just stop shaking her. Ilhan let go of his winged companion. He apologized for his behavior, and the angel just figured she hadn't gotten used to his personality yet, as she began to explain. "Mana crafting," she said, "uses mana crystals that look just like gems. You can use them to create very specific items like weapons or armor that have special powers. Think of it as the next evolution of blacksmithing, but supercharged with mana." Our boy was back to clinging to Erda's waist, begging her to finally teach him the skill. Erda couldn't help but give him a light smack, reminding him that she'd already promised she would. She made a mental note to say some nice things to Lita next time she was back in heaven. Ilhan, on the other hand, was totally confused and had no idea what she was. The flustered angel thought to herself that a girlfriend really should be keeping an eye on her own man. But she had enough sense not to actually say that out loud to Ilhan. Instead, she just got back to her explanation. "Before you can even start crafting armor," she said, "you have to gather your materials, specifically magic stones or mana crystals with some special properties. For example, something that looks a lot like a dragon's heart." As the angel explained, our boy just looked completely puzzled. But he quickly snapped out of it, thinking a dragon's heart sounded sick, like some kind of quest item from a video game. "You have to place the magic stone next to you," she continued, "then synchronize with it to begin the forging process. After you've finished forging the item, you need to grind the stone into a fine powder and coat the entire surface with it. The dust from the stone basically becomes the item's base magical form. At that point, the crafter's job is pretty much over." And that's how a normal piece of gear becomes a legit magical item. Armor or weapons made like this will juice you up with something like plus 30 points to your attack and plus 50 to your defense. Erda finished up her explanation. Our hero was totally hyped, thinking it sounded way too easy. But the angel was quick to point out that this basic method only gives you a simple stat boost. There is, however, a whole other level to this kind of crafting. It's a method that can actually grant an item brand new skills. This is the advanced form, she said, and it's a whole lot more difficult. She added that with Ilhan's current mana pool, it was practically impossible, but our MC only thought about it for a second. Then he just grinned and asked her to explain it anyway. Hey, you never know until you try, right? So, Erda started explaining how to enrich an item with abilities. The craftsman has to pour their own mana directly into the magic stone. If your mana drains out too fast, the whole thing is a bust, the Celestial added. But if you manage to do it right, you can create some absolutely insane dream tier weapons. She was talking about swords that can literally spit fire or ice. Not only that, but armor made this way could regenerate its owner's stamina right in the middle of a fight. And the will of the creator is a huge part of the process. You also can't forget about the total amount of mana you have and the quality of the magic stones. Ilhan took all of this in. He figured he had more than enough willpower to get what he wanted, so he decided to give it a shot, getting straight to work without wasting a single moment. Erda watched the boy carefully. She thought he had some seriously skillful hands, and it wasn't long before the arm and leg armor was already finished. Then the system pinged. A notification popped up saying that mana crafting had been learned. The angel was completely stunned that he'd managed to do it without even having the skill in the first place. But the hero just smiled and said, "I've mastered the theory. All that's left is the practice." Erda couldn't help but think it would have been so much better if he hadn't said anything. It would have looked so much cooler, the Celestial thought, but low-key, he's not wrong. To grasp the whole concept that fast, no cap his talent for adapting is just on another level. If Ilhan can understand everything else this quickly, she told the young man he could get his hands on some serious power. You've already managed to whip up some protective armor, so what's the game plan for everything else? But our hero just told her to sit back and watch, explaining that he wasn't even close to being done. He still had a little bit of the magic stone left in his palm, and he mentally prepared to pour it all in, along with his mana at the exact same time. He closed his eyes and got to work, the tiny bits of magic stone glowing in his hand. Irta couldn't help but be amazed. She thought, there's no way he's trying for an advanced form right now, is he? You don't even have mana control down yet. This is pointless. Just by looking at the guy's face, she could tell he was really struggling. This kind of crafting is insanely draining, but a moment later, a weapon materialized out of thin air looking a lot like a mantis's scythe. There were still a few fragments of the magic stone in Ilhan's hand, and the Celestial thought, he can't fail not when he's come this far. The angel glanced down at the hero's open hand. She knew right away it wasn't going to be enough. Deciding to just toss the rules out the window, Irta snuck a drop of her own mana into the process, causing the leftover fragments to merge into one. It became this incredible sparkling gem with a wild color. The young man just stared at his hand, unable to process what he was seeing. Ilhan was totally lost. He just couldn't tear his eyes away from the magic stone. He was so zoned out that he didn't even notice the powerful stream of energy that was now swirling all around him. The armor that our MC had just built with his own two hands started to completely change its shape. Erda was confused, thinking, this is a failure. My mana didn't even help. But then a huge smile lit up our hero's face. He knew it had all worked out perfectly. Ilhan got a system message telling him his mana crafting had just hit level 2. The armor settled onto his arm, and right there on the playground, some legitimate magic was unfolding. Our hero figured he had to test out his new invention's strength. The upgraded mantis scythe sliced through heavy metal chains like they were nothing. The young man looked down at his own hand, totally hyped. He had actually created the exact thing he was going for. Eartha was floored, realizing the kid's goal was to bake the mantis skill right into his arm guard. But her train of thought was cut short by Ilhan's voice. Okay, we need to hurry now, the Celestial said. That's right. I'll admit I helped you out with a little mana, but it's still insane that you crafted an item like this on your very first try. We've got to level up your mana and make some new gear. But our boy said that's not what he meant at all, pointing to the swing he broke. He meant that they had to get the heck out of the playground before they got in trouble. The angel said she could just use restoration magic. She told her apprentice to just hold on. Meanwhile, the news was going crazy about 2 unidentified men who took down a bunch of monsters and then just vanished into thin air. The authorities are still trying to track down the citizens who defeated the monsters. 2 students from Song University apparently destroyed the monsters and then completely ghosted. Our hero was listening to all of this. He told his parents he needed to head out for his classes. His mom looked completely freaked out and suggested he should just skip school for the day. All the while, the TV kept blaring. The authorities had officially labeled people with these bizarre abilities as superpower users, noting their mana proficiency is probably off the charts. At that moment, his mom got a skill of her own. Maternal instinct just got a 10-year bonus, and now she can track her son's every single move as long as he's in the house. The mother was thinking it was just too dangerous outside with all those monsters roaming around. But all our boy could think was, bruh, mom's radar is so strong now, there's no way I can get away with anything in my room anymore. He tried to brush it off, saying if any monsters showed up, he'd just book it, while the news report kept droning on in the background. Apparently, the government is cooking up a plan to create a new division of elite mana users. And it's going to be run by people who are already packing some seriously superpowered abilities. Hearing this, his mom immediately tells him to be extra careful out there. He promises he will, and tells her to stay put, then decides he needs some air and starts walking to the university. On the way, he's venting to Artie about how he can barely even sneak out of the house anymore, completely baffled that his mom has a skill like that. Like, why would she even need something so overpowered? Angel guesses it's probably for keeping tabs on him, but Ilan still doesn't see what the big deal is. That's when Belle breaks it down for him. She explains that it's kind of like a parental control app that you can't uninstall. No matter how much static is in the background, a mother will always be tuned into her kid. It's a next-level survival instinct. But since our hero is a teenager, he's obviously not hyped about it. He's not exactly thrilled to be under his mom's constant surveillance. And Erda instantly clocks the salty look on his face asking what's up. Ilhan just flat out admits that at this point it'd be a bigger shock if his mom didn't notice him. I mean, considering the fact that God himself couldn't find him for 1,000 years. Yeah, that whole trauma is still hitting different for our boy. Sensing things were getting a little too real, Celestia decides to switch gears. So what do you guys think about that news? You know, the government putting together a team of heavy hitters. Ilhan just shrugs it off, saying he couldn't care less. He has no intention of being a government dog. His family is his #1 priority. Erda totally gets it, adding that it's always better to be a solo player anyway. Who needs all those pointless rules? As they get closer to campus, Ilhan decides it's time to confess something to the angel. I'd kind of like to see the Empress again. He admits his gaze going distant. The angel looks low-key disappointed, as if she's thinking he's already catching feelings. But Ilhan immediately shuts that down, saying that's not what this is about at all. Since the apocalypse kicked off, I haven't had any interest in that kind of stuff. I don't even have time to, you know. The second he says it out loud, a terrifying thought strikes him. He might be impotent. And of course, Erda just has to pour gasoline on the fire. She helpfully explains that sometimes after a ton of intense physical training, a guy's libido can just completely tank. Ilhan's face turns beet red as he absolutely loses it, screaming that he is not impotent. To anyone else, he'd look like a total psycho, but since his companions are invisible, no one bats an eye. If it weren't for his concealment power, he'd be in a seriously awkward spot right now, as Erda points out. Hey, on the bright side, you could scream, "I'm impotent," in the middle of the street, and no one would even notice. The young man just seethes internally. I seriously can't tell if this ability is a blessing or a curse. Taking a deep breath, our hero says he has a theory about why this is happening. The image of the girl who saved him from 1,000 years of loneliness floods his mind. It's because of Lita, isn't it? The celestial being says, connecting the dots. Well, yeah. You spent a millennium basking in literal angelic perfection. Of course you lost interest in regular women. Total impotent vibes. Ilhan just about chokes on his own fury, but he manages to pull himself together pretty quick. He's way more interested in how the Empress got so cracked at mana control. He's raised his own stats, sure, but he still has no clue how to actually apply it, while the Empress's skills are just on another level. Erda tells him there's nothing weird about that. God literally sent every other human to another world to train and grind their level. Everyone except for our hero, whose existence was hidden from the universe itself. And yet here you are, Ilhan, the one guy who can literally clap monsters with his bare hands. Was a whole different breed. But just then the angel cut herself off mid-sentence, like she just hit a lag spike. Our hero noticed her acting weird and asked what was up. She explained that she was sensing monsters in the area. And not just one or two, we're talking to a pack of 70 wolves and wild dogs closing in. And get this, they're being led by a level 35 diamond wolf. Ilhan's jaw just about hit the floor. He totally didn't see that coming. He immediately called the angel out on it. I mean, she promised him there wouldn't be any high-level monsters showing up this soon. Erda just casually crossed her arms and shot back. Apparently she noticed something was off yesterday. She confessed she had no idea why swarms of level 10 monsters were already popping up on day 2 after the disaster. Our boy was confused, wondering why the heck she didn't mention any of this to him yesterday. The angel replied with zero chill that she doesn't waste time sharing her worries with lower creatures. Ilhan was thinking, bruh, seriously? He realized Erda is completely different from Lita. She acts like a spoiled rich girl who's always drawing a line between herself and everyone else. Lida, on the other hand, was nothing like that. He thought she was a little silly sometimes, but she was kind like a big sister. The memory Loki brought tears to his eyes. No cap, he really missed her. Erda coughed, snapping him back to reality because she wanted to get real with him. Ilhan looked up, giving her a questioning glance. Erda's expression turned dead serious. I believe the Earth is out of order. Something strange is happening here. I need your help. The news hit our hero like a freight train. He didn't even know what to say. His mind just went completely blank. The thought of what could be causing all this was terrifying. Erda broke the silence, saying they had to get a move on, and that she'd explain everything on the way. The young man asked her to point him to the monsters, and the angel just told him to keep moving forward. As it turns out, God basically yeeted the human race to another world just before a massive disaster. The whole idea was for them to learn how to use mana over there. But the animals, they were all left behind on Earth for what was supposed to be a few years. God probably figured that in a couple of decades, nothing much would happen to them. But unfortunately, even a god can mess up. Because of some unknown error, the flow of time on Earth got seriously messed up. What was only 10 years in the other worlds became a whopping 1,000 years on Earth. Our hero remembered waiting for that first decade to end, expecting people to return. Instead, 1,000 years went by. Lida had been with him that entire time, though. Because of her, he honestly hadn't even noticed just how much time had passed. Erda pulled the boy out of his memories, telling him they needed to turn right. Ilhan did as he was told, but asked her to quit pulling his hair. Meanwhile, Erda continued her story. Even taking the catastrophe into account, the animals here lived for 1,000 years instead of their normal lifespan. The changes were inevitable. Just as Ilhan whipped around a corner, he saw a whole pack of wolves right in his face. The angel was just finishing her explanation at that very moment. As of right now, Earth's monsters are much stronger than any you'd find in other worlds. Seeing wolves with their mouths dripping blood, the student figured Earth, and everyone on it, were completely screwed. Erda explained that's exactly why she needed Ilhan's help, saying she was sure the heavens were trying to get their act together, but it was going to take a while. In the meantime, she said it's our job to take care of all these monsters. And don't worry, everything will be rewarded based on how well you perform. That was pretty much the gist of what the celestial being had to say. But these two monsters had zero chill and didn't wait for the conversation to wrap up before they came charging in. Our hero barely had time to throw on his armor and grab his spear, but even for him, this fight was looking like a real pain. Erda just watched silently as the wolves locked onto their prey. She finally had to admit that, yeah, his point was hard to argue with. But it's not like they had any other choice, did they? The young man took a single step forward and launched himself down, aiming straight for the heads of the starving wolf pack. The monsters went flying in every direction. For a hero, that was a seriously powerful attack, no cap. It was incredible. For wiping out a whole pack of wolves in a single blow, Ilhan snagged 12,904 experience points and a level 35 Brown Diamond Wolf entry. This was enough to rocket him straight to level 9. The guy's strength shot up by 4, while his agility, health, and mana each got a 2-point boost. Erda's jaw was on the floor seeing what her ward could do. He just kept surprising her more every day. The angel started to wonder if maybe he was some kind of masochist. She couldn't figure out why else he'd get so hyped for new challenges, but oops, she actually said that last part out loud. Of course, our hero immediately shot down that theory. It was right then that a savage growl echoed from behind him, but the guy's reflexes were absolutely cracked. The moment he spun around, the dogs were sent flying in opposite directions. The system instantly pinged him. A level 18 no-shelter dog entry had been acquired. It gave the student a few precious seconds to catch his breath. But the battle across the city was still raging hard. Monsters were literally hunting people in the streets. You could hear screams for help coming from all over. Some dude tried to fight back with a fire ability, but it did absolutely nothing. The guy ran out of mana to fuel his attack and was completely frozen in terror. The monster started to creep slowly toward its helpless victim. Yulhan immediately spotted where he was needed most, and yeeted himself into the fray to save the man from the wolves, which were absolute units, by the way. They let out a deafening roar, and death stared the hero with their glowing red eyes. The boy soared into the air, spear clutched tight in his hands. He wasn't waiting around and launched the first attack on the wolves. While that was happening, one of the other monsters managed to pounce on another innocent bystander. The man squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. He was totally ready to say goodbye to his life. He waited for a couple of seconds, but nothing happened. He finally risked opening his eyes to see what was up. The wolf that was about to turn him into a chew toy was lying dead on the pavement. Standing on its body was the hero spear in hand. That's when the young man got a fresh notification from the system. You must select a class to break through the 10th level. The records you've captured will influence the list of available classes. The system also added that these records could unlock some seriously cool opportunities. In the meantime, the bystanders finally got a good look at their hero. They immediately recognized the mask. One guy shouted out, "Yo, that's the dude who saved everyone near the university." Others chimed in, agreeing it was the same guy who totally vanished. As soon as the military rolled up, he was gone. Our hero was low-key pissed that the crowd was starting to recognize him. Ilhan really didn't like the name Sunbolt. He grumbled about it, to Erda clearly irritated. They even gave him a sick nickname, Sunbolt, which is a mashup of a university and some famous athlete's name. The angel just quipped, "Well, look at you already got a fan club going. Congrats." Our boy just kept on wrecking wolves, all while bickering with his angelic support. But our MC wasn't digging all this newfound fame at all. "What are you even on about?" he shot back. "I don't need any of that noise. Just tell everyone to leave me alone." Erda just smirked to herself. He gets so flustered it's kinda cute. Meanwhile, a system message popped up, snapping the young man out of his thoughts. He was kinda shook that after bodying all those monsters, his level hadn't even budged. But a split second later, he got his answer. "Class selection required for level up." Ilan just scratched the back of his head, confused as he spotted a lone wolf. It threw its head back and let out a massive howl that echoed through the area. He had no clue what that was all about, and before he could even process it more, monsters started swarming in out of nowhere. Next thing he knew, he was completely boxed in by a dozen of them. Erda's voice cut through the tension. "That howl, it wasn't random, it was a command. Stay sharp," she warned. The young man's eyes widened. Wait, they're actually smart. In his head, he raced through the options. If I fall back, they'll press the advantage. But if I just play defense, I'm gonna get torn to shreds. After a split second of thinking, he decided the only way out was through. Screw it, best defense is a good offense. And just as he made that call, a bunch of system notifications flooded his vision. His EXP shot up by 2,500 points. Ilhan wasted no time taking out several wolves in a blur of motion, but then one of them tried to get slick and ambush him from behind. But our boy's reflexes are absolutely cracked. He spun around just in time to face the threat head-on. With a powerful swing of his spear, he slammed it right into the wolf, sending a spray of blood everywhere. But after dropping one monster, the guy realized the pack wasn't shrinking. It was like they were on a damn comms channel constantly calling for backup. Still, our MC wasn't about to back down. With a couple more lightning-fast thrusts of his spear, 2 more monsters hit the dirt. The crowd watching this whole thing unfold was absolutely losing their minds. This was just unreal. How was one guy taking down 5 vicious wolves like it was nothing? But just as they were processing the hype, a low menacing growl rumbled from right behind them. Everyone whipped their heads around to see an even bigger batter wolf that looked more than ready for a human-sized snack. And they all saw it pinned under the beast's massive paw. Was a guy lying face down in the dirt. Ilhan immediately hit up Erda. "No way. Did that thing just take a hostage?" The angel's voice was grim. "Looks that way. And judging by its stance, this isn't its first rodeo." Hearing this, our hero just gave a grim, determined smirk. To him, it didn't change a thing. He knew damn well that no one else here could handle this pack. It was all on him. He had to be the one to clean this mess up. The guy trapped under the wolf's paw looked absolutely terrified, and the crowd started freaking out. This is it, we're about to see what Sunbolt's really made of. The entire area lit up with the blinding flashes of phone cameras. Erda's voice echoed in his mind. This next move is critical. It'll decide whether the world sees you as a hero or a villain. But the kid shot back that he couldn't care less about labels like that. What other people thought of him meant literally nothing. There was no time for talk. Our hero bolted forward, launching himself straight at the alpha wolf. In one clean strike, the monster's head was gone, and its hostage was finally free. Instantly, another system message popped up for Ilhan. Plus 6,700 experience. Level 32, Greater Devious Wolf entry acquired. With their leader down for the count, the rest of the pack suddenly lost all their nerve. They were still baring their fangs, but the aggression was gone. "Look, if someone's in trouble, and I've got the power to save them, you bet your ass I'm gonna do it," the hero stated. "But I'm not some god. I can only do what's within my power. That's why I don't go around calling myself a hero. Bruh, I'm just a normal person," Ilhan explained, completely lost as to why Rita was giving him this speech right now. "I already said my cool one-liner, so don't get in my way," he thought, after sizing up the situation. He could tell the wolves were gearing up to attack from all sides at once. They probably figured he was toast now that he had lost his weapon. But Yu Ilhan just cracked his knuckles, ready to throw down with these punks. A gigantic wolf lunged its jaws open wide, looking like it was about to swallow our hero whole. But he wasn't about to let these monsters think a guy is only good with a spear. The young man roared. I'm about to show you what peak royal martial arts training really looks like. Dropping into a fighting stance, he was ready for anything. Rita watched on, thinking to herself, Ilhan isn't the type to sacrifice himself to save a bunch of strangers. This guy is just built different. He makes decisions way faster, and with more chill than anyone else. That's what makes him so ridiculously efficient. The angel Lita shot a mental message over to her friend. You've seriously raised a monster. The girl looked completely stunned, her jaw practically on the floor as she watched his insane combat skills. It hit her that his power wasn't borrowed. This dude's talent was 100% his own. The crowd was going absolutely nuts. How is he that strong? That's just unreal. Go Sunbolt. Your entire body is a weapon. At that exact moment, our hero slammed a palm strike right between one of the wolf's eyes. He could finally take a deep breath as the monsters around him dropped like flies. He couldn't believe it was actually over. But a whole new problem was staring him down. A soldier had an automatic rifle aimed right at Ilhan's head and was screaming at him not to move. This was a plot twist our MC absolutely did not see coming. He cautiously turned his head only to see he was surrounded by an entire military unit, all of them locked on him. The crowd was pissed off at how the soldiers were acting and started yelling, "What the hell are you guys doing? He just wiped out all those monsters and even saved a hostage." The squad leader looked completely baffled by the crowd's reaction. She couldn't wrap her head around the idea that a single person could take down that many wolves. How could he have possibly defeated all of them by himself? It's just impossible, the confused woman whispered to herself. A little while later, the whole area was blocked off from the public. Yellow police tape was everywhere. The squad leader came over to apologize to Sunbolt, saying it was all a big misunderstanding. We weren't actually going to shoot, the woman explained. We were just on high alert because we expected a massive monster horde. It's great that everything turned out okay. You know, there's a whole army unit out looking for you, the lieutenant added. But just then, one of her subordinates cut her off. Apparently, she was talking to herself. The elusive hero had vanished into thin air again. The lieutenant stomped her foot and yelled about how ridiculously fast he was. But the funny thing was, he was actually super close by. They just couldn't see him anymore. After putting some distance between himself and the soldiers, he shoved his spear into one of the dead wolves. Ilhan thought to himself that he really needed to start carrying a knife for butchering these things. But first he needed to find a more private spot to do it. It turned out that at that very moment, our hero popped back into view. He heard a soldier yell, "Sunbolt, you're still here!" And suddenly the lieutenant was right there next to him. She tried to pick up where she left off, but he completely shut her down. The woman was pretty annoyed by his response and asked, "Do you have some kind of beef with the army or with the entire country?" "Nah," Ilhan shot back. "I rooted for Korea in the Olympics and the World Cup." Hearing this, the lieutenant offered our hero a chance to work together with them. But our boy wasn't having any of it. The woman was clearly pissed he turned her down and wanted answers, but my man had zero time to waste explaining himself. He slapped his hand over the gash on the wolf's body, already groaning internally. Bruh, if I agree to this, he thought, I'm just gonna get swamped with questions and errands. The angel could hear his thoughts, and she was not impressed. And honestly, it was starting to tick him off that he couldn't even get a moment of privacy inside his own head. The angel basically told him that the brain noise of a mere mortal like him didn't even register on her radar. The whole time the lieutenant was just staring daggers at this mysterious dude. The angel chimed in telling Ilhan he had the right idea. It's way smarter to avoid getting tangled up with the army or the government. Let's be real, none of them are even in the same league as you. He couldn't argue with that logic, thinking that being a lone wolf was definitely the move. That is, until he looked at the sheer number of wolves he'd just dropped. After thinking it over for a sec, he finally spoke up. Yeah, hauling all this loot by myself is going to be a major pain. While he was thinking that the lieutenant was venting to one of her soldiers. She was complaining that nobody was taking her seriously just because she was in uniform. The whole situation was seriously getting to her. In fact, she was this close to just rage quitting the army. And right at that exact moment, Ilhan walked up to the lieutenant. She lit up, assuming he was finally ready to cooperate with the army, but our guy hit her with a curveball. How about you buy these wolf carcasses off me? I'll even handle the butchering process myself. His logic was simple. It's way more profitable to just sell these on the spot than to drag them all back home. The lieutenant, however, took a second to process what he just said. She wasn't quite sure what the hero was proposing. Her subordinate leaned in and whispered, "Lieutenant, monster bodies are worth a fortune." A light bulb went off in her head, and she instantly accepted his offer. Seeing dollar signs, the lieutenant pushed her luck and asked if he was planning on selling the mana stones too. But on that, Ilhan gave a firm no. The woman figured she better check out the merchandise before they shook on it. When she got a closer look, her jaw hit the floor. The hides and even the bones are practically untouched. That could only happen if he one-shotted every single one of them. This was a huge deal since the military already knew that firearms basically shredded any valuable materials, making them pretty much useless for crafting or anything else. The lieutenant thought back on this as she stared at the hero. He was already butchering the wolves like an absolute pro, and her whole squad was mesmerized. The speed and precision he was working with were just unreal. Whipping out her phone, the lieutenant started recording him. As soon as she got a good clip, she fired it off to one of her contacts. Her phone rang immediately. Whoever she sent it to was floored by what they saw, and the voice on the line gave Lieutenant Han Yuran a direct order. They told her to bring the hero and no excuses. But he already turned us down, she replied. Yeah, military command wasn't taking no for an answer. She hung up, looking super frustrated. Right then, Ilhan finished up the last of the butchering. Our boy seemed to read her mind, telling her he'd take payment in cash. The woman let out a huge sigh of relief and said she'd report the deal to her superiors. Now that the deal was done, Ilhan was stoked to be finished with the whole ordeal. He took a moment to just stare at his own palm, almost in disbelief. He was hyped about the huge stash of mana stones he'd collected. He told the angel, "Yo, these things low-key look tasty like little chocolates." Panicking, the angel screamed, "Don't you dare eat those. You'll go completely berserk. You really want to let a monster's mana corrupt you from the inside out." She warned him it would end in disaster, but my dude had already tossed the stones in his mouth like they were M and Ms. And as he did, the angel had a sinking feeling that she was about to watch him turn into a full-blown monster. The lieutenant didn't waste any time reporting the sweet deal she'd offered back to her superiors. She put 37 million in cash on the table for our hero, and Erda noted that they definitely weren't trying to lowball him. She made it clear they really didn't want to mess up their relationship with him. But when the money wasn't enough, the lieutenant switched gears, deciding to use her feminine wiles to try and persuade him to team up with the army. The woman thought to herself, "Sure, I'm in a uniform, but I used to be a total smoke show." But Sunbolt was completely unfazed by her moves. He just turned and walked away, and this of course did not sit well with the lieutenant, who immediately tried to stop him. Suddenly, a device with a glowing red button materialized in his hand, and he smashed it. In an instant, the lieutenant's vision was completely whited out by a blinding flash. The woman threw a hand over her eyes, and the soldiers standing next to her got hit with the flashbang effect too. By the time they got their vision back, our hero was nowhere to be seen. It looked like he'd pulled another disappearing act without saying a word, but the wild part is, he was actually standing right next to her. He had just cloaked himself again, listening in on every word as Erda started asking questions. "So you caused a distraction to get your stealth skill working again. Where in the world did you get a gadget like that?" But our boy was not about to spill his secrets to the angel. It was high time for them to get the hell out of there, because Heaven was about to launch a full-blown investigation. And before that kicked off, they knew they'd have to hustle hard. Erda was positive that some seriously dangerous new monsters could spawn in at any moment. Meanwhile, the army lieutenant was still fuming. She couldn't believe her charms had completely failed to work on the hero, while Elon just casually strolled toward the house with his angel companion. He had a briefcase stuffed with money tucked under his arm, and after they got a safe distance away from the chaos, our hero decided it was time to check on his achievements. Ilhan said to himself, "Okay, now I've got to pick my first class." He looked at the list of names: number 1, copier; number 2, grappler; number 3, swordsman, and the list went on. The young man couldn't help but think that these class names sounded like they were ripped straight out of some RPG. Let's put the assassin class on the back burner for now, he figured. My stealth is already insane. If I get any stealthier, I might just blink out of existence entirely. Erda jumped in to explain. Since you can't control your aura yet, you can't actually turn your stealth skill off. It's just permanently active right now. The good news was it didn't cost him any mana, but our hero was still struggling to choose from the 23 different options. He asked the angel for a recommendation, and Erda was actually stunned. It had only been a few days since Earth entered the Akashic records, and there were already 23 classes in the system. If we'd had a little more time, she said, there could have been 30 or even 40 options available. The beautiful angel thought for a moment, trying to decide what to suggest for her ward. You could choose spearman, she offered, since you're already a beast with your spear anyway. Grappler would be a solid pick too, Erda advised, since you know how to handle a spear and you're already pretty cracked at hand-to-hand combat. This reminded the hero that he only started training in martial arts because Lita recommended it. He remembered how the angel had praised him. She'd been impressed at how quickly he'd improved. In a flashback, she clapped her hands and said, "You lasted a full 3 minutes against me today? That's a new record." But Ilhan just thought to himself, "Yeah, I've been learning by getting slapped around by Lita." Erda told him, "Learning from an angel is an incredibly rare opportunity. You're a seriously lucky guy, you know that, Ilhan." But our hero shot back irritably. "If I was so lucky, I wouldn't have been left all alone on Earth, would I?" Erda figured there was nothing she could say to that. It was just his fate. The angel advised him not to worry about it, because as his level increased, he'd be able to get another class. "You can get a second and then a third subclass," the celestial being explained. This caught the hero's attention. "A second class? You don't mean a class advancement? I couldn't find anything online about a subclass." But in response to his question, Erda was completely silent. "Social media is just a black hole for your time, man. You're not going to find anything actually useful online." Our hero asked, "Sounds like someone's had a rough time on the internet, huh?" The angel just shot back that she had every right to plead the fifth on that one. Our boy was totally taken aback by her response. He found himself wondering if angels even hang out on social media. Shaking off the random thought, he decided to lock in his choice for the swordsman class. His finger was hovering right over the number 3, but at the absolute last second, he switched it up. Nah, he decided he was going to become a spearman instead. Erta was low-key curious and wanted to hear his reasoning for the sudden pivot, and our MC was more than happy to break it down for her. He explained that a class's destruction potential really just comes down to the weapon they use. So, rocking a weapon gives you a way higher damage ceiling than a class like a grappler. The angel nodded, impressed. "And here I thought you were all brawn." She added that if he could get his hands on some top-tier materials later on, he'd have the potential to craft some seriously god-tier spears. Erta admitted she was just about to recommend the spearman class herself. But the fact that Ilhan came to that conclusion all on his own was a good sign. It meant he was on the right path to getting absolutely cracked. But then a new notification flashed on the monitor, cutting the moment short. It clearly startled our MC, and Erta immediately asked what was up. He just stammered, "Dude, a whole new choice just appeared on the list out of nowhere." A new line of text had materialized showing the words "Blood Spearman." The angel explained that this was a result of a system modification. A totally unique profession had just been born. No cap, landing a unique profession right out of the gate is insane," she said. "This is a massive achievement." Our hero just looked confused, having zero idea what that even meant. So Erta had to spell it out for him. "It's a class designed specifically for a single person," she explained. "It takes the path you've walked, your biggest accomplishments, and all the records you've set and combines them. In your case, it's because your active stealth skill finally hit the max level. That was the final piece of the puzzle needed to create this new class." The angel urged him, "You need to choose this one right now. Don't even think twice," Erta said. "A unique profession built just for you is always going to be the most OP option, period." She warned him, "Now compared to the other jobs, it's going to require a hell of a lot more experience to level up, but even with the extra grind, it's beyond valuable." The angel added her final 2 cents, and our guy didn't hesitate, slamming the button for number 24. The choice was made, and a system message immediately popped up. "You have become a lone spearman. Attack power is juiced by 10% when your stealth skill is active. Your attack power with a spear has been boosted by 10%. The conditions for leveling up your stealth and spear skills just got a whole lot easier. All of your accumulated records have been completely absorbed. Your level has shot up to 18. Strength, health, and mana have all been increased by 11 points. Dexterity is up by 12. Oh, and you failed to learn the command active skill, so you can't control me." It was only after reading all the buffs that our hero realized his mistake. It wasn't Blood Spearman. It was Lone Spearman. Whoops. In Korean, the 2 words sound almost exactly the same. The kid was absolutely fuming that he'd picked the wrong class just because the words sounded alike. To be fair, the angel was so hyped about the unique class that she didn't catch the difference either. Ilhan grumbled, "If I knew what it really was, I never would have picked it." "I can't deny it," Ertate shot back with a smirk. "That name suits you perfectly." Our boy wanted to fire back a comeback, but he was just left speechless. He was feeling all kinds of weird when a second later another system update window appeared right in his face. All of a sudden his body began to transform, his chest and abs getting bigger and way more defined. Sheesh, Ilhan's arms got absolutely jacked. The kid was feeling some seriously insane power bubbling up inside him, and he told the angel his body felt totally different. Erta just explained it to him. "Ever since you hit your first class advancement, your entire body has been getting way stronger." She told him he had already locked in his choice. So, yeah, there's absolutely no going back. The boy glanced down at his stats. He could barely process what he was seeing. The screen read, "You Ilhan, human, hazy consciousness level 18. His title was still Titan of Solitude, with passive stealth, 96, strength 98, health 102, dexterity, and 21 mana. His active skills were stealth maxed out, and mana crafting at level 2. The first thing our guy noticed was that his title hadn't budged. Was he really going to be the universe's loneliest dude for his entire life? The celestial being then asked if he'd managed to snag an active skill. When Ilhan said no, Erda told him not to sweat it, since most people who get their first class don't get one right away. But she added, looking at how fast you're growing though, I doubt you'll even get mana by the time you hit your second class. Our hero knew that sounded dangerous, and the angel confirmed his worst fears. But then the little beauty dropped this on him. That is if you were just some average Joe. Celestia got comfy on the guy's head, ready to drop some more knowledge. Yeah, you've got nothing to worry about. If you can't get a skill during your first or second advancement, all your records just stack up. Then after you hit the 3rd grade, you're going to get one seriously OP skill. After Erda explained it, our hero cracked a smile and said, so instead of getting a few basic skills, I get one that's totally cracked. The angel confirmed he was right on the money. She was thinking to herself that originally you Ilhan should have gotten 2 active skills. I mean, he was able to score a super unique profession after all. But since that didn't happen, if all those tough records get piled together before his 3rd class up, this dude is going to end up with a skill that's straight up legendary. Erda couldn't help but smile at the thought. To her, this kid was the first inferior creature she'd ever met who was actually worth watching. The celestial then gave the young man's hair a little tug. She was steering him in the direction she wanted him to go. He tried to grab his suitcase full of cash, but Erda stopped him. I've already hidden that suitcase with magic, she said, so nobody's going to touch it. Right now you're an agent, so you need to start hunting some monsters. And with that, the angel yanked his hair again. I get it, Ilhan yelped. Stop pulling my hair. The young man then looked at his phone. It turned out there were a ton of other agents besides just him. The celestial warned him not to be a lone wolf about everything. Only hunt the monsters you know you can handle. The guy immediately wondered if the Empress had also signed up to be an agent. And of course, someone that talented couldn't just sit on the sidelines. This is a mission from the heavens, Erda declared. If you outperform the other agents, your rewards are going to be way bigger. Try to stay on your game. Our hero just grinned and shot back. This is exactly the kind of job I like. If there was some condition about having to help people, I'd be way less hyped about it. But nah, this is perfect. I get rewarded based on how much effort I put in. No cap, the gods and angels are actually pretty chill. The young man just kept rambling on. The celestial had to tell him to watch where he was going. All of a sudden, Ilhan's eyes shot back to his phone screen. The look on his face completely shifted. He'd just spotted a post on a hunter information forum. Somebody was claiming that a tiger was on the loose on Buchan Mountain. Someone commented, bruh, no-cap bears are way scarier than tigers, especially when the military unloads clip after clip, and the bullets just bounce right off them. The city of Cheonan is about to get absolutely wrecked. Our hero, Ilhan, glances at the bystanders who look completely terrified as a colossal bear stands in the middle of the street. Its eyes were practically burning with demonic fire. People started scattering in a panic, convinced this monster was unbeatable, but Ilhan was actually stoked to find such a jackpot. Now, this is going to be fun, he thinks. Looks like bear gallbladder is on the menu tonight. Our hero muttered, aiming his spear at the creature, but Erda reminded him, you could if you had level 2 poison resistance. The angel advised him to grab that skill if he ever gets the chance, because this bear was just built different, absolutely gigantic. It glared down at its prey with a murderous look, and suddenly chunks of the surrounding buildings started raining down on our hero's head, catching him completely off guard. Did the military just fire a missile, he wondered. But then Erda pointed upwards, telling Ilhan to look. The bear lets out a vicious roar, a sound so intense it nearly deafened everyone nearby, which is right when the military finally showed up. But they weren't here to get in the hero's way. The lieutenant ordered her soldiers to light up the giant bear, and dozens of rounds immediately flew toward the monster. But the bullets just ricocheted off its tough hide, and the soldiers quickly realized their weapons were totally useless against this beast. How did anyone even fight this thing back on day 3 of the Great Cataclysm? The monster's massive paw was crushing cars like they were soda cans. The lieutenant realized with dread that the bear was now turning in their direction. She immediately screamed at her troops to retreat and run for their lives. Someone in the crowd yelled out, "Where are the superpowered users?" The government asked for, Erda just said, "Your buildings aren't exactly sturdy. Getting wrecked this easily by a low-tier second-class monster." Our boy told the Celestial to cut humanity some slack, reminding her that while they were all off training in another world, every single building piece of tech and weapon was from before this whole mess started. The people on this world only have the knowledge and experience of normal folks. The next moment, the bear roared again. And Ilhan didn't need a translator to know. It was saying, "No one can stop me." He just facepalmed under his mask and said, "Looks like he's having the time of his life." Erda replied, "I suppose you could use the expression, a big fish in a small pond." The angel asked him what he was going to do and told him to hurry up, but our boy just calmly said he still had plenty of time. And in the next instant, the hero was primed for battle. A fierce red mana erupted around him as the system announced, "Due to stealth, your attack power has increased by 10%. Due to your title, attack power has increased by an additional 10%. The bear still had its back to Ilhan, but it definitely sensed the danger. Our hero leaped from the air, planning to end the monster with a single strike. The bear roared, relying purely on instinct as it started to turn around, and Erda exclaimed, "A bear shouldn't be able to sense you before you even attack. That skill can hide you from a god." As she spoke, a powerful mana began to swirl around the tip of our hero's spear. Right now, Ilhan's only priority was this giant bear. The soldiers couldn't see the guy, but the results of his attack left them speechless. Then the young man heard shouts of, "Sunbolt is here!" He thought to himself, I guess that nickname really stuck as he landed on the ground and faced his prey. Damn, I guess I couldn't kill him in one shot. The bear was still standing on its hind legs, and Erda pointed out, "Well, that's a given, since it's a Class 2 monster. They don't go down that easily." With that, our hero decided it was time to get serious. Ilhan popped into view and gave the soldiers a choice. If they wanted to live, they needed to bounce. The men just stared back totally confused, so Ilhan spelled it out for them. He told them if they wanted to stick around and die, that was on them. And right on cue, the monster smashed into the building next door again. Chunks of concrete went flying right at the soldiers. The bear dropped to all fours, and the guys finally got the message scattering in every direction. Just as they were scrambling to save their own skins, the monster suddenly stopped and started sniffing the air like a bloodhound. That's when our hero materialized right in the beast's face, catching it completely by surprise. But the monster reacted in a flash, whipping out its razor-sharp claws to counter the ambush. Ilhan just scoffed, "Not a chance, buddy. This dude isn't built to quit." He shot even higher into the air and then dive-bombed the bear. His spear plunged right into the monster's clawed paw. Up on his head, Erda was low-key enjoying the show. Ilhan shot back, "Are you just gonna chill on my head and spectate? Get off!" The wound wasn't major, but it was enough to make the bear absolutely furious. The angel piped up saying, "You're back in stealth mode now that it's lost track of you. As long as the bear can't see you, you've got this in the bag." Our boy already knew this. He didn't need his floating GPS to tell him. The only thing really on his mind was whether his spear could take another hit. My body might not have changed since I was left on Earth. But I've grinded like hell, he thought. Through all that training and getting a class, I've managed to stack some serious power. His mind flashed back to his training sessions with Lita. He could hear the angel's voice, "Quit spacing out. Focus all your weight into a single point." She was really trying to hammer the importance of concentration into his head. But back then, the young man had a different concern. "What if someone gets hurt because of me?" he'd asked. The goddess just shot back, "You can start worrying about that when you're strong enough to touch a single hair on my head." "Got it, Lita. Who do you take me for?" Ilhan had replied. "If I'm fighting you, I'm the one who needs to worry about getting hurt." Famous last words from our hero. Because in the next instant, she decked him and sent him flying. Yeah, that's exactly what she meant. The next memory that surfaced was Lita's voice full of shock. "Ilhan, you actually did it. You just focused all your weight into one point." Just like I told you. Our hero was completely floored. He did not see that coming at all. The look of pure shock was written all over his face as Lita held up a single strand of her long blonde hair. The angel just smiled and explained, "You managed to snag my hair with your punch. Well done." Now snapping back to the present, he was facing down the giant bear. His thoughts drifted back to Lita again. Man, he really missed that beautiful goddess. The hero recalled that moment clearly. That was the one and only time he'd ever managed to land a hit on Lita. All right, time to focus all my energy into one single point. Concentrating everything, he lunged at the bear, moving as fast as lightning. Ilhan's long, sharp spear came crashing down on the monster's head. The soldiers who had been watching the bear fight an invisible enemy saw the massive beast suddenly freeze up. They wondered if it was finally over, but then the monster let out a blood-curdling roar. It was painfully obvious that the thing was in a world of hurt. Just as the massive bear started to topple over, our hero got a flood of system messages. "You have gained 1,549,288 experience points. You have reached level 23. Your strength increases by 8, dexterity increases by 7, power by 5, and mana by 5. He also got the level 54 Big Brown Bear entry and a sick new title, One Hit, One Kill. His critical hit chance just got a 10% boost, and Ilhan unlocked the critical strike skill. This bad boy allows him to specifically target an enemy's vital organs. It massively increases the chances of landing a fatal blow. Erda was just speechless, completely dazed by what she just saw. Bro, you ended that thing in 3 hits flat with basically zero technique. The hero gave the angel a skeptical look and shot back. You gotta hype me up more than that. The kid glanced at his spear still in perfect condition, which was a massive relief. You could tell it was forged by a true master. Stretching his arms out, Ilhan decided it was the perfect time to do some scouting. But then dude suddenly noticed the bear had seriously shrunk. It must have had some kind of gigantification skill that vanished when it died. Our hero was pretty stoked about this development. After all, he'd just snagged the critical strike skill. Urta chimed in, "That's awesome, it'll stack perfectly with your stealth ability." She explained that all his actions, his achievements, and even who he interacts with have a major impact on how his skills form and level up. Keep studying, pull off some great deeds, and you'll learn new skills. The hero was basically getting a lecture from a celestial being. Out of nowhere, a black car screeched around the corner at an insane speed. It slammed to a halt, and the back door swung open. A pair of feet in green boots hit the pavement, and a voice from inside announced, "We're here. We'll take it from this point on." Both Ilhan and Urta stared in surprise at the new arrivals as the angel said, "Looks like some other ability users have shown up to the party." Our boy replied, "No cap, I can feel their extrovert energy just from the sound of their voices." He called out to the newcomers, letting them know they were a little late. A small squad of 5 guys walked up to the military line. For a second, it was dead silent. Then one of the guys asked, completely stunned, "Wait, are you seriously telling us the monster's already dead?" The dark-haired dude turned to his blonde friend and said, "I heard this was a second-class monster, but this is kinda lame, don't you think? For real, I was hoping to actually get a decent warm-up in." The other guy totally agreed, but the whole crew was dying to know who managed to take down the giant bear. That's when one of the newcomers finally spotted Ilhan. His face was completely covered by a mask, but our hero knew the jig was up. He'd been seen. Well, to be fair, Erta corrected. That guy wasn't looking for you, he was looking for the bear's corpse. He only saw you because you were standing next to it. But now everyone was staring at Ilhan. They recognized the stranger as the famous Sun Bolt. The dark-haired guy muttered, clearly annoyed. "So, you're telling me this one dude took down the bear all by himself? That's just impossible. How is that even a thing on the 3rd day of the Great Cataclysm?" Meanwhile, the rest of the squad started crowding around our hero. They were totally hyped to meet him and wanted to get the scoop on the masked guy. But Ilhan wasn't having it. So he just gave them the silent treatment. In his head, he was practically begging them to just poof out of existence. That's the core of the introvert's mindset for you. The burning desire to minimize all contact with other humans. This silent but deadly routine really ticked off the dark-haired guy. He yelled, losing his cool, "Hey, answer when someone's talking to you." His buddy put a hand on his shoulder, trying to get him to chill out. One of the other guys clued in that our hero clearly didn't want to chat and suggested they just leave him be, which only made his angry friend even more furious. And standing in the middle of all these dudes was a single girl. She just said, "It's kinda cool though. He's like the samurai gourmet or something. You know that character from a manga who travels Japan alone, just trying out different food." His comrade mentioned that the girl has some pretty specific tastes. The squad's leader approached the military dude. "It doesn't look like there's anything left for us to do around here. Do you need a hand with anything else?" The soldier replied that other areas could definitely use some backup. Ilhan overheard all of this and thought to himself, he's just chatting it up with people he literally just met. This guy must have a crazy social life. I knew he was an extrovert. Our hero imagined himself trying to do the same, just walking up and offering to help. But yeah, he would have crashed and burned at stage 1. All of a sudden, the young man heard footsteps. He realized someone new was coming right for him. The team leader spoke up. "Sung Ilhan, it's an honor to meet you. My name's Daewoo Jun." The young man held out his hand to Ilhan for a shake, but our hero was totally lost. He wasn't used to strangers being this forward. "When I saw you absolutely wreck that bear, I knew you would have totally wiped the floor with me back on the first mission." Daewoo Jun said, "But trust me, I'm gonna catch up to you real soon." "I suggest you remember my name," the cocky guy advised. Our hero asked his new rival, "And what exactly are you gonna do after you pass me?" Daewoo Jun was not expecting a question like that, and he just went quiet, not knowing what to say. After thinking for a hot second, he finally said, "In a world where your strength is literally your level, it's pretty easy to spot who's on top." The overconfident guy truly believed that one day he'd be #1 on the leaderboard. Now it was Ilhan's turn to be speechless in the face of this dude's audacity. The hero thought to himself, what a pathetic reason. This clown really thinks he's the main character of some shonen manhwa. A moment later, Ilhan continued the conversation in his head, asking his new acquaintance, "Why do you even need a rival? You think you can't get any better unless there's someone else to measure up to? What's your endgame here trying to one-up another person? You've got zero real ambition. If you actually wanted to develop your abilities, you'd just focus on grinding it out by yourself." Our hero was starting to get seriously heated in his own mind. It could be training at home using a punching bag or literally anything else. Why do you have to drag another person into your issues? If you want to overcome something, you have to conquer yourself first. But you couldn't do that, so you decided it'd be way easier to compare yourself to other people. I've been grinding for 1,000 years, and I still can't lock down my self-confidence. Ilhan's inner rant continued. He imagined pointing a finger right at Dawoojun's face and summarizing, "You're skipping the most important part. So all this talk about getting stronger, it's a total joke." Turns out our hero had said all this, but only in his imagination. Erda noticed his bummed-out expression. It was only then that our guy looked around and saw that everyone else had already dipped. The hero touched his face and shot back at the angel. "What are you talking about?" "I'm perfectly calm," the celestial being replied. "An introvert. Trying to be smooth while talking to an extrovert? Yeah, right. You'll just end up sweating bullets from the anxiety. You're better off just dropping the cool guy act." Instead of magic stones, Ilhan got a bear skin. It's actually pretty useful. Not even bullets can get through it. Right then, our hero gets flagged down by a dude from the military. The guy calls him Mr. Sunbolt, and before he can even spit out his question, our MC just cuts him off. I'm not selling, but plot twist, the army rep had a completely different idea. He started laying out his plan, talking a mile a minute and waving his hands all over the place. "Check it out if you install this program I'm telling you about. You'll get a live map showing where monsters pop up across the city. It's going to be a total game changer for your hunts," the soldier said, finishing his pitch. Our hero's a bit skeptical, asking, "Isn't that like classified? Are you even supposed to be telling me this?" The man just shoots back, "This is for the safety of our citizens. We're just hoping it'll at least minimize the casualties from these dangerous beasts." Ilhan gave the guy a confused look, turned around and just walked away. As he left, the two soldiers watched him in silence. The subordinate finally asked his major if they were sure about letting a guy like that just walk away. He argued they should have strong-armed him into cooperating using whatever means necessary, but the senior officer just sighed. "Balboa, do you really think a guy who can three-shot a Class 2 monster is just going to bend the knee to us? I've seen worlds where a single absolutely cracked awakened ruled his entire country. And I've seen worlds where one monster brought that same nation to its knees. And trust me, he's only going to get stronger from here. If we try to force his hand, it's just going to blow up in our faces spectacularly." The major continued. "This world doesn't play by the old rules anymore. We're in an era where the government and the army could get wiped out because of one insanely powerful person. So trying to control a force of nature like him is just stupid. The smarter play is to coexist peacefully, where we both get something out of the deal." The major's subordinate was totally floored by his commander's big brain monologue. The soldier said, "Sir, that was low-key the smartest thing I've ever heard you say." Annoyed, the major shot back, "I don't look smart, you idiot. I am smart. I have a college degree from Seoul." Hearing this, Eartha says to Ilhan, "That military man is pretty sharp. He'll live a long time." But Ilhan just replied, "I don't know, I think he's seriously overestimating me." The angel, however, knew the kid was just built different and was massively downplaying his own strength. She thought to herself that if the army ever tried to force Ilhan into doing something against his will, he wouldn't hesitate to delete an entire military unit for stepping out of line. Right now, the military had absolutely zero control over Ilhan. That soldier was sharp enough to see it, which is why he offered a partnership instead of trying to pull rank. He managed to stay on his good side, and it seems Ilhan still has no idea how much of a boss he's become. Eartha was still wrapping her head around it, while our hero was already glued to his phone screen. He yelled out, "Eartha, look! 3 monsters just spawned at the same time. What's the play?" The angel replied with zero chill, "Why even think about it? Let's just go wreck all 3 of them." That kind of response only made the young man grin. He didn't mind breaking a sweat to clap a few monsters. Using the map on his phone, they beelined it to where the first monster showed up. The signal led them to some abandoned building where he made short work of a giant rat. After that, a massive praying mantis blocked his path, and the last monster on the list was a giant black bird. Our guy was seriously confused about why he was still stuck at level 24 after clapping 3 monsters. Just then, a system notification popped right up in his face. He muttered, "For real, why did I only go up 1 measly level?" Erda piped up, explaining that those mobs were chump change compared to the direwolf and brown bear he bodied earlier. She reminded him that his unique class has an insane EXP curve. "Bruh, if you were just some regular dude," she said, you'd be chilling at level 30 by now easy. But Ilhan wasn't about to get salty over it, especially since he had managed to score a massive haul of valuable items. He flipped the whole lot to a military buyer, and my dude was absolutely buzzing. He was now sitting on a cool 1 billion in cash. Low-key, it felt completely surreal, like something out of a fantasy. With that kind of money, he could pretty much do whatever he wanted. He thought about maybe diving into the real estate market, but Erda shot that idea down fast. She warned him, "Don't be a fool just because you've got some cash to burn. What's your game plan when people inevitably start connecting the dots? Making huge purchases like that is basically screaming from the rooftops that you're the mystery man, Ilhan. So listen, just this once I'll do you a solid. I'll wipe the memories of everyone involved in the transaction." The angel promised, assuring him that would be the end of it. Our hero was so hyped, he literally clapped his hands. Angel magic is the goat no cap. Thanks a ton, you're a lifesaver. The next thing he knew, it was morning. The guy woke up in his own bed, and the first thing he did was pull up the system to check his stats. A new message immediately flashed across his vision. Communication with the other world has been restored. From now on, you can physically manifest in the world to which you were summoned. You may now undertake missions there for appropriate rewards. This bombshell hit him so hard, his hands literally started to shake. The world I was summoned to, our hero was getting seriously ticked off. He had zero plans to go back to being alone again after finally getting a handle on his invisible life, so he shoved the screen in the angel's face. "What the hell is this?" he demanded. Erda explained, "The monsters on Earth have gotten way stronger. They had to figure out a way to handle this new power creep." The angel replied, barely keeping it together, which made Ilhan ask, "So let me get this straight. You're just going to start teleporting people to another dimension so they can grind EXP safely?" Erda's answer was basically a yes, and our hero completely lost his chill, shouting, "Then what about me? Everyone else gets to go level up in another world, but I'm just supposed to sit here?" The celestial being just held up a hand and said, "You have always been on your own. So what's the big deal now?" Ilhan clutched his head, completely freaking out. "My mom, she's going to ask why I'm not going. Just tell her there's nothing for you to learn there, so there's no point in you going," the angel advised calmly. She added that she genuinely felt bad about his whole situation. "There's nothing I can do about it. I'm not the one who chose this path for you," Erda added sadly. The young man calmed down a bit and sighed. "You're right. I guess I really can't go to another world." But then a voice cut through the silence. "It's not entirely impossible, you know. If you become a higher existence Ilhan, you'll get your shot. Once you evolve, you won't just be able to travel to other worlds. You could even waltz right into heaven. You'd be on the exact same playground as us angels." Erda dropped a bombshell that totally rocked our hero. If he could just ascend to a supreme being, he'd finally be able to see Lita again. The angel was getting low-key annoyed. She felt like she was the third wheel in some kind of interdimensional long-distance relationship. A million different thoughts were racing through Erda's mind. It finally clicked, and she realized she was basically playing cosmic matchmaker for these two, and honestly, she wasn't feeling it. Since she didn't have anyone special herself, the angel just snapped, telling him to grind even harder to become a supreme being. Then she said he'd be able to hop between worlds and finally reunite with the girl he's been missing. Our hero had to ask, "So, what's the ETA on that?" And when she told him it would probably be less than 1,000 years, Ilhan felt a massive weight lift off his shoulders. That news seriously hyped him up. And when he went down to the kitchen for breakfast with his parents, he walked in on some major breaking news. The TV news anchor was announcing that the entire country had just been put under martial law, and that info completely stunned our boy. His quiet one-man war against the monsters had just come to a screeching halt. Ilhan's mom explained that it wasn't just their country on lockdown, but the entire world had gone into a state of emergency. It looked like the monster apocalypse had finally pushed the world government to the brink, leaving them no other choice. All schools and businesses were shut down for the time being, while the military was gearing up to go scorched earth on every single monster they could find. Basically, everyone was under house arrest, and as Ilhan sipped his tea, he couldn't help but think that even the government was admitting that life as they knew it was officially over. He figured this was the perfect moment to have a serious talk with his folks. Ilhan told his mom and dad they needed to pack up and move to another world where they'd be safe. But his mom immediately wanted to talk him out of it. She was about to explain why that was a bad idea, but his dad actually jumped in first. "What's the point?" he asked. "I was stuck there for 10 years, and I couldn't even break into the second class." But our boy fired back. "The monsters aren't going to stop coming. We have to get stronger." He insisted that at the very least it would be way safer than Earth right now, and his father decided not to push it, simply saying, "I get it. If you really feel that way, I'll go. Just don't you dare slack off on managing the property or your training." His mom, on the other hand, was not on board at all. There was no way this woman was going to let her son just bounce like that. I see things a little differently than your father, she said. I'm happy you're trying, but you better not overdo it and get yourself killed. Ilhan tried to pivot away from the heavy topic by saying how amazing breakfast tasted, but his mother's next words made his blood run cold. It's you, isn't it? The masked hunter. Ilhan was absolutely floored, wondering how in the hell she could have possibly figured it out. How could a mother not recognize her own son? She asked him. I was so shocked when your face popped up on the TV screen. The moment I saw you, I just knew it was you, no matter the mask or the different clothes. The woman explained, basically saying, a mama penguin always knows where her own little baby penguin is. It was only then that our MC realized his mom had some kind of crazy perception skill, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. He told her everything about how the world had completely ignored him, and she replied, I don't know how you got this powerful, but honestly, I'm just really worried about you. Be careful, and always trust your instincts to make the right choice. I think you of all people know just how scary these monsters are, she started to say, but our hero didn't even get a chance to respond, before his mom added that humans are often much more terrifying than monsters. She told him he can't forget that there are plenty of evil people out there, and he needs to be wary of them too. Ilhan couldn't help but smile. He was genuinely glad they finally had this conversation. Glad to see you're eating well this morning, honey. I've got to run now, so please no crazy stunts while I'm gone, okay? The kid waved back, telling his mom to be safe, right as she vanished into a portal to another world. Our MC scanned the now empty kitchen, and his gaze landed on a mountain of dirty dishes piled up in the sink. He realized his mom Lita always took care of them. With a sigh, the kid snapped on some rubber gloves and got to work on the greasy plates himself. He thought to himself, my folks are off in another dimension grinding for EXP, and even though I can't follow them, I've got my own grind to focus on. But just then his train of thought was derailed by Urta's voice. Yo, I'm popping up to heaven real quick to grab your quest reward. Our boy asked the angel if she could snag some ice cream while she was up there. The celestial, completely baffled by his weird request, just zipped off. He watched her disappear from the window. Low-key, he was stoked to finally have the place to himself. Just last night, Ilhan had dropped some serious cash on a small workshop space. This was going to be his new forge. He didn't have any of the proper tools or gear yet, but that wasn't about to stop him from getting started. I mean, if he didn't process the monster hides and bones soon, they'd just rot. The MC wanted to get right into metalworking, but with his lack of materials, he was gonna have to get creative. He figured what he had on hand was at least good enough to start working on the bones. Ilhan thought to himself, man, processing leather and all this other stuff is gonna take forever. At this rate, I have no idea when I'll ever finish this gear set. But his thoughts were cut short by Urta's voice chiming in, you know you can just use magic, right? A grin spread across his face as he asked why she was back so fast, and more importantly, if she remembered the ice cream. But the second he saw the look on the angel's face, that smile vanished. Urta was now full-on human-sized, and she was stomping right towards him. The angel crossed her arms, looking seriously ticked off. Our boy yelled out, whoa, you can use gigantification magic too. The angel shot back, bruh, what do you take me for? I've been using miniaturization magic this whole time. Anyway, whatever. Just hold out your hand for the reward, Urta demanded. The guy, a little stunned, wiped his grimy hand on his sweater. As he shook the angel's hand, a random thought popped into his head. Urta's hand is cold, but super soft. In that exact moment, a system message popped up. The quest, Gift from Heaven number 001, was officially complete. As a reward, all of the hero's stats were boosted by 1 point. And since he totally aced the quest, he got a bonus reward. The name of this bonus, Eternal Flame. Our boy looked to the angel wanting to know what the heck that was, but Urta just gave him a sneaky little smirk and kept her mouth shut. She was totally enjoying the dramatic pause. A second later she pointed, and when our MC looked where she was pointing, his jaw dropped. When did that fire start in the fireplace? I sure as heck didn't light it, he yelled. The angel explained. That's the eternal flame. It's a living fire that can't be extinguished, and it's always getting stronger. It's basically a sacred treasure from heaven. The young man was hyped, a flame that never goes out. That's exactly what he needed for his smithing. Urta nodded. I know, right? Lita was super insistent about it. The angel flashed back to her friend, practically begging her to shower Ilhan with a ton of gifts. She remembered snapping back at her at the time. This is way too much. What do you think I am, your personal delivery service from heaven? Urta muttered. Lita worries about you way too much. The kid was just floored. He couldn't believe his mom had actually hooked him up with all this stuff. Meanwhile, a super salty Urta was low-key jealous of their whole dynamic. She even mumbled under her breath that couples should just go to hell. But our MC was completely oblivious too, busy checking out all the loot from heaven and already planning his next move. Lita really gets him on a whole other level. That news Loki stung Erda, but she decided it wasn't the right time to bring it up. But hey, I've got some good news for you, she said, changing the subject. Since you're stuck here and can't hop to another world, Heaven's giving you a new mission. The celestial being explained, trying to sound encouraging. Angel finally spilled the beans on his next big project. From this day forward, your job is to create dungeons right here on Earth. Our boy was just silent. He was absolutely floored by the proposal. His mind was just a tornado of questions with zero answers in sight. Create a dungeon? You mean me, but why? How is that even a thing? Ilhan finally managed to sputter out. I mean, a dungeon sounds kind of fun, but sorry, I don't think I'm your guy for this. But I do know how to whip up some killer ramen if you're hungry. Hearing this, the angel got even more ticked off. Erda held up a single finger and declared, "This isn't a suggestion, it's a direct order from heaven. You've been assigned a task, and that task is to help build these dungeons." The young man paused for a sec, trying to figure out the best way to tackle this insane request. The next thing you know, he just exploded. "This isn't for me, it's for you! Stop trying to play me!" he yelled. The celestial woman just shot back. "Look, if it's for Earth, then it's for you too. Heaven told me I'd only have to wait 10 years. But guess what? Those 10 years somehow turned into 1,000. They promised that when the great cataclysm kicked off, the monsters would be total weaklings. Yeah, that turned out to be a massive lie too. And then they had the nerve to say the monsters in the dungeons would help me level up, but they were completely useless. Was anything they said even remotely true? The hero was absolutely boiling with rage. He just couldn't see why he should ever trust a single word they said again. Seeing his meltdown, Erda figured she should probably explain a few things. When God hit the pause button on Earth's time, it messed with every living creature, animals, birds, fish, you name it. They actually started developing an immunity to that power. Because of that, the dungeons started acting all wonky, not at all like they were supposed to, but the hero still wasn't cooling down. He just shouted back in pure frustration, "And that's your big explanation for all this crap?" Erda was seriously starting to run out of that angelic patience. The guy just couldn't get why she was so dead set on this. For thousands of years, you've done nothing but grind your skills. Your blacksmithing ability in particular has hit a legit god-tier level. Besides us Celestials, you're the only person in existence who can actually build one of these dungeons. Ilhan couldn't even process that. He wanted absolutely nothing to do with this mess, but then something clicked in his head. Erda was laying the praise on super thick. Our hero realized this whole act was kinda sus. You're just saying all that so you can dump a mountain of... The guy shot back, calling her out on her scheme. The celestial being just shrugged. Hey, it's a win-win situation for everyone involved. We get our orders fulfilled, and you get showered with rewards every time you finish a task. The young man immediately wanted to know what would happen if he just said no. The angel's reply was grim. Well, the monsters won't go to the dungeons, which means humanity will be stuck living in a world straight out of a post-apocalyptic nightmare. To prove her point, Erda pulled out a bunch of blueprints and materials. She made it clear that Heaven was ready to provide him with any resource he needed, including stuff like Harkonum, Pecanum, and Elhadra. These are 3 materials only the higher beings use. They don't even exist on Earth yet. The hero was just speechless, staring at the absolute unit-sized gems. Bruh, he had never laid eyes on anything this insane before. Hidden inside the next gift box was a set of brand new top-tier tools. His whole vibe shifted in an instant. He was getting seriously hyped about this highest quality gear. Ilhan asked if he could actually use it, but the Celestial just said, "They're just on loan, fam. You gotta give them back when you're done." Our boy was low-key not a fan of that deal. He couldn't even begin to wrap his head around how you'd build a dungeon with equipment like this. He asked, wouldn't it just be easier to start tearing up the ground? But Erda immediately shot that down, holding up her hand to stop him. "The only thing you have to do," she explained, "is forge magical tools that'll act like a monster magnet. Doing that will warp the terrain nearby and literally create a dungeon." The Celestial laid out the plan. "Based on this blueprint, you need to perfect a seriously destructive trap," Erda finished. Ilhan knew this wasn't going to be some simple task. After a moment of silence, our hero finally spoke up. "Yeah, just looking at this, I can tell it's going to be a massive pain," he said, but then a huge grin spread across his face. He then told them they'd better start getting his reward ready because he was about to cook. Erda just looked at him and said, "Oh, Ilhan, I'm going to prepare a reward so incredible, it'll literally blow your mind." Our hero wasn't about to waste a single second and dove straight into the task. The very first magic stone Erda gave him went flying right into the heart of the forge. A voice in his head explained, "With a small piece of the eternal flame's power, you can infuse the magic stones." Without a second thought, the The guy snatched the next jewel with his special tongs and shoved it into the fire. In the very next moment, something absolutely unbelievable happened. The chemical reaction was flawless. Once the stones were glowing hot, our hero pulled them out. And then he started going to town with a sledgehammer. It was scorching hot by the fire, with sweat pouring down his face and arms. Erda could only watch our hero's movements with a completely dumbfounded expression. A crazy thought just popped into her mind. Did I mess up if Ilhan wasn't so dead set on being a spearman? I'd tell him to become a blacksmith, no cap. This kid is so skilled he's creating weapons that could probably challenge a god. A little while later, you could hear a massive sigh of relief from our guy. The first piece was completely finished, but he was still on edge. He wasn't 100% sure it was going to work out the way it was supposed to. Erda said, "Look, if it's a dud, we can just melt it down and try again. It'll just take forever is all." Our hero didn't even bother with a reply. He just focused even harder on his work. The young man looked like he was in the zone. His eyes were completely glued to his hands. The celestial being watched Ilhan's work totally captivated. A bit later, something finally clicked for the angel. She remembered Lita's stories about her and her boyfriend's time on Earth. It was only now that Erda finally got how her friend must have felt back then. For the last 1,000 years, Lita had been watching this exact kind of thing unfold. She wondered how Lita, a high-ranking angel, had gotten so interested in a regular human. The celestial just couldn't figure it out. The only thing Erda wanted to understand was what exactly had captured her friend's heart. But a loud clang suddenly snapped her out of her thoughts. Our hero slammed his tool down on the table, yawned, and said he was finally done. Erda couldn't believe her ears. The angel was shook, wondering how he could possibly finish such a difficult job so fast. In that exact same instant, our guy got a system notification. You have awakened a top-level blacksmithing skill. You have earned the title Legendary Creator. The efficiency of all productive activities has increased by 20%. Erda was absolutely floored. To her, it felt like almost no time had passed at all. She turned to our hero, her voice filled with pure shock. Already finished. Our boy just clapped back, clearly annoyed. Already, he shot back. Bruh, I've been grinding for 5 straight hours. The angel was shook, thinking, wait a sec, did I seriously zone out and watch him work for 5 hours? But for real, finishing a project like this in that amount of time is crazy fast. She wondered if he actually followed the blueprint perfectly. Ilhan didn't waste a second, just tossing his creation right into her hands, basically telling her to check it herself. The celestial beauty began spinning the small cube over and over. It was flawless, no cap. Her eyes snapped back to Ilhan, her brain still buffering. Erda couldn't believe a mere human could pull something like this off, even though she'd literally watched him do it. Blushing and looking away, the angel just mumbled that it, quote, meets certain standards. Her super dry response was still enough to make our boy smirk. After a moment of silence, Erda spoke up again. It's time to infuse it with manacraft. All right, I'll get the other angels to help out. Just hang tight. But our hero felt his heart sink a little. He was low-key hoping his mentor would call for Lita. But nope, she let him down again. A bit more time went by and Erda once again zipped off into the sky. When she returned, there was a magical glow above her head. Ilhan thought it looked like some janky fluorescent light he remembered from his childhood. Annoyed, the celestial corrected him, saying it was an angel's halo. It was a perfect ring glowing with a soft golden light. Turns out when Erda was back up in the sky, her coworkers straight up didn't believe her story was true. They were like, how could a human possibly create a destruction trap? And he finished way faster than anyone should have. This thing doesn't smell heavenly at all, they noted. It was definitely made by someone from Earth. Meanwhile, our hero was just thinking, damn, all these angels are gorgeous. I couldn't really tell when Erda was tiny, he thought to himself. But now that she's human-sized, I can see she's an absolute bombshell. The angel clapped her hands, snapping him out of his trance. She motioned for Ilhan to get a move on. They were completely out of time and had to get the manacraft ritual started immediately. Ilhan, you just need to focus all your willpower on wanting to complete the destruction trap. The other angels who had come down with Erda were going to handle all the heavy lifting. All 3 of them reached out and touched our hero. That's when the real magic began. A powerful golden energy exploded from the point of contact. Suddenly, our hero screamed out. He felt a force trying to flatten him, an absolutely incredible pressure. It was like pure mana was squeezing him from every single direction. Only now did the kid finally get a taste of what the power of these higher beings really felt like. One of the angels just smirked and asked, "Can't handle it." But Ilhan was determined to power through. He forced himself to focus on the trap he'd built on its one true purpose, to attract monsters. He pictured it calling out to them, luring them in so they could never leave. It was the ultimate siren song, especially for creatures that had suffered through thousands of years of loneliness. Suddenly, the young man's eyes shot open. An idea hit him like a lightning bolt. They had to find a way to soothe the loneliness of these poor creatures. The pressure from the angels didn't let up for a second, but somehow it was way easier for him to handle now. One of the angels thought, he's ridiculously strong for a lower being. Normally humans just pass out when they meet one of us. This guy's just built different. His self-awareness is on another level. All of a sudden, another one of the Celestials yelled out, "If I'm not mistaken, we're about to get overpowered. I will not let my pride be wounded." The newcomer angel then added, "This is actually incredible. How could such a fascinating person be born on that dusty rock?" You could see the trap begin to shine with a brilliant light from within as our hero received a system notification. You have completed the Earth Compact Destruction Trap. Mana crafting has been upgraded to level 7. And to top it off, the quality of the finished product was on a whole other level. Ilhan just stared up at the ceiling. He could hardly believe he'd actually pulled it off. The angel with the long blonde hair was literally gritting his teeth in frustration. He just couldn't accept that this guy had actually succeeded on his very first try. The green-haired Celestial couldn't hide her surprise. I was so sure he'd need at least 10 tries to get it right. But this dude even managed to roll both alpha and beta options on it, Erda explained to the young blacksmith. They were referring to the bonus options that can get attached when you use mana in crafting. In this case, the special properties were earthy and compact. Getting these is totally random. A mix of sheer luck, the materials you use, and the skill of the person making it. I mean, it's basically unheard of to get both alpha and beta stats on your very first creation. One of the other angels came over, clapping our hero on the shoulder and telling him he was one impressive dude. Then the Celestial announced it was time to finally set up the dungeon. Erda turned to Ilhan and invited him to come with them. She figured he might be interested in watching how it all worked, an offer our boy was more than happy to accept. As their group made their way through the city streets, the angels took in the sight of countless wrecked buildings. The Celestials flew through the air, their wings making travel easy. And of course they gave our hero a lift so he wouldn't be left behind. Ilhan commented that the whole scene looked like something straight out of the apocalypse, like the literal end of the world. One of the angels then asked Erda, "Hey, shouldn't we probably make this guy invisible or something?" But the Celestial just shook her head, saying it was fine. As long as he didn't try to attack anything, he'd be completely invisible to the monsters. And just as she said, the higher beings watched, as the monsters roaming the city's ruins paid absolutely no attention to the young man. One of the angels laughed, saying, "Of course it's you, Ilhan, the guy even God himself overlooks." Our hero was low-key getting annoyed. "Do they think I'm some kind of exhibit at the zoo?" he thought to himself. "We'll see how much you feel like talking after this is all over." Eventually, the mountains that loomed over the city came into view. The Celestials had reached the spot where they intended to plant the dungeon. It was just a big abandoned stretch of empty land. Erda, who'd been carrying the trap the entire time, simply tossed the device Ilhan had just made into the air. It just hung there for a moment, glowing brightly before it completely vanished from sight. Ilhan had no idea where it went, but one of the Celestials looked satisfied, remarking that everything was going off without a hitch. Our hero, however, looked completely baffled, maybe even a little scared. At that exact moment, somewhere else in the city, a squad of soldiers armed to the teeth were also looking pretty confused. They saw that the giant rat they were fighting had all of a sudden started acting strangely. It stopped its rampage as if its attention had been completely captured by something else. And huge ants that another team was fighting suddenly started moving in the very same direction the rat was looking. The soldiers instinctively looked up at the sky. They watched as it was completely blotted out by the wings of enormous birds. All of these mutated creatures that had been wrecking the streets just moments before were now just obediently marching right into the trap Ilhan created. The angel had to admit, I hate to say it, but Ilhan has some serious talent for this trap-making business. Erda then added that all the other dungeons had just activated as well. Our boy asked, totally lost. Other dungeons? But I thought you said they were useless. The Celestial explained, it felt like a total waste to just scrap them. So for all those other more dangerous traps, they used their magic to change the dungeon's energy to match the energy of Earth. And just like that, our boy finally gets why Harkonnen is so ridiculously rare. Turns out recycling is the first step to saving the planet, or at least that's what the angel who dropped down to Earth was saying. She looked at our duo with a smirk, saying, you two are practically attached to the hip. She was obviously talking to Erdion and Ilhan, but they were both like, nah, not even close. Suddenly our hero's focus snapped, to the absolute chaos breaking out among the monsters. Even though these creatures have been chilling on Earth for a solid millennium, they're just walking right into the death trap exactly like God and the angels planned. It's kinda sad, low-key. Divine power is no joke, it's absolute. God can literally yeet all of humanity to another dimension in the blink of an eye. So, these monsters don't stand a chance against that kind of power. Heck, humanity is basically just a puppet dancing on the big guy's strings, too. The fact that Ilhan got left behind for 1,000 years, apparently it was all just a whoops, my bad moment from the heavens. This whole train of thought was seriously bumming our guy out when he suddenly felt a hand on his back. He whipped his head around, half convinced he was hallucinating, or that his eyes were finally giving out. Ilhan realized that if Lita hadn't been there, he would have completely lost it. 1,000 years of being alone is enough to break anyone. But she's gone now. That means Ilhan's got to level up, get so strong that nobody can ever pull his strings again. He made a vow to himself right then. He was gonna get swole for his own damn freedom. A bit later, he's back at his place, munching on a sandwich and catching up on the news. The reports are saying that the monster stampede in Seoul last night was triggered by a bunch of dungeons activating. Dungeons that were scattered all over the city. Our boy is just listening while washing the dishes, taking it all in. Apparently, these dungeons didn't just pop up in Seoul. They're all over Korea, Japan, and even parts of China. The reporter Odegi was on screen. Can you give us more details on this situation? Ilhan started wondering when his mom and dad would finally come back, and he couldn't help but feel a little down. He had no idea what they were going through, but they were pros at navigating society, right? So they're probably holding their own in another world. Just then Erta chimed in. The dungeon seems to be working perfectly. No cap, you did great work, Ilhan. But our hero had questions. Hold up. I thought you said I still had 27 more of these to build. So, why did all the angels just dip? I could get started on the next one right now, he said. But the celestial being explained, creating a death trap takes a massive amount of mana. The angels need a few days to recharge their batteries. Ilhan shot back that they weren't the only angels in the playbook, his mind immediately jumping to Lita. He was dying to see her one last time, but Erta just smiled. It's not like we angels have all the free time in the world, you know? Lita's actually pulling extra shifts just for you, and it's really wearing her out. That meant she wouldn't be able to drop by Earth for a while, and our boy was low-key bummed, realizing Lita really wasn't coming. To get his mind off it, Ilhan decided to switch gears and suggested they hit the workshop. It was time to get to work on the base. As they were heading out, Erta felt a little let down, thinking, bruh, this guy is all about the grind, huh? Our EMC suddenly asked, yo, I've been thinking, how come you were massive when we were making the dungeon? But now you're small again. The beauty explained that as an angel, she's got other duties to handle. This size is way better for being your helper anyway. And just like that, they'd arrived at the workshop. The plan was to craft some more traps for the next day, while Erta started checking out all the loot Ilhan had scored. She was eyeing all the gear he'd gotten from his past monster-slaying sprees. She turned to him. Since you absolutely crushed it yesterday, I've got a little reward for you. Trust me, after this, you won't have time to be making any more traps. The guy just scratched his head and asked, what are you going to give me, more Harcanium or something? But the angel just told him not to get his hopes up. Suddenly, the bear pelt on the table started to glow, and Erda explained what was going down. She was using her power to instantly dry and sterilize the monster hide he'd brought back from his hunt. It'll be done in 1 second. Our hero was seriously impressed with the outcome. The job was absolutely flawless. Angelic magic, no cap is just built different. The celestial being asked with a smirk, so you got a plan for that, right? Ilhan was hyped, explaining he could make some sick gloves and boots out of it. He didn't waste a single second and got right down to business. The fire in the forge was roaring to life. He spread the leather out on his workbench, already cutting out the pieces for his new gear. First on the list were the Direwolf's leather gauntlets, a rare grade item with 600 defense and 700 attack power. Next up, he crafted the Direwolf boots. Also, a rare grade piece, this one, with 550 defense and 750 attack power. Our hero was pretty damn pleased with his handiwork. They even had a special ventilation option. I mean, you can't have your boots overheating and messing up your footwork in a fight. Erda asked the guy, where in the world did you find the time to learn reinforcement techniques? Ilhan just shot back. Like I said, you gotta be a jack of all trades to handle the tough jobs. Our hero then decided that he'd forge a full suit of armor from the bearskin. Erda paused for a second, watching him work. A sly little grin appeared on her face as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows over our hard-working hero. Evening was creeping in. The angel let out a big yawn and said, man, it's been a long day. She told him he should probably get some rest, but the guy didn't even look up. He was completely locked in. A little while later, Ilhan finally said, just a little more, I'm almost done. I'm not even tired, to which Erda replied, yeah, I guess with your superhuman stamina, an all-nighter is nothing. But she barely finished her sentence when our hero announced that it was complete. The tough bear leather armor was a unique grade piece. It had a whopping 2100 defense points and 850 strength. This ain't just any leather. We're talking boiled hide crafted by a master who's absolutely at the top of their game. It's made from the skin of a massive rank 2 brown bear, making it the best in its class, no cap. This stuff is so tough, it can even tank a bite from a high-ranking monster. Erda was completely blown away by the piece of gear. Our boy explained that he just needed to add the finishing touches as his hand reached for the leftover claws and bones. With this, he was planning to juice up the armor even more. The dude thrusts his arms forward and like magic, all the residual power from the bear's remains flows right into the armor. And just like that, our hero managed to boost the stats of his armor. The same armor he just finished making from the hide of that giant brown bear. Ilhan then gets a notification that his mana crafting skill just leveled up to 8. Our young protagonist then tells the angel that this armor has some hidden functions. Erda shoots back, "I get it, the name kinda gives away what it's made of." Then the celestial being reaches out and hidden spikes suddenly pop out from her own armor. "It's for a counterattack," the hero explains with a grin. He says it works kinda like a hedgehog that's built so different it could make a tiger run for the hills. Erda then remembers the armband he made last time. That thing had a freaking concealed mantis blade. She couldn't help but wonder why this guy was so obsessed with hiding sharp spikes in his armor, but our hero just stayed quiet. A moment later he speaks, but his words are super cryptic. "So that's what you're interested in, huh?" The angel's mind went blank for a second. It was such a random question, but the vibe in the room suddenly became bone-chilling. So she pressed him, "Is there some special reason for it?" Erda needed to know if like a hedgehog traumatized his parents or something. Or maybe it was all just some kind of man's dream to be spiky. Ilhan just snaps back, clearly irritated. "You know my parents are perfectly fine." And their super deep conversation just kept rolling. "Oh wow, what a profound meaning," the angel shouted, her patience gone. "What kind of nonsense is that? I was listening to you with a completely straight face." "Anyway," she continued, "it looks like this one has alpha and beta options. At this rate, everyone's going to assume that anything you whip up with mana crafting is guaranteed to have special options." The celestial being added her tone, finally chilling out a bit. Our hero replied, "There are still some bones left. I'm going to make a knife out of them for processing." He mentions that trying to butcher monster carcasses with a spear is a huge pain. Without wasting a single second, the young man got right down to it. And just like that, another work of art from Master Ilhan was complete, a knife carved from bear bone. This bad boy was a rare class weapon, packing 500 points of attack power, and it had a durability of 450. Next on the list, he crafted a mask in the shape of a dire wolf's skull. Its armor rating clocked in at 600 points, with a durability of 660. This mask was made directly from the bone of a wolf. That monster must have been overflowing with mana when it was alive. Erda asked, completely surprised. "You made another mask?" The young man just replied, "Yeah, I had a couple of extra materials left over." Ilhan suited up in all his new equipment, thinking he looked low-key cracked. The hero walked over to a mirror to check out his new fit. He then turned to the celestial woman and said, "I look pretty good with my face hidden, right?" But Erda just screamed, "What did you do to your mask? Your presence has gotten even weaker. This is unbelievable." The young man, however, claimed he didn't do anything to it, and if the angel herself couldn't even tell that was on her. Out of nowhere, a bizarre noise cuts through the silence. "Yo, what's that sound? Is something popping off outside?" Ilhan asks his angel companion Erta, who immediately chimes in. She's like, "Sounds like someone's throwing down with a monster." Hearing this, our boy Ilhan whips off his mask. And bruh, he looks completely shook. The fight's going down in the Chono district, where a massive Class 2 monster just spawned. An alert blasts out telling everyone in the area to evacuate to another world, like right now. Even Erta seems kinda surprised by this. A monster that's not even in a dungeon. Ilhan can't believe it. "Oh man, please tell me it's weaker than that giant brown bear." The angel gives him a look, asking, "Wait, you're not getting scared now, are you? That's not like you at all." But our MC's not worried about the fight. He's like, "Nah, it's not that. If this thing is stronger than the bear, I'm gonna have to skin it and craft a whole new set of armor." And honestly, the grind of processing a monster corpse is way scarier than the actual battle. Ilhan explains this while pulling out his trusty old spear. He gives it a once-over, telling the angel that his weapon is in desperate need of a tune-up. He can't just rush into battle with it like this. The deadly steel spear is a unique grade weapon with a base attack power of just 11 points, and its durability is sitting at 715. The real kicker, though, is its special option, a 20% boost to his critical hit chance. It's seriously a miracle that he managed to craft something this good without a single drop of mana. After a quick fix, Ilhan is looking pretty pleased with himself. Just like that, its attack power skyrockets by 300 points. Our boy wanted to keep upgrading his gear, but Urta shuts that down immediately. It's go time, no more stalling. Ilhan just lets out a heavy sigh. Sometimes that angel is a total pain in the neck. Stepping outside, they're hit with the scale of the destruction. The city is getting absolutely wrecked. Civilians are scrambling for their lives, running in the opposite direction of the chaos. But Ilhan, he's the only one sprinting straight towards the danger. Urta, glued to his side, points him exactly where he needs to go. And then he finally lays eyes on the beast that's terrorizing the city. It's a massive leopard with glowing red eyes, and it's roaring like crazy, swiping at a military helicopter overhead. You can hear the soldiers shouting in panic that even an anti-tank missile didn't scratch it. The commander on the ground starts barking orders. All personnel with a second class, get in there and start stabbing. If we don't stop this thing, the Blue House, the president's official residence, is gonna be next. As Ilhan watches the military's futile attempts, he asks Urta, so besides the soldiers, benesirs, or season, it's only the second-class users who are supposed to fight. A nearby user overhears and scoffs. Dude, in the other world we can grind EXP safely. But fighting a monster this strong back on Earth, no way, that's suicide. Just then the giant leopard's paw slams down. It completely flattens a dozen people in a single brutal strike. Looks like even second-class users can't handle a Class 2 monster. Ilhan thinks to himself, can't say they're wrong, but my situation is a little different. Sure, everyone else can just escape to another world, but Earth is my home. If it gets destroyed, then everything else becomes meaningless. Our hero never planned on being a martyr and risking his life for strangers. Still, he figures he can't just stand by and do nothing. If putting in a little extra effort saves people, then I'll do it. With that thought, Ilhan vanishes, moving so fast that a normal person couldn't even track him. Meanwhile, the giant leopard is still on a rampage, smashing everything in sight. That's when Urta reports in. This thing is definitely way stronger than that giant brown bear. Right on cue, the military fires a tank shell straight at the monster. It's a direct hit, right on the money. A soldier yells out, "Yeah, we got him. A shot to the face like that has got to do some serious damage." But his celebration is cut short as the smoke and dust begin to clear. But the men on the ground were in for a nasty surprise. The monster's head didn't even have a scratch on it. That whole military barrage basically just hit the beast's rage button. The monster slowly turned its massive head, locking its eyes right onto the tank. A second later, a paw the size of a small house came crashing down, pinning the tank like a bug. The leopard lifted the tank like it was nothing and opened its massive jaw full of dagger-like teeth, freezing for a moment to inspect its new toy. The entire tank looked tiny in its paw. Just then, Ilhan launched himself off the ground, rocketing through the air straight for the leopard. No cap, I've never been more grateful for my stealth skill. The thought flashed through his mind as he got terrifyingly close to the leopard's giant eye. He was almost there, and Ilhan's spear was about to give that eyeball a brand new piercing. The creature let out a blood-curdling scream of pain. Blood erupted from the stabbed eye, forcing the leopard to drop the tank as the system confirmed a critical hit for our hero. Down on the ground, everyone instantly knew who their savior was. A wave of whispers started spreading through the crowd. It's Sunbolt, he isn't dead, we're saved. But the tank the leopard had just dropped was now plummeting toward the earth. Ilhan froze midair, trying to figure out his next move, while the wounded leopard continued to roar in fury. Our hero decided it was time to dip, kicking off the air to gain some altitude. The captain was screaming at his men to light the monster up, ordering them to unload everything they had. Meanwhile, Ilhan was trying to save the soldiers who were trapped in that metal coffin hurtling toward the ground. The hero aimed his eye-beams directly at the falling machine. He sliced the tank clean in half like a soda can, leaving the soldiers inside staring at him with pure terror in their eyes. The guy told them, "If you don't want to die, hold my hand tight." One of the soldiers immediately grabbed onto Ilhan's arm. Our hero grabbed both soldiers and kicked off the falling wreckage, landing on the ground without a scratch. And the soldiers were totally fine too. The people thanked Sunbolt with everything they had for the insane rescue. But Ilhan was thinking, I didn't do this to be called a hero. I only saved them because I could. Suddenly his ears picked up a disturbing sound, and he yelled at the soldiers to get out of there. The danger was closing in fast. The giant predatory leopard was now towering over them like a skyscraper. Drool dripped from its mouth as its one good eye was laser-focused on its victims. The hero said, turning to Urta, "This monster is a lot smarter than a bear. It knows who the real threat is." The angel warned Ilhan to be extremely careful, adding, "The leopard has spotted you." Your stealth ability just wore off, but our hero just shot the angel a confident smile. "Don't sweat it. This is an enemy I can take down head on. As if on cue, the creature began charging right for them. But Ilhan wasn't the only one in danger. Every single person there was in the line of fire. The military commander screamed, "This is our chance, attack!" A hailstorm of bullets immediately rained down on the leopard. With the monster completely focused on Sunbolt now was the perfect opportunity to strike. "Everyone use your magic. Try to hit the leopard's other eye," one of the other heroes shouted. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, zapping the monster directly in its good eye. It roared wildly in absolute agony. People looked up and saw a helicopter hovering in the sky. Inside sat a girl with arcs of electricity crackling around her body as the crowd started buzzing. Did that girl really just summon lightning? Bruh, it's the Empress. The Empress is here. And let me tell you, the girl was absolutely gorgeous. Her look stunned all the men who saw her, while the leopard continued to roar and the military kept up its attack. The monster shook off the daze in a hot second and launched itself right at Ilhan. But our boy didn't even flinch. He was totally baiting this attack, waiting for that leopard's paw to come swinging. A blur of razor-sharp claws was closing in on Ilhan at terrifying speed. The kid managed to jump back just in time, narrowly dodging the hit. Good thing too, because the predator's eye was still messed up from his last attack. All thanks to our hero's precision strike. Ilhan decided to double down, aiming for that same weak spot to take the monster's vision out of the equation for good. The whole crowd was glued to the action, not daring to look away from Songbolt for even a second. The Empress could hear the panic in the crowd, people whispering, "Bruh, what are we gonna do if Songbolt actually dies?" Supergirl's gaze was locked onto the leopard, her eyes narrowed with focus. She was trying her best to spot Ilhan's outline amidst the chaos. Suddenly, someone in the crowd screamed, pointing down at the ground right under the leopard's paws. A massive pool of blood was spreading across the asphalt, and it was getting bigger by the second. At first you might have thought a giant metal hedgehog was growing out of the monster's skull. But nope, that was our boy Ilhan who had activated his armor's special ability. He smirked at Lita saying, "See? Looks like all that cash was worth it, wouldn't you say?" The angel just stayed quiet for a beat before giving a super cryptic reply. "There's something I need to tell you." She started, then just deadpanned, "You look absolutely hideous, like unbelievably bad." Ilhan shot back, "In this situation, who cares about looks? All that matters is that this suit gets the job done." "So, you'd be cool with Lita seeing you looking like that?" Lita teased him, and Ilhan immediately freaked out, shouting, "No way, absolutely not." Just then the leopard let out a deafening roar and reared up on its hind legs. The thing was thrashing around like crazy. Lita, who was just chilling on Ilhan's head, started getting motion sick as the monster charged forward. Ilhan yelled out, "Man, I really should have taken up rock climbing." The leopard was no dummy. To shake Ilhan off, it decided to just smash its own head straight into a nearby building. The spikes on Ilhan's armor vanished in a flash, letting him leap away just in time. But he wasn't done yet, not by a long shot. Our guy flipped through the air like a pro and went right back on the offensive against the monster. This time, nasty spikes shot out from the soles of his boots. And the whole time, he never once let go of that super spear. It was time for the finisher, and Ilhan didn't hesitate. Ding, his critical strike skill just leveled up to 2. The military, who had been watching this whole thing go down, saw their chance when the leopard slowed down and just unleashed hell on it. The crowd was going wild, screaming at the soldiers, "Keep shooting faster! Light 'em up!" The thing is, against a Class 2 monster, attacks from a bunch of Class 1s are basically useless. But still, the leopard's paw was bleeding from all the little cuts they had managed to land. "Sometimes even an army of ants can take down an elephant," Ilhan commented to Lita. "It just goes to show you how important strategy is." But the angel urged him to wrap it up quickly. "Why the rush?" he asked. "I'm pretty sure they can handle the rest." But the angel was seeing something Ilhan couldn't. Lita explained, "This leopard is about to evolve into a Class 3. And just like that, these nasty red tentacles started sprouting from the wound on the monster's head." Ilhan couldn't help but yell out, completely grossed out. "What the hell is that monstrosity?" Lita explained. "The monster's upper body, it's starting to mutate. This evolution is happening way too fast." Ilhan yelled, "I am not equipped for this. Get me an elven archer or a knight princess stat." The angel shot back, completely irritated. "Are you serious right now? This is no time for jokes. I hope you get that if you die here, there's nothing I can do to save you." Ilhan just retorted, "Well, I figured a few jokes might keep me from, dying." But deep down, the kid was thinking to himself, "It's not a full-blown third-class monster just yet. This means I've got a small window to actually take it down." But before our boy can even finish that thought, bam! A massive bolt of lightning zaps the monster out of nowhere. The electrical blast actually vaporizes a few of its tentacles. Ilhan glances up and spots a helicopter with the Empress inside. and she's yelling that she can't kill it herself. The level gap is just way too big. Meanwhile, Ilhan's freaking out thinking, bro, what the hell, it just keeps regenerating. I've got to deal enough damage to make sure that thing's healing factor just gives up. That's when the Empress yells down to Ilhan, I can juice you up with my magic, but fair warning, it's going to completely drain my mana pool. Are you absolutely positive you can kill this leopard? She asks. But Ilhan has zero chill and just yells back impatiently. Just power me up already. The girl fires back, all right then, I'm putting all my chips on you. The very next moment, the Empress straight up leaps off the helicopter's wing. As she plummets to the ground, Ilhan is just frozen, totally blown away by her insane courage. When the beauty lands right in front of him, our hero lets out a little shriek before going silent. The Empress tells him, I need to make physical contact. This is going to consume all of my mana, she warns, and after this I can't help you anymore. After a tense pause, the girl adds, my life will be in your hands. Our hero is completely bewildered. What does she mean? Her life is in my hands. You really shouldn't be so naive. The Empress thrusts her hand forward and says, time to begin. In that exact instant, our hero gets a notification from the system. The Spirit of Thunder has taken over your body. Attack power movement, speed and critical hit chance are all jacked up by 50% for 30 seconds. Your thunder attacks are now empowered. After the enhancement ends, the effectiveness of all your abilities will get nerfed by half for 3 minutes. The next system message is from Erda, who says, that's pretty remarkable for a human. The fact that you were able to handle that much mana is insane. Getting a power-up and attacking at the same time while you're only a first class? Yeah, that's wild. No cap. Ilhan decides he has to move now. There's no time to waste. With a huge war cry, our hero charges the leopard and rams his spear right into it. The Empress screams, if we don't kill it, the military is going to launch missiles. And if it gets to that point, we won't be able to contain the collateral damage to the city and all the people in it. A thought flashes through our hero's mind. I can't let that happen. My workshop is literally right around the corner. It was go time for his critical strike skill, now supercharged with the Empress's magic. Ilhan repeats the attack, and blood just explodes in every direction. In that same second, the system announces that our hero just bagged 784,983 experience points and hit level 28. His strength, agility, health, and mana all got a 5% boost. But the last message, that one hit different. You have received the record of a level 87 giant leopard. Erda praises the young man. Nice one, Ilhan. It's a good thing you managed to finish that monster off before it hit its third transformation. The Empress, however, looks totally shocked. Is that leopard really dead? Our hero replies, yeah, for sure. Didn't you get the experience points? The girl just looks completely baffled. Wait, we weren't even on the same team. The thought just popped into our hero's head. A team. Is that really a thing here? I've always been a solo player, so how was I supposed to know? Don't blame me for not being up on the party system. Erta, the angel who could literally read his mind, just sighed. Yeah, loner types, like you never party up, do they? Whatever, forget about it. You don't need them anyway. A system message popped up. Reinforcement time has expired. For the next 3 minutes, all abilities will be nerfed by 50%. Just then, the massive leopard began to collapse, nearly dragging our hero down with it. It was a super close call. Another second, and the monster's corpse would have completely flattened the kid. Ilhan gave a silent thanks to Erta for the heads up. No cap, if she hadn't warned him, he'd be a human pancake right now. The celestial being just crossed her arms, looking totally unimpressed. You barely scraped by with a win. Honestly, it would have been a huge letdown if you died by getting squashed by its dead body. The crowd went absolutely wild, their shocked shouts echoing, he did it. He actually did it. The sudden cheers made our boy freeze up on the spot. He was completely stunned by the roar of his new fan club. Someone in the crowd yelled, the Empress's support was insane, and soon Empress became the new champion. Erta turned to Ilhan and said, they're cheering for you, you know. Try to look happy about it. The angel noticed he was still in a daze and asked, what's wrong? The enemy's toast. You won. But our hero looked so bummed out he didn't even have the energy to reply. A moment later, finally getting a grip, he cried out, I just realized the leopard's hide is completely shredded. There's no way I can craft any decent leather armor from this mess. Erda was shook that this of all things was what he was worried about. Meanwhile, the military dudes were already talking business. The leopard's dead, but that last attack basically halved its value. So how are we supposed to split the loot? One of the soldiers chimed in, first we've got to butcher this thing. Let me give it a shot. But just as the guy in uniform was about to sink his dagger into the monster's hide, a voice from behind told him to hold up. Of course it was Ilhan. Processing monster corpses is kind of my specialty, he said, then turned to the Empress to apologize. He asked the heroine what she thought was the fairest way to divvy up the monster's body. All the while, from the crowd of men, you could hear guys whispering, "Whoa, she's gorgeous." I had no idea the Empress was that pretty. After thinking it over for a second, the girl spoke up. She looked right at Ilhan and said, "You get 60%. I'll take 20%, and the others can split the last 20. Our hero glanced back at the soldiers, silently asking if they were cool with that. Then the guy just looked up at the sky and started humming. 60%, he muttered to himself. The next instant, he pushed off the ground and slid right onto the leopard's body like a pro. Our boy wasn't about to waste any time, and immediately plunged his hand deep into the wound on the monster's head. A second later, he pulled out a glowing pink magic stone. "Knew it," Ilhan said. "There had to be one in here." Erta added, "You should expect top-tier quality from that stone." That leopard was on the verge of evolving into a third-class monster. "It's a magic stone, a second-class one at that," the Empress confirmed. "That could easily count as your 60%. The hero clenched the stone in his fist. "Then this is my cut," he declared. "You all can figure out how to split the rest." A guy in a military uniform immediately exploded. "Hold on, that's a magic stone. It has to be counted separately from the corpse." And just like that, the other soldiers started backing him up. "Yeah, we put our lives on the line in that struggle too. We got hurt, fighting. We are not okay with this split," Erta just sighed. It was bound to happen. These lower beings are just completely hopeless. I was a damn fool for thinking everyone was as chill as you. The hero told the Celestial, giving her props for the compliment. The woman just let out a heavy sigh. "Well, at least you caught on that it was a compliment," Ilhan shot back, turning to the mob. "All right then. If everyone's so against me, this is how we're gonna play it." The angel had no clue what he was plotting, but a guy in a military uniform spoke up. "Now that's a solid decision. Man, aren't we lucky to have such a well-mannered guy who actually listens to what other people think," he said, laying the sarcasm on thick. A younger dude standing nearby couldn't help but add his 2 cents. "We should have done this from the get-go," Erta complained, then asked our hero, "So, what are you gonna do? You're not actually gonna just hand them the magic stone, are you?" "Just like that," Ilhan replied with a smirk. He knew trying to reason with a greedy mob was like talking to a brick wall. And right then, some choice words from his mom popped into his head. He could still hear her voice. "Son, remember this trying to build bridges with words when everyone just wants to screw you over? And is a total waste of time. So, why bother talking when you can let your fists do the negotiating?" His mom had added that with a savage grin. Back then, as a kid, he thought his mom was the coolest person alive. No cap. Turning back to the angel, he declared, "Like any good son, I'm gonna take my mom's advice to heart." So yeah, Ilhan announced he was gonna give away the magic stone. But he decided to do it his way, yeeting the magic artifact right back into the leopard's dead body. Our boy then turned to the crowd and laid it all out. "Go ahead, divide up the spoils however you want. And like you all demanded, I'll get my share," he said, jumping down to the ground. Then he dropped the bomb. "But if I don't get my 60%, he paused for dramatic effect. "Not a single one of you is walking out of here in one piece." Backing up his threat, the absolute unit slammed his spear into the ground with insane force. The shockwave alone was enough to scare the crap out of them, and terrified whispers erupted through the crowd. It finally started to sink in for these people that they had royally messed up, even if they all ganged up on him at once. They stood zero chance against this monster. After a quick panicked huddle, one of the guys finally spoke to Ilhan. "Bruh, just take the magic stone." The military dude chimed in, "Yeah, do whatever you want, man." They couldn't see our hero's face, but he was low-key enjoying their sudden change in attitude. With that settled, Ilhan hopped back onto the leopard's corpse to finally dig out his prize. But just as he was about to start, he heard the Empress's voice from behind him. "Let me handle processing my share of the materials, and I'll give you 40% of it back. I'll make sure you get way more of the good hide than the useless bones." Ilhan wasn't about to argue with a sweet deal like that, and agreed on the spot. Some time passed, and soon the massive leopard skin was all neatly folded into perfect stacks. Ilhan figured they'd need a freaking truck to haul all this stuff. Just then he saw the Empress making a phone call. She was calling someone. He guessed she had to be calling for a ride. This woman was either from a super rich family or owned a crazy successful business. I mean, when you stop and think about it, the Empress literally rolled up in a helicopter, and that's not exactly a cheap Uber ride. The soldier started pleading with Sunbolt, asking if he could process their loot as well. This whole situation was really starting to get on Ilhan's nerves, but his mask hid just how annoyed he was. He glanced at the crowd and saw nothing but desperate, hopeful eyes staring back at him. And it hit him that these guys were definitely not built to handle a task this tough. "Sunbolt, please, you gotta save us. We need your help," the people begged, sounding absolutely pathetic. "We can't skin these things on our own. If we even try, we'll just completely butcher it. One of the men cried out, and the military dude chimed in. I'm with them. I want to get my trophy and get to the next world as fast as possible. Urta was fuming, saying, what a bunch of inferior creatures. A minute ago they were trying to jack your magic stone, and now they're begging you to process their drops for them. Humans, I swear they have absolutely zero shame, Lita muttered to herself. I'm so over this job. I think I'm gonna quit and just move out to the country. Our hero overheard everything and shot back at her. Yeah, good luck getting Urta to take over for you. His comment snapped Lita out of her funk, and she decided to stick around a little longer. Ilhan then announced to the crowd, all right, for processing, I'm taking a 50% cut. The people were not happy about that at all. What? You took 40% from the Empress, but you're charging us 50? That's totally unfair. 50% just for a processing fee. That's insane. But our MC wasn't about to haggle with them. He just hit him with a cold, take it or leave it. So with tears in their eyes, the guys caved. They then stood there watching Ilhan work like a hawk, throwing in their 2 cents every few seconds. Hey, make sure you divide that evenly. Yo, why is your share bigger than mine? Look at the size difference. And who said you could talk to me so casually? How old are you, kid? Show some respect for your elders. The men just kept on whining and complaining. Ilhan was so over it, thinking, it's time to dip. He'd already started walking away when someone called out for him to wait. Sunbolt stopped curious. It was the Empress. The girl told him, your stealth skill is absolutely insane. If I hadn't been lasered in on you, I would have never seen you vanish. Our boy got a little irritated, thinking to himself, it's not like I picked this skill, you know. The Empress, whose name is Belle, then made an offer. I'd love to team up with you if you're open to it. I think we'd make the perfect team. But you, Ilhan, shot her down with a confident, I don't think so. The girl just smiled back. I get it. I'm actually planning to stay on Earth too. I'm not so weak that I have to bounce back to another world for missions. So, since you're staying, we'll probably be seeing a lot more of each other, the beauty added. She handed him her business card and told him to hit her up, then turned and walked away. Ilhan was left holding this little piece of paper. Her name is actually Kang Miran, the hero thought, completely bewildered. So that's the Empress's real name? I gotta admit, I like that she's not being pushy, but no way am I calling her. Yeah, I am definitely not calling her, Sunbolt confirmed to Urta. Let's bounce. We've got a ton of work to do. That leopard skin wasn't going to craft itself, so the hero's night was already booked. The second they got to the workshop, the young man immediately got to work making traps. Urta mentioned, that monster was on the verge of evolving to a class 3, you know? What is up with Earth? Ilhan just told her to take it up with God. But the Celestial absolutely lost it, screaming, how am I supposed to figure this out by myself? Our boy with zero chill just repeated what he said. I said ask God. You went silent then, so why are you blowing up my spot now? When he asked why Urta shot back, I have a reputation to uphold as a superior being, you know? How can I possibly throw a fit in front of a bunch of mortals? Ilhan was like, ah, gotcha. So freaking out in front of me is totally fine then. The angel then demanded, why are you so chill about this? This is your world's problem. Don't you get how messed up it is for a tier 3 monster to spawn in a world where everyone's still rocking tier 1 skills? The power balance is completely tilted in the monster's favor right now. At least for now. Humans are grinding out levels on other worlds doing the basic quests God gave them. But monsters evolve way faster, the angel revealed. How are we supposed to rebalance the game? Urta desperately asked Ilhan. I'm not calm, our hero replied. But worrying doesn't get me anywhere, so I'm just focusing on what I can actually do. Then he asked the angel what the situation was like in other countries. The Celestial confirmed Korea is the only place where monsters are even close to hitting their 3rd-class advancement. Ilhan mused, in that case my destructive trap might be the problem. Urta's face went pale as she processed what he just said. The horrifying idea that his trap might have actually buffed the monsters hit her like a truck. No way, that's impossible, she thought. But maybe it triggered them feeling threatened. They woke up and went on the offensive. That was the angel's running theory. In other worlds, she explained, monsters were basically nerfed before they even knew what was happening. Because of that, most monster evolution happens inside dungeons. It's a total bloodbath in there with endless infighting. You get all these cracked out freaks just cannibalizing each other to get stronger. This whole process means their overall evolution inside a dungeon is super slow. As the angel laid it all out, Ilhan said in shock, so that's a literal demon pit. But if they aren't locked up in those dungeons, they'll just evolve by eating humans instead of each other, right? Monsters don't really throw hands with each other that often out here. That's exactly why their growth gets kneecapped inside dungeons. So dungeons are actually necessary for humanity, Ilhan concluded. Yes, Urta replied, which means, by creating those trap dungeons, you've actually done a huge service for mankind. After hearing all this, our hero realized he needed to get a move on and crank out as many destructive traps as he could ASAP. He tossed another magic stone from Eartha into the fire, prompting the angel to ask him, "Do you genuinely enjoy making all this stuff?" The young man just said, "Yeah, it's fun. That's why I do it." But it'd be pointless if that was the only reason. "The real reason I create things," Ilhan explained, "is to have new experiences." This admission completely floored Eartha. She'd never thought about it like that before, remembering that Ilhan had to survive in a world that never changed for 1,000 years. The kid was left completely alone on Earth for a whole millennium, and the angel couldn't even begin to imagine what that must have been like. Just how my dude must have felt all alone with nothing but his thoughts. Celestia realized, so that's why he's so desperate for a new experience. Hold on, what was I just thinking? Did I seriously just feel sympathy for some lesser creature? The thought left Erda completely floored. Meanwhile, our boy couldn't help but notice the angel was acting super weird. The Celestial figured that this new feeling wasn't actually half bad. A moment later, she called out, "Hey, Ilhan, get stronger. Then you can experience so much more. Whenever and wherever you want." Our MC just replied that he already knew. Sweat dripped down his face as he muttered to himself, "I'm definitely gonna get way stronger." The hero stayed on the grind in his workshop all day, and when night finally fell on the city, his was the only light still burning. As darkness settled in, the angels returned. They'd had plenty of time to recharge their mana, while Ilhan was finishing up a whole bunch of traps, using his mana crafting skill. With that done, the angels took off to create a new dungeon. A thought crossed Ilhan's mind. "I've got no clue what country this dungeon is gonna be in, but hopefully this means no more dangerous monsters will pop up on the streets here. Even if a Class 3 monster appears because of those busted traps you made, it won't be your fault. You're on a super important mission right now," Rita said, trying to hype him up after reading his thoughts. The guy replied gratefully, "I know, thanks for the concern." The other angel stayed silent, needing a minute to get her thoughts straight. Ilhan headed outside and stretched his body. He told the angel he was finally feeling wiped out, and that it was time to go home and crash for the night. Once he was back at his apartment, the young man immediately hopped in the tub for a hot shower. Our hero glanced at himself in the mirrors, his thoughts all foggy from being so tired. The TV in the living room was blaring on about the takedown of a Class 2 monster and the massive destruction it left behind. Coming out of the bath, Ilhan asked Erda, "Don't you think I've bulked up a bit?" The angel finally realized you grow every time you level up. So don't be so surprised. The hero touched his face and said, "I feel like I've gotten way better looking too." "What do you think?" Erda just shot back, sounding annoyed. "Your face means nothing to a supreme being like me, but for a human, I guess it might." The second she said that, our boy started flexing about his appearance. The beauty got pissed and chucked a bag of chips at him, yelling, "Ilhan, stop blocking the TV and get dressed." Our hero just grinned and announced he was going to bed. On his way out of the room, he told Erda, "You should go to bed early too. Don't watch too much TV." The bag of chips she'd thrown had popped open, scattering all over the floor. The Celestial silently started picking up her snacks. She chose not to say a word back to him. Then, as soon as the young man left the room, Erda said, "A body and face like that are a dime a dozen among higher beings." The angel was convinced that Ilhan's real value wasn't on the outside, but what was deep down inside. Her mind was a complete mess. She was totally losing control of her own emotions. If I actually say that, it'll sound like I'm praising his inner self, Erda thought angrily, but then a memory of Lita thinking Ilhan was impressive popped into her head. That memory just made the Celestial even more irritated. Then she heard the hero mumble in his sleep, "Lita, I miss you." And just like that, the night flew by in the blink of an eye for our hero. Our boy Ilhan's eyes fluttered open with the first rays of sunlight. But it wasn't the sun he saw. It was a glowing blue window detailing his own achievement. For a second, he didn't even realize it wasn't some busted alarm clock. The system was actually reporting that he had achieved his maximum rest level. Every single one of his performance stats for the night had shot up. Ilhan was just trying to process the news that a rest skill was even a thing. Just then, Rita zipped into the room, and the angel looked totally confused. She demanded to know, "When the heck did you find the time to learn a skill with SSS level difficulty?" Our hero just fired back with a question of his own. "You're telling me this is an SSS rank skill for resting? Are you joking?" The celestial being couldn't wrap her head around how he'd learned it. I mean, she hadn't even gotten around to telling him about it yet. Our hero couldn't believe his own ears. Was Erda being for real? Is this skill actually that cracked? Turns out every single night for the last century. Ilhan has been trying to figure out how to sleep in the most ultimate comfort. The angel was completely stunned that this guy was studying sleep patterns with such insane dedication. You learned a skill that's incredibly hard to get, and even harder to level up. That's impressive, no cap. I'm honestly blown away, the Sky Girl admitted. Naturally, Ilhan wanted to know what the whole point of the skill was. Rita just deadpanned, to sleep well and rest. What else would it be for? But our hero wasn't buying it for a second. He knew there was something the angel wasn't telling him. The young man shot back, if that was the only perk. You wouldn't be looking so shocked, so confess. Spill the beans, tell me the whole truth, the boy demanded. Erda sighed. Look, I wasn't trying to hide it. Our hero waited impatiently for her to finally explain herself. The angel put on her glasses, getting into full-on teacher. It's time I told you about the evolution of skills. She explained that skill evolution is a huge achievement, just like acquiring a skill in the first place, and it follows the same rules as when you advance to a new class. It basically opens up new paths for you all based on your own life experiences. She said they were kind of like the branching paths in the Akashic Chronicles. The young man just raised his hand, trying to get Teacher Eartha's attention. Please just explain all of this to me like I'm 5. So the angel showed him 2 pictures of himself, one from before and one from after, showing just how much stronger you can get after a skill evolves. Our hero nodded, saying it finally made sense to him. All right, a bunch of your skills have met the conditions for evolution, she said. They are taijutsu, spear-wielding, rest, and stealth. Rita continued her lecture. Your machining and blacksmithing skills don't have any higher levels, though. In those you have basically already achieved absolute perfection. The celestial being then added, and stealth is a skill you have 0 control over, so it's not even worth bringing up. The angel told him the requirements for evolving his taijutsu and spear skills are way too high for his current level, so those should also be taken off the table. That's why I didn't tell you anything about skill evolution before now, his assistant finally wrapped up. Ilhan asked, so I take it the rest skill is a different story? Erda just gave him a look and told him to find out for himself. The young man figured the system would give him the deets, but he was shocked when he read the requirements. He needed the deep sleep of a second-class monster, currently at 0 points when he needed 500 and 500 liters of troll blood. Yeah, good luck with that. Bruh, 0 out of 100 hours logged, and I still need 1 more third-class magic stone, Ilhan practically screamed. How in the hell am I supposed to pull this off? But Arda was totally unfazed, replying, honestly, that's child's play compared to what's coming. The angel then told him he should probably check the requirements, specifically for his evolution and spear skills. A new info dump popped up for our boy. To snag that magic stone he had to one-shot a third-class monster. No exceptions. If you think grinding for the spear skill evolution is like trying to beat a Souls game with a dance pad, then leveling up the resting skill is like doing it blindfolded, Ilhan shouted, completely fed up. It's not like that second challenge was a cakewalk, but Erda had 0 doubt our guy could pull it off. He's just built different. But our hero still had absolutely 0 chill. You're constantly hyping me up for no reason. I can't even use mana, and I'm stuck at a measly level 28. But in her head, Eartha was thinking something else entirely. Man, Ilhan's leveling speed is honestly kinda pathetic. It's probably because of that title he's got, the one that makes him a total dead zone for mana. The power gap between someone who can use mana and someone who can't is like the difference between a fighter jet and a paper airplane. She realized the only reason Ilhan was so cracked right now was thanks to the insane martial arts skills he'd perfected. Yeah, a full millennium of grinding. She figured if even a single piece of his arsenal, his skills, or his unique traits was missing, then regular people would have left him in the dust ages ago. But the second he figures out how to use mana, game over. He'll basically be the final boss for every creature in the Akasha Chronicles. Eartha brought her thoughts to a close. And no cap, that day is definitely coming. I just wonder what kind of chaos he's gonna unleash when he finally gets that power up, the angel mused, letting out a long sigh. Shaking her head to clear the crazy thoughts, she decided it was best to just shelve that topic for now. Her attention shifted back to Ilhan, who was letting out a massive yawn. She knew deep down that getting this attached to the human she was meant to guide was a seriously bad idea. A little later, our MC wandered into the kitchen and found breakfast already waiting for him, along with a note from his mom. Honey, make sure you don't skip breakfast. I left your other meals in the fridge. After reading the note, the young man turned to the angel. All right, so where am I supposed to find these trolls? I need to hunt down. Like, do they even spawn on Earth? Erda explained, as soon as the great cataclysm kicks off and mana floods the world, all sorts of monsters that have never been seen here before are going to start popping up. And trust me, it's only going to ramp up from there. Eventually, creatures that were never native to Earth will just become part of the new ecosystem. Ilhan shot back grudgingly. Wow, you're really getting into this whole teacher role, aren't you? The angel shot back. I'm perfectly capable of dumbing things down to a level you can understand. Suddenly, the voice of a news anchor from the TV cut through their banter, grabbing both of their attention. We're live from the scene where that Class 2 monster attacked just a couple of days ago. As you can see, the incident caused massive damage to the nearby buildings, the reporter continued. The second the location came on screen, it hit Ilhan. That was the exact spot where he'd fought just 2 days earlier. That was where he'd left the massive leopard corpse to rot. But looking at the screen, Ilhan saw that the body was completely gone. Ilhan blurted out, "Whoa, they cleaned that whole mess up in just 2 days. That's some serious cleanup crew." But after a beat, Erta quietly said, "That's not what happened." Right on cue, the TV anchor's voice cut back in. And as you can see, the area where the Class 2 monster's corpse lay is now spotless. The body itself has vanished without a trace. And it didn't disappear alone. The people who were here trying to carve it up for loot. The bombshell news hit the airwaves, leaving Ilhan completely floored by what he was hearing. Witnesses are saying a dungeon just popped up out of nowhere and literally ate people. Our MC grits his teeth, saying, "No way, it can't be from underground." And then it hits him. He realizes those people weren't killed by the dungeon, but by another monster that was hiding in the shadows. Erta chimes in, insisting, "The huge leopard is definitely dead. We literally ripped out its mana stone, remember? Normally, that's game over, like 99.9% of the time. But our boy has to ask, so what about that last 0.01%? The angel just holds up a single finger and explains, "A pregnant monster. If that monster was about to pop out a baby." And just like that, everything clicks into place for Ilhan. Turns out the leopard was a female, and she was pregnant. Bruh. But Ilhan's like, "Hold on, I swear I saw a black leopard on the news." A flash of a dark shadow moving through the ruins pops into his head. The memory was crystal clear. "This thing's a master of stealth," he grumbles, totally pissed. "None of this would have happened if I'd just finished dismantling the corpse." But Erta immediately shuts that down, saying, "This isn't on you. This is what happens when people get greedy." Ilhan isn't having it though, but people still died. Among them were people who trusted me, people who helped me out. He says it with so much regret, and Erta is just watching him completely thrown off. This was not the reaction she was expecting at all. I didn't think he'd get this worked up over it. The angel is getting frustrated, realizing she still has no idea what makes this guy tick. Then Ilhan speaks up. "Now I get it. I understand why that leopard fought like a cornered animal right up to the very end. It was trying to protect its cub." As our hero puts the pieces together, even Erta has to admit his theory checks out. "It's my fault," she says. "I never should have overlooked that possibility." But Ilhan just keeps piling on the guilt, especially if that kitten inherited its mother's stealth skill. "I only processed half the body. The baby leopard must have been hiding in the part I never got to." The angel mutters, "Yeah, with its stealth active, I wouldn't have been able to sense it either. It all happened because those greedy humans were too busy fighting over who got what." The mother's corpse never got fully dismantled, and Erta figures their squabbling gave the baby leopard just enough time to be born. What a marvelous coincidence, Erta says, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She can only imagine what that newborn cub saw its mother being butchered right in front of it, and a mob of greedy humans screaming at each other. Back on the TV, the reporter is still giving updates when Ilhan cuts in. "I really hope we're wrong, but if our theory is on the money..." Erta finishes his thought. "Then a Class 3 monster was just born. And with a stealth skill that good, no cap, it's definitely a Class 3. That's enough news for one morning." Ilhan walks over and flicks off the TV. The angel turns to him and asks, "So, you think you can handle it?" Ilhan just replies, "It'll be tough to do alone, but if I gear up right, it's definitely worth a shot." He cracks a smile and adds, "When the enemy is another stealth user, losing just isn't an option for me." Erta exclaims, "Oh!" Spoken like a true master of stealth, Ilhan. He snaps back, totally annoyed. "Don't call me a master. It doesn't have any other busted skills besides stealth, right?" he asks, making sure. The angel replies, "I doubt it. It's impossible for something to be totally cracked in every single category. If it's all in on stealth, its defense and power stats are probably garbage. As long as you can compensate for its stealth, then taking it down should be totally doable," Erta adds. Her words fire him up. "All right then," he replies. "Time to craft some new gear." Ilhan throws on his sweatshirt ready to get to work, and booked it out of the apartment. He knew he had to clap this monster as soon as possible, because leaving it alone would be a recipe for disaster. But just as our hero got to the door, a thought stopped him dead in his tracks. He remembered he should probably call for backup. The young man frantically searched his pockets, finally pulling out the business card the Empress had left for him. Erda, looking shocked, asked, "Bruh, are you seriously gonna use your own phone for this? You might as well take out a billboard announcing to the world that Sunbolt is actually you, Ilhan. Our guy instantly realized the angel was spitting facts. Using his personal phone would totally dox him in a second. So, an old-school payphone was the only way to go. The hero stepped outside and made a beeline for a phone booth, the business card in his hand. With Kang Mira's number on it, the angel was confident this girl could help him out. Calling the Empress was no doubt the right move. Back in her room, Kang Mira's smartphone started buzzing on her desk. She walked over to check the screen, and her eyebrows shot up when she saw the call was coming from a public payphone. The phone finally got picked up on the other end, and as a woman's voice came through, Ilhan spoke up. "Hey, it's been a hot minute since we talked. I mean, it's been like 2 days." Kang Mira had absolutely no clue who she was talking to, and our MC was cringing because he knew he'd have to drop the nickname, the one he got from his fans. "It's Sunbolt," he stammered out, feeling like a total dork. But as soon as she heard the name, the beautiful Empress's entire mood flipped, and she was absolutely ecstatic. "Mr. Sunbolt, hello? I seriously didn't expect a call from you so soon," the Empress said, her voice dripping with friendliness. Our hero was feeling seriously awkward about the whole thing. Kang Mira let out a laugh, totally picking up on how much he hated his nickname. Ilhan didn't even respond. He just dove right into the issue. "Have you seen the news? This isn't a dungeon break. We're dealing with one monster, a seriously strong one, with a stealth skill." The young man added, his voice packed with urgency. Kang Mira replied, "I think I can guess what happened over there, and I get that this is on a whole other level of dangerous." Once the conversation wrapped up, our hero hung up the phone and turned to the angel. Damn, Kang Mira figured that out fast. She said she's going to notify the army and the government just in case. No cap, her connections are insane. Ilhan then asked Erda for her advice on what to do next. "I guess in that case, I should probably gear up too." As soon as he got back to his workshop, the young man got down to business, absolutely determined. He was about to make use of every last piece of loot he had. "The base is prepped, now it's time to cook," the hero said with a confident smile. The celestial being then asked, "So what's on the crafting menu today?" "Your steel spear is plenty good as a weapon." Sunbolt just grabbed a giant bone, held it up for Erda, and said, "Just watch." The angel, having zero patience, irritably tugged on his hair. "I asked what you were going to make." The hero's answer was so simple it left her speechless. It was just one word: pillars. One after another, identical columns started forming under his hammer. "What are those for? Are you trying to make some kind of necklace for a giant or something?" Erda asked, completely baffled. The young man just smirked and said, "Nah, you need to go back to kindergarten and learn your shapes again." The angel was starting to get seriously ticked off. But Ilhan took his sweet time, not explaining a thing. He just picked up the next bone, and that's when it finally hit her. "No way," she gasped. "It's a spear." But once again, she totally missed the mark. The hero was crafting a weapon with a wild-looking tip made from leopard bone, and Erda could barely process what she was seeing. There was no way her ward was actually building a harpoon. Ilhan just smirked, glad the angel was finally catching on to the insane piece of gear he was putting together. The kid explained, "Yo, a harpoon is built different from a regular spear. You chuck it at your prey to drag it closer to you. It's mostly for hunting absolutely massive creatures like whales." Sunbolt expertly broke it down, saying a harpoon is designed to sink in deep, but be a total nightmare to pull back out of a target's body. Usually a normal rope just can't handle that kind of strain. "So if I rig up a rope using the giant leopard's hide," the young man added, "it'll be more than strong enough to handle the job." Erda was genuinely impressed, admitting, "No cap, you're an absolute master at this. Are you positive you haven't started using mana? Because doing it this fast should be impossible." Ilhan just shot back, "Why would I even be making weapons if I could use mana? I wouldn't waste a single second. I'd jump straight into hunting," the hero declared with some serious passion. Finally, the whole kit was ready: a few harpoons, a super strong rope made of leopard hide, and a couple of poles. Erda muttered, "Using a mother's bones to kill her own kid? Damn, that hits different." But our hero paid her comment no mind. A magic stone appeared in his palm, and it was his turn to fire up the mana crafting. The angel immediately shouted, "Hold on a sec. You're seriously gonna blow all of it just to make a single weapon? Don't you think that's overkill?" But Ilhan's reply was simple: "It's for my own survival." Celestia looked pretty let down. She thought to herself, "I guess that's just how his mind works." The hero held out his hand, showing the pink stone to the angel. "It's time to get started." Mana crafting made all the weapon parts react with each other, and a moment later a system notification popped up. An aggressive and violent leopard hunter's harpoon had just been created. His mana crafting skill even leveled up to 12. The angel was freaking out. Even the skill activation time got shorter. Mana crafting isn't supposed to be this easy. You can't just break the game like that. Meanwhile, the young man was completely ignoring the Celestial's warnings. He was too busy geeking out over his brand new harpoon. Whoa, alpha and beta options again. The new weapon Ilhan just cooked up was immediately slapped with a unique class rating from the system, packing a ridiculous 1050 attack power. The harpoon also came with some insane options. First up was a 20% boost to his critical strike probability. And on top of that, it had a 20% increase in binding power. Thanks to the creator's top-tier skills, a hunter's harpoon forged from the bones and skin of a massive leopard is way stronger and deadlier than any harpoon, made from some run-of-the-mill materials. Erda was absolutely floored that this weapon got such top-of-the-line options. Our hero said with a ton of pride, "The Akashic Records really gets me. These options are seriously OP. This weapon turned out way better than I ever imagined." Celestia practically rolled her eyes, thinking, at this point my guy is just using cheat codes. The hero caught the strange look on Erda's face and asked, "Yo, is something wrong?" After getting all his gear together, the young man gave the Empress a call. He told her he was on his way, and as the conversation wrapped up, he had a message for Kang Mira. "Hold up, don't go anywhere. That monster has a stealth skill, so it could totally gank you from behind. It was born pretty much the second its mother died." "Yeah, that was just 2 days ago," the young man explained. Our hero was positive that the leopard was still lurking in the exact spot where they had taken down its mother. Meanwhile, the Empress was already in the driver's seat of the car. She asked Ilhan, "And what makes you so sure?" He shot back, "Probably wants to get even with the people who off-ed its mom. We're gonna have to be super careful. After all," the boy added, "we're the ones who smoked that giant leopard." The boy added. The Empress said she was prepared for something like this. After a moment of silence, she finally asked, "So you got a plan or what?" Our hero said he did, but he wasn't about to spill the beans on the details just yet. "I'm gonna make it so it can't use its stealth. So just wait for that moment," the young man advised. The Empress chose not to press him, saying, "All right, I'm leaving it in your hands, Ilhan." A little while later, our guy made it to the exact spot where his showdown with the giant leopard had happened. Erda instantly knew the monster was hiding somewhere close by. "Damn, it doesn't seem scared in the slightest." "Pretty brave," our hero commented. "It's probably just banking on its stealth skill. It hasn't spotted you yet," the angel replied. With a massive swing, our hero slammed his heavy pole straight into the pavement. "I wonder how long it's going to take to make this thing feel fear." Ilhan asked more to himself than anyone else. He yanked the pole out of the ground and smashed it down again. "I'm deliberately making a ton of noise, but it's not attacking. It really should have jumped me by now," the hero thought. But Erda chimed in, "I doubt it even found you. This just means your stealth skill is on a whole other level than the leopard's. Your pillars and harpoon were also completely hidden by your skill," the angel explained. Our hero asked, "So it can't see anything even though I'm setting up a trap right under its nose," the angel said. "No cap, you were born to be an assassin. You should definitely pick assassin as your subclass the next time you get a class change. In any case, you've got a huge advantage in this situation. Don't you dare miss this chance," Erda advised. It was right after the angel said this that our hero noticed something a little sketchy. The young man could just make out a giant see-through pole with razor-sharp claws right there on the pavement. The leopard legit had no idea he was there. It just casually walked right on by. This was his moment to act, and Ilhan was more than ready. The leopard's crimson-red eyes seemed to glow in the twilight. The system then notified our hero that his damage output had been boosted by 10% because of his stealth and spear mastery. "Well, that makes sense," the young man thought. "Since the system thinks my harpoon is a spear, I get the skill effect." Ilhan decided not to wait another second, and in the very next moment, he launched his harpoon at the leopard. The throw was a bullseye. The weapon flew straight to its target. A second later, the sharp point of the harpoon plunged deep into the monster's body. The leopard let out a deafening roar of pain. Ilhan said to Erda, "It's about half its mother's size, but it's 100% a third-class monster. I got the bonus effects from my stealth and spear skill, but the harpoon still only went in about halfway," the hero finished. The angel replied, "Trust me, if you were up against any other regular third-class monster, you'd be in even bigger trouble. Seeing as its whole build is based on stealth, its HP and defense stats have got to be low. You should be glad stealth is the only trick it's got," the celestial warned. But just as she said that, the leopard locked eyes on its prey. With zero hesitation, it lunged forward to attack. Erda barely managed to scream a warning in time, and at the absolute last second, our boy managed to leap out of the way. "Damn, that thing's fast," flashed through his mind, right as the rope on his harpoon went taut. The hero's harpoon yanked the leopard to a dead stop, preventing it from moving any closer. The creature froze mid-lunge, a sharp pain shooting through its body. It couldn't advance, but it still thrashed wildly, trying to break free. But the rope made from its own mother's hide wasn't about to give. Ilhan smirked. "Looks like this rope is holding up just fine." He then surged forward, snatching up a second harpoon and winding up for the throw. He unleashed it right at the monster. Boom! A critical harpoon strike. It was a direct hit sinking deep into the leopard's shoulder. Ilhan couldn't help but feel pretty damn good about that shot. Yup, he thought. Everything's going exactly according to... But he was celebrating way too soon. He had absolutely no idea what was coming next, because despite its massive injuries, the leopard whipped its paw around and smacked the hell out of Ilhan. The blow landed with so much force that it completely shattered his protective arm guards. A single swipe from that massive paw and its reinforced claws sent our boy flying backwards. Ilhan was seriously pissed, not because he was hurt, but because his custom bone blades were now totally broken. Still, he shook it off and got his head back in the game real quick. He thought to himself, well, at least it was the gear and not my actual arms that shattered. I can always fix my defense later on. From the sidelines, Erda was thinking. Those ugly hedgehog guards actually did their job. What a shame they broke. But there was no time to reflect because the leopard was already lunging in for another attack. It was a carbon copy of the last devastating paw swipe. Our hero barely managed to react, a split-second decision that literally saved his life. Gasping for air, he yelled at the angel, "What the hell was that?" The celestial just calmly replied, "That, my friend, is a skill." "A skill? What else is this thing packing?" Ilhan shouted, totally floored. Erda explained, "If it's really a third-class monster, you can bet it's got a whole arsenal of tricks up its sleeve." As if on cue, the monster let out a bloodthirsty roar. You could feel the rage pouring off it. It wanted payback for its mom, and even tied down, it wasn't about to chill. The leopard kept thrashing, trying to get to its prey. Our hero just scoffed. "Bruh, just look at you. The more you resist, and the more this is gonna hurt." But the leopard wasn't listening. It started gnawing on the rope with its razor-sharp teeth, and Erda immediately shouted a warning to Ilhan. "Use the other harpoons before it chews through that rope," she yelled. Meanwhile, a realization was dawning on our hero. I seriously didn't expect a ranged cutting skill. I always just figured monsters were just big dumb bags of HP and brute force. He mused, but now I'm up against monsters that are built different, completely defying common sense and logic. It really hit him then just how many insane dangers were still waiting for him down the road. Shaking it off, he gripped his harpoon and moved in, barely dodging. Another swipe from the absolutely furious leopard. He swung his own weapon, landing a solid blow. This time, the harpoon pierced right through the leopard's front paw. There, he thought with satisfaction. With a busted paw like that, it can't use that ranged skill anymore. Erda, watching from afar, was impressed. "You're pretty talented, you know that." In response, Ilhan dramatically put a hand to his chest and declared, "Call me Ishmael." But his epic reference was met with a totally blank stare. He quickly realized Erda had no clue what Moby Dick was. The Celestial just snapped, "You're celebrating way too early. This fight isn't over yet." Just then our hero heard someone calling his name. "Mr. Yu Ilhan." He whipped his head around to look, and saw that the spot where the leopard was empty. The monster had just vanished. No cap, this monster's stealth skill is completely unrivaled. Just then the sound of a car speeding towards them cut through the silence. A sleek car screeched to a halt, and leaning out of the window was the Empress herself, holding something that was crackling with power. Arcs of lightning danced around her arm. In the next instant, the absolute bombshell thrust her hand forward, unleashing her attack at the seemingly empty air. Double lightning. Kang Mir's attack hit its mark, a massive charge of electricity slamming right into the invisible monster. Turns out the leopard had been standing right behind Yu Ilhan, ready to strike. As the smell of ozone filled the air, the beautiful woman stepped out of the car, asking with a smile, "So, how exactly did you manage to pin down a monster like that?" Ilhan, looking completely dumbfounded, could only stammer out, "You're here, Miss Kang Mir." Trying to get his own breathing under control, he spoke up. "That's a weird-ass question from someone who just zapped a monster," the young man thought to himself. He realized, yeah, this girl isn't your average run-of-the-mill hunter. For a first-class hunter, the raw power behind that attack was absolutely insane. Our hero was still just blown away by the Empress's incredible skills. But then he felt something move behind him. The leopard was already shaking off a double lightning strike. It was already starting to lift its paw. A second later, the leopard was back on its feet, letting out a hungry, murderous roar. Looks like this fight wasn't over yet. Now the two heroes had to team up, and Ilhan slammed his pole straight into the ground. There was no time to waste. The kid got ready to go on the offensive against the leopard again. Another harpoon shot out and dug into the monster's body, which was now pinned down by 4 separate ropes. A second one of the leopard's paws was now completely trapped. He yelled, "Hit him when you're ready. This thing's a beast, so I don't know how long these pillars are gonna hold." "You Ilhan?" she shouted back. He pressed the Empress, asking when she could launch her own counterattack. Kang Mir shot back, "I can go right now with another lightning strike." The stunning hunter clarified, "But give me a few minutes and I should be able to hit it with a lot more juice." "Okay, just give me a heads up before you unleash a big one." Yu Ilhan yelled over. The leopard, roaring in agony, started to fight like hell against its restraints. The monster was desperately trying to inch its way toward the enemies who took down its mother, and Erda exclaimed, "It's still got plenty of mana left." Our hero didn't need her to point that out. The giant cat's glowing red eyes were locked directly on him, the source of all its rage. That look, it's basically screaming that it's going to tear me to shreds. "I've seen eyes just like that so many times before," the young man thought. A cornered animal is always way stronger because it's fighting tooth and nail just to live. The hero's mind flashed back to his old hunts when he was the only one on Earth, as crazy as that sounds. It's in these moments that living things burn the brightest. Ilhan recalled his past experiences. It was like a candle's flame flaring up, burning hotter than ever, because the animal knows that right after that burst, there's nothing but darkness. The next lightning bolt from Sunbolt slammed directly into the leopard's head. The monster let out a deafening scream from the unbearable pain, but the creature pulled itself together in an instant to hit back. Angel wasn't kidding. This leopard was juiced up on mana. It took aim at Ilhan, and our hero barely dodged out of the way. "Whoa, what was that? That thing hits hard." The Celestial warned him. "That's the bath of bleeding mineralization. Watch yourself. It's seriously pissed right now." Just then the Empress had finally recovered enough to launch her attack again. Her lightning bolts slammed right into their target, but this time they barely seemed to scratch the leopard. Kang Mir's attack just bounced right off the monster's tough hide. The ricochet almost fried the car. "My lightning can't get through to it, and getting any closer is going to be a serious problem," the Empress said as the leopard kept thrashing around. It wasn't giving up, still trying to break free from its bonds. Ilhan was shocked by how stubborn this monster was. "You trying to rip your own paws off or something?" Sunbolt shouted. "To paralyze it like before I gotta wait for the Empress to be ready." In that brief moment, the young man had time to think, and he knew he needed a diet plan like yesterday. Without skipping a beat, our boy vaults off the ground and lands clean on the roof of Kang Mira's ride. He looks over at the Empress and casually asks, "You got any heavier firepower, magically speaking?" She just gives him the silent treatment, but her driver straight up offers Ilhan a machine gun. She's like, "Won't that do the trick?" But our MC just shakes his head. "Nah, just spitballing here. But ain't nobody got time for that." Kang Mira shoots him a look, asking if he even knows how to handle a firearm like that. Ilhan's just like, "Bruh, I can use pretty much any weapon from Earth." Then he just hops off the car and sprints away, leaving the Empress to tell her driver, "If literally anyone else said that, I'd call Cap. But low-key, I don't think he's bluffing." A moment later, his angel companion Urta chimes in. "You're not seriously hesitating because you're worried about bullets messing up your skin, are you?" Our boy is just baffled, wondering how this angel can read him like an open book. Urta just deadpans, "Dude, your thoughts are practically screaming out loud." Ilhan knows that trying to get in close with a spear is going to be a total nightmare now, and he doubts his harpoon will even scratch it. "Yeah, no cap, these pillars are about to give out," Ilhan mutters, closing in on the leopard with the assault rifle, locked and loaded. But then out of nowhere, he hears a shout warning him to watch out. He snaps his head up just in time to see a massive paw coming straight for his face. The leopard gives one of the poles a massive tug, but the rope doesn't even snap. Ilhan thinks to himself, "Damn, I really built this thing to last." But Urta is having none of it snapping back that now is not the time for self-praise. Meanwhile, the Empress is just chilling in the car, keeping an eye on the monster's every move as she waits for her mana to recharge. "Just one more minute before I can go again," Kang Mira yells. "Just hang on a little longer." Everything now hinges on how long the last few poles can hold out. He points the machine gun at the leopard. And Ilhan yells, "Eat this, you alien-looking freak." Urta is quick to correct him. "It's actually from Earth, you know." And boom, Ilhan's first shot nails the beast right in the eye, sending it stumbling back. Blood just gushes from the wound, and the leopard lets out a roar of pure agony. And right on cue, the system window pops up. "You have maxed out the shooting skill." Urta is absolutely floored, like, "Whoa, you maxed out your shooting skill that fast." But then they notice a strange light starting to glow from the monster's busted eye. Even the Empress can't believe what she's seeing. How the heck could a normal assault rifle do that much damage? Was there some kind of buff placed on the weapon? But Urta knows what's up. A regular rifle would be totally useless against a third-class monster. No, this was all Yu Ilhan. His shooting skill was so cracked, it was pushing the weapon. Ilhan lines up another shot and yells over to Kang Mira, "Magic now!" She screams back, "I need 7 more seconds." Our boy can work with that. The countdown begins, and just as she hits 2, Ilhan drops the rifle. He needs his hands free, so the young man charges straight at the beast. Any moment now, and the leopard would finally be free of its bonds. It had already ripped every single pole clean out of the ground. There was literally nothing holding the monster back anymore. A massive mouth full of razor-sharp fangs was lunging right for Yu Il-han. It hits him. Then he's just playing bait, keeping the monster's eyes off the Empress long enough for her to power up. And just in the nick of time, Kang Mira has recovered enough juice to blast the predator with a triple lightning strike. The blow lands squarely on the leopard's head. But was her insane lightning attack even enough to stop this beast? The blast was so freaking bright it lit up the entire area, but the girl was seriously struggling to keep the high-voltage attack going. It was taking way too long, and her stamina was tanking hard, until finally, the lightning just fizzled out. Kong gasped, totally wiped. Did we get him?" she asked. But Il-han knew this fight was far from over. This monster was just built different. In that exact moment, Il-han saw the leopard start to phase out, activating its stealth skill all over again, leaving the Empress completely stunned. In just a few seconds, that monster was about to go completely off the radar. A wicked red glow started pulsing from the creature's protective armor, but unlike the Empress who was shook, our boy wasn't even sweating it. Il-han just smirked, whipped around and charged straight for the leopard with his weapon raised, yelling, "Your little invisibility trick. Yeah, that never worked on me, bruh." Our MC slammed his weapon down again this time, sending the beast crashing hard to the ground. As its body spasmed in pain, Kong Mir could only mutter in disbelief. But it was cloaked. How in the world could he see it? But Il-han wasn't about to waste time standing around for a Q&A session. He had a brand new game plan, and he needed to put it into motion immediately. The guy grabbed some heavy-duty ropes, and with blinding speed started lashing them around the downed creature. A system notification popped up. Erda looked at Il-han completely stunned, asking how he had already mastered the binding skill. She didn't get why he wasn't just killing it, but Il-han just shot her a look and said, "I've got a better idea." He turned around and saw the Empress getting out of her car looking completely lost. She was staring at our hero with a million questions, but his mask hid his face, so you couldn't read his eyes at all. "Hey you," Il-han suddenly called out to her. "How about we party up? Or do you want me to just hog all the experience for myself again?" The Empress was visibly shook by this offer, but Kang Mir quickly pushed down her pride and shook his outstretched hand. The moment they touched, the system announced that a party of 2 had just been formed. Our hero glanced over at his interface. The new info on the screen totally startled him. "Whoa, I can check my teammates' stats now. It's like all my senses just got a major upgrade." The thought raced through his mind while the girl just looked on, surprised and confused. She finally asked Il-han, "Why are you acting like you've never been in a party before?" The guy just played it off, saying it had been a hot minute. A little later, our hero walked up to the bound leopard. The monster was down on the ground, one eye already closed. Il-han stood over the leopard's head, drew his weapon, and said, "Peace out." A single strike and the creature's other eye shut forever. The very instant the monster died, Il-han got a system message telling him he'd just raked in almost 3 million experience points. He shot up to level 36, and all his stats got a 10-point boost. A new entry for a level 102 leopard was now added to his monster log. "You jumped from level 28 to 36 in one battle," Erda said with a smile, but Il-han suddenly grabbed his head, saying he felt super nauseous. "There's no way I took all the experience right. This is an insane amount. Did she really get the same share?" The young man desperately asked the angel for an explanation. "You have to understand, a Class 3 monster is built different from a Class 2. Considering the huge amount of XP you just absorbed, your level actually didn't go up by that much." The angel explained it all to him. "Your title must have hit you with a massive penalty," his mentor figured. Our hero breathed a huge sigh of relief. He said that his head at last had stopped throbbing. Il-han decided it was the perfect time to start processing the leopard's body for loot. The young man went quiet for a moment. He needed a second to get into the right mindset. "Oh, my precious hide. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you. If only I'd been stronger, I wouldn't have let you get all scratched up," he said with fake tears hugging the corpse of the dead monster. But in his head, he was thinking something else. "Bro, can you imagine how absolutely cracked the armor would be if I made it from a Class 3 monster's skin?" The young man exclaimed, turning to Erda. She didn't even argue. "Ugh, what a shame," he sighed. "I'll at least take what's still in one piece." The hero cried out in mock despair. The guy made an incision on the head of the dead monster, and then froze on the spawn, completely amazed. "There's a mana stone in this leopard's head." Il-han was stunned. Erda yelled, "No cap. Both the mother and the baby had mana stones. Bruh, you hit the jackpot. Mana stones are formed when..." At the exact moment a monster bites the dust. The mana that's supposed to scatter when a monster dies sometimes gets trapped inside its body, which is why you don't get a mana stone from every single kill. Celestia explained, I've heard the drop rate for a stone like that is only around 17%. The weaker the monster, the higher the chance of it actually happening. Erda added that Angel thought the guy was just ridiculously lucky. For a while, our hero hunted for some high-value prey, and he finally hit the jackpot. As the young man reached out his hand, he saw a massive glowing red mana stone. This was to be expected from a third-class monster. But wait, a third-class monster's mana stone? That was one of the key ingredients he needed to evolve his other skills. I've got to get the other materials for evolution, Sunbolt thought. But if the stone was inside the monster, should I offer to split it with the Empress? The hero asked the Celestial for her opinion. Kongmir, meanwhile, was holding her head as she asked, I got about 1.5 million experience points. How about you? The young man told her how much he got. It was around 3 million. So the contribution split was about 2 to 1. No cap, I think I got way more than I deserved, the Empress admitted. Nah, if it wasn't for you, I couldn't have killed that thing, not even if I sacrificed myself to do it. You were a huge help, Yu Ilhan said honestly. The beauty admitted she was pleased to hear that. After a moment of silence, she finally worked up the courage to ask, are you going to tell me your name? Our hero was totally confused. Should I just keep calling you Sunbolt? The Empress asked with a cute smile. Please just stop with that nickname. My name is Yu Ilhan. The hero finally caved and told her, you can keep the mana stone. I'll just take half of the carcass as long as you do all the dismantling. Mana stones account for about 60% of the contribution, so this should make us perfectly even. Kangmira laid out her terms. The hero wanted to make sure. Are you sure you're cool with me doing all this work for just half of the body? What do you think is the most important job on the planet right now? The beauty inquired. A mage, a warrior. What are you even getting at? Kangmira kept pressing him, but Yu Ilhan wasn't ready for this kind of pop quiz. After thinking it over for a second, he finally answered. Right now, the most critical job is being a master dismantler. There's no point in killing a bunch of monsters if you can't process them the right way for the rewards. Your skills are absolutely cracked. They're incredibly valuable, the Empress stated. Hearing that, the young man plunged his dagger into the leopard's body and started the butchering process. Right then, the girl made a phone call. She said a few quick words and the call ended. Erda commented, she's got a ton of connections. You should definitely stay on good terms with her. It's rare to find someone who's got the skills pride and the family background to match. Without pausing his work, Yu Ilhan wondered what to even say back to the angel. Erda getting close to someone is just really difficult for me. The angel asked, did I just bring up another one of your traumas? But all he could think was, how the hell would you know what it's like to be lonely? That's what our hero was screaming in his head anyway. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he let out a sigh of relief. The dismantling was finally complete. Kangmira then called over her subordinates. She had them load all the pieces of the monster's body onto the trucks. Thanks to you, she said, we were able to take down this monster before it could wreak any more havoc, said the Empress, turning to face Ilhan. Our hero genuinely thanked her for all her help. But then the bombshell beauty dropped a request out of nowhere. She said, please let's just act like we never teamed up. Ilhan was completely blindsided, staring at the Empress like she'd lost her mind. His brain went into overdrive, wondering if he'd messed something up, or if she just straight up didn't vibe with him. Seeing his confusion, Belle decided to clear the air. She confessed that she didn't feel worthy of being his partner, explaining he was so cracked that the power gap between them was just way too big. Hearing that, our boy let out a massive sigh of relief. But Kongmir wasn't finished, adding, but don't get it twisted, I'm gonna catch up to you eventually. And when I do, that's when I'll ask you to be my partner for real. After a quick pause, our hero replied that he'd think about it when the time came. The Empress just laughed at his response and stuck out her hand. She commented that he was being logical as always, and as they shook on it, a system notification confirmed their party had been disbanded. In that very same moment, Ilhan felt a wave of freedom wash over him, but at the same time, he'd just lost his one and only teammate. The whole thing felt bittersweet, both a little sad and a breath of fresh air. Our hero pulled up his status windows and saw the team info panel was totally gone. Just then, their driver Murray walked in. He told the superpowered beauty it was time to dip. Belle started to leave, but told him to hold up for a second, turning back to Ilhan. She asked if she could get his phone number. Bruh. The question completely caught our boy off guard. Seeing him hesitate, Kangmir decided to turn on the charm, flashing a sweet smile and fixing her hair. She promised she would never leak his confidential info to anyone. The young man narrowed his eyes. He took a moment to think it over, as flashes of her kicking butt in battle ran through his mind. Ilhan needed to figure this out. Once and for all, could he actually trust this girl? No cap. Kangmir had made a seriously good impression, so our hero stopped hesitating. He already had the answer to his problem. Our boy made up his mind. He could definitely trust the Empress. Ilhan let the girl know that, yeah, he was cool with giving her his number. The guy whipped out his smartphone and sent a quick call to the beauty's phone. Now she had his contact info. With her mission accomplished, the Empress hopped into the car, promising she'd hit him up whenever she needed something. Our hero then mentioned to Erda that this was literally the first time a girl had ever asked for his number. The angel clapped back, saying how pathetic it was seeing him get all happy over such a little thing. Ilhan shot back annoyed, saying he had finally earned the right to feel a little confident around other people. But the celestial being just said, "That's even sadder." A bit later, back in his own workshop, the young man booted up the system, wanting to review his own accomplishments. As he scrolled through the logs, it dawned on him that just a few hours ago, he never would have imagined killing a third-class monster. At the time, he thought it was completely impossible. The young man exclaimed with a massive grin. Karma is real after all. Erda commented that she didn't mind his new optimistic attitude. Our hero had to ask his mentor why her words felt like a backhanded compliment, even though the celestial being seemed to think she was being totally genuine. Ilhan then realized that the huge roadblock to his own evolution was the simple fact that there were no more trolls on Earth to grind. The angel pointed out that if he were anyone else, he would have just dipped to another world. That comment really ticked our guy off, because he doesn't do other worlds. It's not that he doesn't want to, he just literally can't get there. Erdita explains that the mana concentration on Earth is getting cranked up every single day, which means trolls are about to start spawning. Our hero asks the angel if he actually needs troll blood to power up his own evolution. Just because of its healing properties, Erda confirms his hunch is on the money, but then she hits him with a sly smirk. She tells him that trick will only work if he's got resistance to their deadly poison. Ilhan is low-key confused about how his skill levels keep jumping up just from talking to the Celestial. At first, his resistance to normal poisons went up. After that, it was strong poisons, and now he's suddenly got a resistance to deadly ones. The dude doesn't even want to imagine what's next. Erda advises him not to even think about drinking the monster's blood, or eating its meat, saying only a total psycho would be capable of that. The real problem, she says, are the second-class monsters that are still dormant. He has to be able to one-shot them, no exceptions. The boy looks down at his spear and realizes he needs to seriously upgrade his weapon. The hero glances at Erda and asks her to share some of her power, but the goddess flat-out refuses. She explains that it would completely throw off the world's balance. In fact, she thinks just lending him her special hammer and anvil was a huge mistake. He better get to work and make a good weapon now, before Erda decides to take her tools back. Ilhan figures it's best not to argue and gets right down to the grind, taking a hard look at his harpoon. He decides that with a few minor modifications, he can totally make it work again. He did craft it from the bone of a giant leopard after all, so it's definitely a solid weapon. He then examines the muscles and tendons that he'd harvested after breaking down the monster's body. As he's trying to figure out what to do with them, something wild happens and the materials slip right out of his hands. In his surprise, a piece of the dead leopard goes flying straight into the roaring flames. Ilhan is so pissed at himself for the mistake. He wanted to use that stuff to craft a powerful antidote for himself, but Erda just chimes in. Those muscles and tendons are going to rot long before you make any antidote. The boy stares into the fire, totally mesmerized. He had no idea what was happening. Was this some kind of special effect from the eternal flame? A second later, both the human and the angel watch as the superheated tendon begins to change. The young man turns to the Celestial, asking why she never taught him about this. The hero watches as fiery tendrils seem to dance across the material. He speaks to the fire like it's a living thing, asking it to stop, and then uses his tongs to pull the glowing piece out. After placing it on a heat-resistant surface, the young man can't help but exclaim that this is seriously impressive. Our hero yells out that the elasticity is just on another level. He decides to call this new material the Giant's Rubber Band. Erda is curious and wants to know what her ward is planning to do with it. Ilhan just replies with a confident smirk. He explains that even though it's incredibly stretchy, it's also unbelievably strong. Since it was cooked in the eternal flames, this material now has a crazy resistance to fire. It's also resistant to impact and water. An idea suddenly pops into his head to build an insane stake launcher with this stuff. The Celestial is pretty shocked by this decision, so Ilhan breaks down his idea. He explains that a weapon like this works on a similar principle to a firearm. But instead of shooting bullets, it's designed to fire massive stakes. If he uses these new tendons to power the weapon, it's going to operate a lot like a high-tech crossbow. A monster killer like this isn't exactly easy to handle, but its power level is going to be absolutely cracked. Our boy knew he had to dial in on one specific stat, its insane piercing power. Seriously, a weapon like this looks like it was ripped straight out of a video game, not something you'd see in the real world. Instead of gunpowder, our hero decided to get creative using the elasticity of a giant sinew for propulsion. He then tossed the raw materials into the eternal flames to forge it. The master craftsman inside him knew this was the ultimate power source. It was basically a cheat code giving back more energy than he put in. Erda had no choice but to admit he now had access to infinite power. The angel was shook. This kid's brain just kept spitting out these genius next-level ideas. Every single time she was hyped to see what crazy thing he'd cook up next. The hero explained his goal to push this new weapon's capabilities to match his own maxed-out power level. And for ammo, the dude planned on using a leopard's tooth. No cap, it's way sharper and tougher than any of his own bones. A little while later, the young man was looking at a table covered in small steaks, which he had masterfully carved from that single massive fang. Ilhan thought out loud, saying it'd be perfect if he just juiced it up with a leopard mana stone. But Erta jumped in, arguing it was already OP on its own. The angel said if he was feeling gutsy enough to take on a third-class monster, especially before the trolls showed up, then he should probably pop the debuff skill now. Scratching the back of his head, our hero figured he'd better save that trump card for later. He really wasn't in the mood to throw down with another third-class beast right now. Ilhan looked at his new creation and promised it that he'd grind for a special mana stone just for it later on. Erta just couldn't believe it. This guy was built different. He just didn't know how to quit. Not even a year later, the insane new weapon which he dubbed the Eliminator was finally finished. All that was left was to string the giant sinew onto the stake he'd carved from the leopard's tooth. The MC then explained to Erta that he'd split its power into 3 distinct levels. It was time for a test run, so Ilhan decided to try his new toy out. It turns out even he struggled to flip the power level switch, and without even realizing it, the dude yelled out for his mom. The celestial being had to deadpan remind him that his mom wasn't around. She was literally in another dimension. Our hero had to strain with all his might to finally get the job done, wiping sweat from his brow. He turned to Erta and asked how long the charge-up took. She told him it was only a mind-blowing 2 seconds. The young man quickly realized he couldn't handle the strain long enough to use the debuff in a real fight. Loki's, if he's screaming for his mom at level 1, charging it to level 3, would probably have him calling on his great-great-grandparents. Ilhan knew it was time to man up and try level 2, which was even tougher. Erta started the stopwatch. It took the guy 10 seconds to hit level 2 and a whole 2 minutes for level 3. For a hot second, the hero genuinely thought he was about to die. Just then, a system notification popped up. The world flashback debuff was complete. The weapon had gained 1,240 strength points and unlocked a unique class. The max impact force at the 3rd level was a staggering 29. This weapon was crafted from the bones, tooth and sinew of a shadow leopard by a master who had truly pushed his skills to the absolute limit. The system noted that its awesome firing mechanism was created without any magic or gunpowder, which was pretty wild. But it also pointed out that its heavy weight and awkwardness to carry were some serious drawbacks. The hero immediately showed this info dump to Erta. The weapon now had an alpha option, which meant that even without mana crafting, the charge and attack times would be way shorter. The angel pointed out that with the tooth attached, the weapon was over 3 meters long. "That's a definite disadvantage," she said, but our boy just clapped back that Erta would find a downside to anything. Ilhan shot back that it was just a little something he prepared in case a giant ever decided to show up. Now he was ready to start making some smaller monsters. The angel suggested he take a break before cranking out another weapon. I mean, it was already morning, but our hero was absolutely locked in. When it came to his craft, the man was just built different. The system could barely even keep up with sending notifications. Another complex underground destruction trap was officially complete. His mana crafting skill had just hit a clean level 24. This meant our boy could now whip up even better artifacts while using way less mana. Ilhan casually tossed another finished trap behind him, and the angels who were finally getting a breather were stunned. This thing was seriously next level. It even had a bonus effect that could trigger an overflow. Erta pointed out that this was the 17th destruction trap Ilhan had made so far. He was supposed to make 11 more, but it looked like he only had 8 left to go. The young man immediately wondered if the overflow effect was the reason why. The angel shot back that Ilhan was a quick study. He was totally right. It's because these traps were just so ridiculously high quality. Their range was so massive that they were actually buffing the other destruction traps scattered around the globe. Erta explained that if every single monster got sucked into just one superpowered trap, it would be an absolute catastrophe. But that would leave all the other traps completely empty. The other angel wondered if Ilhan kept pumping mana into a zone with 0 monsters, just to bait them in. What did he think the outcome would be? Would it accidentally trap humans instead of the monsters? Nope. the female angel said flatly. Erta explained that the Akashic records and the mana from the traps could clash, which would end up creating brand new monsters. Ilhan was like, okay, break that down for me like I'm 5 years old. Erta deadpanned that a ridiculously powerful monster would just spawn out of nowhere, and it would just chew its way right out of the trap. It finally clicked for our boy. He suddenly got how terrifying this overflow thing was. All he wanted now was to stay far, far away from any third-class monsters. He only managed to kill that shadow leopard because the monster's main skill was stealth, but that was a fluke. There was no way a dude could take on something like that solo. The hero knew he couldn't overpower third-class monsters. Not with his current stats anyway. The angel explained that's exactly why they were going to cut down the number of traps to make sure they didn't get overcrowded. But then one of the newer angels decided to chime in. I'm so sick of all these unexpected variables popping up on Earth. But what really got under this dude's skin was you, Ilhan's personality. He told Erta that she needed to put Ilhan under special supervision. Our hero was completely taken aback by this angel's words. But Erta immediately jumped to his defense, saying he wasn't some pet to be ordered around by angels. Her mission was to help the guy not to babysit him and nerf his abilities. Got it, the beauty added with some serious irritation. The blonde angel did not like Erta's tone one bit, calling her stubborn as she raised a hand. She activated her own angelic mana. A moment later, a sword started forming in her hand. Erta aimed her weapon right at the other angel and told him to focus on his own job, instead of telling her how to do hers. The other angel was not expecting this clapback from Erta at all. The dude was just dumbfounded. The angel gritted his teeth, staring at the tip of the blade pointed directly at his face. Ilhan was just as shook as the other angel by Erta's behavior. He had never ever seen her this pissed off before. The other angels agreed that the new guy was sticking his nose where it didn't belong. He needed to stay in his own lane and stop meddling with other people's missions. They tried to calm Erta down, admitting that the other celestial was way out of line for interfering. Watching this whole scene play out, our hero basically realized that angels aren't all that different from humans. I mean, besides being higher-tier beings, Erta was low-key, acting just like a normal girl, with totally understandable reactions. The other angels grabbed the traps they came for and bounced, saying it was time for them to head out. Shueida was the first to just bolt into the sky without so much as a goodbye, while Erta plopped down right on Ilhan's head. They both just watched as the celestials faded away into the heavens, and that's when Erta spoke to Ilhan. She admitted that she'd probably shown a side of herself that she shouldn't have, but our boy just replied that it was unexpected. But you know, in a good way. The kid was genuinely shocked that angels could even feel human emotions, and Erta explained. She said that angels moved past all those pathetic emotions a long time ago since they're such superior creatures. Our MC just smirked at that and shot back. It's not like Shueita was an emotionless robot or anything. The celestial then said that's exactly what makes Ilhan so incredible. The boy was totally confused and had no clue what she was talking about, so the angel had to explain that she meant his talents and skills. They're on such a ridiculous level that they're good enough to make even a literal angel feel a pang of jealousy. Ilhan was not expecting to hear anything like that from Erda, and after he took a second to process it, he just smiled and replied that she was gassing him up like she always does, but the celestial got dead serious. She told him that he was the one who was seriously underestimating his own power. Erda really thought that the guy had way too low an opinion of himself. But then again, she immediately figured that maybe it wasn't such a bad thing, because if you get too full of yourself, you might just be dumb enough to try and throw hands with God himself. The angel paused, just looking at Ilhan in complete silence for a moment. Our hero caught that look and couldn't help but wonder what was going through her mind. Erda decided it was better to just drop it, and changed the subject, saying she had something to tell him about his reward. For the destructive trap mission, that is. The guy just crossed his arms and told her he was only taking payment in cold, hard cash. Erda just gave him a mysterious smile and said he'd change his tune once he heard what she had to say. Apparently, there's a brand new kind of metal inside a dungeon that just popped up on Earth, and the angel was ready to spill all the details on where to find it. Now, this news definitely got the hero's attention. He needed to know the location of this new metal ASAP. Ilhan wasn't about to waste a single second. He got his stuff together and headed outside. As the hero walked and looked around, he turned to Erda, completely surprised. He said, "Bruh, it is super weird that there's nobody out here." The angel wondered if this was giving him flashbacks. You know, to the time he was left all alone on Earth. But Ilhan said it wasn't a big deal because this time hits different. He knows that everyone is going to come back eventually, and plus, there are still people like the Empress fighting monsters. Everything had changed, because our boy knew he wasn't alone anymore. Erda was so happy to hear him say that. Meanwhile, the city was now far behind them. Ilhan had ventured deep into the forest. The angel had been giving him directions the whole way, and pretty soon the young man spotted a portal up ahead. He asked Erda if this was the entrance to the dungeon. Our hero was just glad this dungeon was actually in Korea, meaning he could get there on foot, which was a huge deal because of the state of emergency. He was on total lockdown and couldn't leave the country's borders. No one can cross it, not by ship and definitely not by airplane. For a split second, the young man even wondered if he could just build an airplane for himself. But Erda told him to stop daydreaming so they could get this show on the road. Our hero walked up and touched the portal's protective barrier, and in the next moment, something absolutely insane happened. A system window appeared, and it was flashing a huge error message. It said that all individuals below level 50 are forbidden from entering. Ilhan showed Erda the message reminding her he was only level 36. The Celestial just asked if he'd forgotten who she was. In response, the young man called Erda a rude angel with no respect for property rights. The enraged Celestial completely lost it, screaming that she's a higher level being who literally creates and controls these destructive traps. Focusing hard on the dungeon's entrance, she flicked her hand, and in the next moment, the system pinged. The notification said the entry restriction was gone, and Erta told Ilhan he was clear to head inside. Our boy had to admit she was way more useful than he had first thought, and Angelica was thinking the exact same thing. She really hoped the hero wouldn't forget how valuable she could be. I mean, she was a seriously cracked assistant. Hyped to try again, Ilhan reached for the entrance, and this time it actually worked. In an instant, Ilhan was standing inside the trap itself. The dude was absolutely floored. He'd never felt an energy this powerful pulsing around him before. Our hero looked all around him. He saw nothing but the rough stone walls of a cave. In a few spots, Ilhan noticed some kind of material he didn't recognize at all. This was probably the jackpot they were looking for. The young man was itching to figure out the mechanics of this place. ASAP. Erta then informed him that he was the one who had actually created this trap. A second later, a pair of glasses materialized on the angel's face. She adjusted them and announced it was pop quiz time. Erta then asked if the guy knew how new monsters spawned on Earth. When Ilhan answered correctly, she explained that it all happens once mana hits a certain concentration point, just lingering in the atmosphere. The celestial being said that was the most basic condition. Now for her next question, she wanted to know what appears in jars of rice that have been left abandoned. Ilhan shot back that rice weevils pop up in there, and the quiz just kept on going. What shows up in dirty rooms where food has been scattered all over the place? Pfft, our hero obviously knew the answer to this one. Cockroaches, of course. Erta then explained that monsters are basically just like those rice weevils and cockroaches. They just appear out of nowhere in their most ideal environments. A random thought crossed the young man's mind about why she was picking such nasty examples. But hey, no, Cap, those examples were making it way easier to get what she was saying. So, Ilhan asked his assistant what her point was with all this. The angel explained that starting today, he'd be in charge of killing the monsters in this dungeon to collect their hearts. She then added that their hearts are the very metal that first showed up on Earth. This news hit the guy like a ton of bricks. He froze on the spot, completely shocked that Erta was just now bringing this up. Wait a minute. Ilhan cut in his voice full of disbelief. Monster hearts are made of metal. He demanded to know how that was even a thing. And more importantly, why was she only telling him about it right now? He had been totally psyched to start mining the metal out of the rock. Erta had to set him straight, clarifying that she only promised to find the metal. She never said she'd help him mine it. It finally clicked for the guy that this was a hunting mission, not a mining expedition. And he'd brought all this heavy-duty equipment for nothing. The angel was stunned that he had brought so much gear with him. Our hero sighed as he took off his helmet. He then decided it was time to spill the beans. It turned out the young man was rocking an enchanted bag with expanded storage space. When you have an item that OP, you can't just let it sit around collecting dust. That's a very handy item, Erta said. It's a quest reward. But it has a hard limit, and the spell doesn't reduce the weight of anything you put inside. Ilhan just said he could carry several dozen tons without breaking a sweat. The celestial being was just blown away by his human capabilities. The guy was built different. But Ilhan wasn't done yet and had something else to say. He pointed out that the glowing spots looked like mining nodes, but Erta kept insisting they were all monsters. Angelica confirmed that he was right, and then asked why he looked so bummed out. Ilhan replied with total frustration. It feels like you just hit me with a massive spoiler. He was supposed to charge up to the rock and try mining it, and then get jumped in a surprise attack. A shocked Erta asked him, "Is that really what you wanted to happen?" The young man just reached into his backpack, totally unfazed. He was craving a new kind of experience. The next thing you know, he whips out this absolute beast of a weapon he calls a metal monster. Ilhan figured it had to be way more effective than some flimsy spear. The system even classified this thing as a rare class heavy combat destroyer. The hammer side packed a punch of 1250, while the axe blade was hitting for 1270. Erda couldn't help but admit he had a killer idea. And since it's forged from the bones of a ghost leopard, you know its durability is no joke. On top of that, it even came with an alpha option. Even though our boy didn't use a single drop of crafting mana to make this weapon, the angel was absolutely floored. It's like no matter what this guy touches, it somehow turns into a rare class item. She thought, that's so Ilhan, the dude's just built different. The hero said that even if his metal monster had an amazing option, he wasn't about to use it while he was just mining for some new metal. With a mighty swing, the boy poured every ounce of his being into the strike, his eyes blazing with intensity. He looked like a total berserker, and the system registered the hit as a critical. Just like that, Ilhan banked over 137,000 experience points. A notification popped up, Metal Heart level 51 was added to his card, and he'd officially maxed out his blunt weapon technique. Now his skill was ready to evolve as long as he had the right materials. Bro didn't actually expect to one-shot a stone monster, and even Erda was impressed, calling him a good boy. A second later, they spotted a gleaming stone on the ground. Turns out it was the metal heart of the monster they just slayed. This thing was the toughest part of its entire body, where it stored all of its mana. That's the reason metal hearts don't drop mana stones like other monsters. If a metal heart ever feels like it's in danger, it can instantly flood that part of its body with mana to reinforce it. The usual strategy is to have one person act as bait while another goes for a back attack. Ilhan thought it felt kinda light for a class 2 monster though, but that was probably just because he hit its weak spot. He was half expecting a surprise attack, because our hero firmly believed that danger loves to sneak up on you the moment you let your guard down. The young man told the celestial lady that people always get jumped right when they start thinking, hey, this is way easier than I expected. He said that's how characters in novels get offed all the time, but reality didn't quite play out like he imagined. No ambush ever came for him. His adventure wasn't playing out like some epic story. The system chimed in announcing he'd hit level 38. His strength stat went up by 2 points, while his dexterity, health, and mana each got a single point. The young man turned to his angelic assistant and asked if dungeons were always this lame. Erda just told him that this one was a bit unusual. He kept pushing deeper and deeper, but the scenery stayed exactly the same. Every so often he'd run into more of those stone monsters, and every single one of them got wrecked in a single hit. Even when it wasn't a critical, they still went down easy. Our guy was looking mad salty, because he came here for some thrills and adventure. But all he got was a boring grind. Erda was curious how he managed to max out his blunt weapon skill right after mastering spears and hand-to-hand combat. Ilhan just answered her question with another question. You ever heard that old Buddhist saying, all rivers flow into the sea? He explained that it means, even if you practice a bunch of different martial arts, once you hit the peak with all of them, they all merge together into one perfect style. The angel decided it was a good time to shut up when they suddenly heard some weird noises up ahead. A second later, a system message popped up for the young man. It warned him that a massive level 74 metal heart was waiting for him just around the corner. Welp, so much for an easy dungeon crawl. Our hero Ilhan immediately clocks that this monster is way bigger than he was expecting. Angelica, his angel guide, explains that they're looking at a big metal heart. This absolute unit is a solid 20 levels higher than its little brothers. But Ilhan, he's totally hyped. This is the perfect chance to test his brand new weapon on a real beefy opponent, so he decides to bring out the pile bunker. He's already got it juiced up to level 3. Erda just rolls her eyes, thinking her student seriously has a specific weapon for literally every situation imaginable. With a massive leap, our boy launches himself into the air, his weapon primed and ready to go. Honestly, that monster didn't stand a chance. The stake slams home, and massive cracks immediately spiderweb across the stone heart. Even for a beast on this level, it was no match. A single strike from our hero was all it took. The system dings and boom, he just bagged a sweet 548,000 experience points. On top of that, he gets the record for a level 74 big metal heart. You can bet Ilhan was feeling pretty good about that attack. But when he glances at his stake, the young man sees it's also covered in a ton of cracks. The guy instantly realizes he can't use it ever again. It was basically a one-and-done deal. The hero starts wondering how he could possibly make the orbs reusable. Maybe he could build some kind of cartridge system for them. Erda tells him to put a pin in that for now, because they really needed to focus on looting the monster hearts. As the young man starts collecting his spoils, he quickly notices that the big metal heart is way tougher than the hearts from the regular metal monsters. The angel adds that the King of Metal Hearts is just a naturally occurring version of these things. Apparently, it has the highest durability of literally anything in the world. But she says there's no way one will be here since it's a fourth-class monster. Ilhan immediately tells her not to jinx it like she always does. Erda just brushes him off, claiming it's all just a coincidence. She explains that unlike monsters that go through a normal evolution, Metal Hearts showed up on Earth pretty recently. Ilhan was incredibly lucky just to see one big metal heart here, and it definitely won't happen again. Suddenly, a bead of sweat starts rolling down Angelica's face. She was so sure lightning wouldn't strike twice, but she was dead wrong. Our hero just points his finger, and yup, there's another one. The Celestial's mind is racing, basically screaming internally. Damn this planet, my predictions never come true here. But Ilhan reacts in a flash. He decides it's better to just ignore her debuff for now. It was time to whip out the ferocious hammer of 1,000 blasts, a unique class weapon, packing a punch of 1,974. The guy rushes into attack, and the angel thinks he's got to be the only person in the entire world who gets this stoked about fighting. Our hero and his mentor end up spending several days grinding in that cave. In that time, the young man cruises all the way to level 40. His dexterity stat gets a 2-point boost, and his strength, health, and mana all go up by 1. With the hammer slung over his shoulder, Ilhan asks Erda if they're fine. She replies that yeah, the dungeon is completely cleared out. She adds that he can always come back later if he needs more loot. The guy is already hoping he'll run into the King of Metal Hearts next time. He clocks Erda's strange reaction to that comment and decides to make a bet with himself. He's positive some major event is about to go down and asks her what's wrong. The Celestial replies, trying to play it cool, that she's just surprised an old destructive trap was used to make this dungeon. She acts like it's no big deal, but Ilhan can tell from her tone that it's worth betting on. He just knows some huge incident is about to happen. Ilhan had picked up on her little quirk by now. Whenever Erda starts talking about something in that fake normal voice, it's a surefire sign that things are about to hit the fan. Our guy Ilhan feels a portal literally rip open right behind his back. He immediately whips around just in time to see several figures stepping out onto the solid ground. And what do you know? It's a squad of angels, a sight that's become low-key familiar to Ilhan. These are the guys who always show up to haul away the absolutely busted death traps he engineers. Our hero was waiting for something to happen, and he didn't have to wait long because right then the deployment of his destructive territories was officially complete. All across the globe, hundreds of thousands of dungeons he'd set up flickered to life one after another. In a flash, the monsters that had been terrorizing the city streets started to vanish. It was like they were being summoned by the dungeon's energy, and they all obediently marched right in, trapping themselves. Once all those predators were locked away inside the dungeons, a wave of relief washed over the population. People actually started to feel safe again. That very same evening, the mood had completely. A news anchor was on TV reporting on how Korea, Japan, China, and other Asian nations were finally experiencing a return to peace. But Ilhan was also hearing reports that quests from the other worlds were suddenly becoming way less common. He couldn't be bothered with the news anymore and just shut the TV off. Erda broke it down for him, explaining that the higher beings were nerfing the rewards for off-world quests. They were basically strong-arming humanity into returning to Earth. Plus, with all those new dungeons now activated and ready to go, there was a new problem. Humanity needed to get back home, ASAP, to start clearing out all. It finally clicked for Ilhan why everything was so chaotic. It also meant his parents would be coming home soon. A thought that made the angel want to see what he was up to. She was super curious about what new gear the master craftsman had been cooking up. Angelica was especially interested in the bonus options Ilhan's latest creations might have. But our boy, letting out a huge yawn, told her he couldn't possibly test his new creations right now because he was about to pass out. He admitted that he was completely running on fumes. No cap, he had crafted every single item without a wink of sleep right after getting back from a dungeon run. Angelica told him he should just lie down and get some proper rest, but our hero wasn't having it. He pointed out that since his destructive traps were finally finished, it meant the angel cleanup crew was about to pop in and collect everything. He had one last job to do, so Ilhan whipped up an armor set with a metal heart, which the system called a terribly durable and stealthy piece of gear. This rare class black armor could tank a hit of up to 4,800. Its primary option was a massive 40% increase to defense. And on top of that, it gave him a 30% boost to his attack power whenever he landed a surprise attack. Requiring 2,550 strength to wear, the system hailed it as a true masterpiece of the century, forged by a craftsman on the verge of becoming a legend. The armor's only material was the heart of a giant metal monster. The system itself literally declared that this masterpiece had 0 flaws. This set of armor had everything you could ever want. It offered insane protection, looked absolutely sick, and came with abilities that gave him a huge edge in a fight. Our hero glanced over at Erda, asking if maybe he should juice it up with a few more options, and she was totally on board with the idea. The Celestial gave him the green light to activate them right then and there. Ilhan was absolutely stoked about these extra options, because now, on top of the initial surprise attack bonus, his strike power was getting even bigger. While in stealth, the damage from his surprise attacks gets another 10% boost, and his overall strike power is jacked up by another 30%, all thanks to the armor's insane effects. And get this if he uses his spear along with it. His attack power will skyrocket by 50%, leading Angelica to believe the terrible title was the key to unlocking these broken synergy options. Crafting an item with 3 different options is already insane, but doing it without any mana crafting, that's straight up god tier. But our boy Ilhan is just built different. Thanks to his legendary creator title, he shattered the limits of what was possible, which immediately got Erda's attention. She warns him, listen, you absolutely cannot sell these triple option items to anyone else. She explains that flexing a power like that is basically painting a giant target on his back. But Ilhan wasn't about to stop there. With a look of pure determination, he hits her with the ultimate what if, asking what would happen if his creations had a 4th option. And just like that, the celestial being went from concerned to absolutely livid. She gives him this death glare and basically says she is not playing around. Seeing he just poked the celestial bear, our master wisely decided it was time to apologize. The angel, trying to move on, declares that from now on, any item with 3 options will officially be called a gamma item. Ilhan, who has absolutely zero chill, couldn't help but mutter that he was honestly expecting a cooler name from a being like her. Shaking it off, our hero gets back to work, deciding to forge a new weapon from the leftover pieces of the stone heart. Watching him, the celestial asks a question. So you're finally ditching that old steel spear? Ilhan takes one look at his brand new creation and decides that all his outdated weapons and armor are getting tossed. He chucks his old gear straight into the eternal flame, and the second it makes contact, a system notification pops up. Turns out the eternal flame just leveled up. This fire can actually evolve, and its power is growing crazy fast. Our boy asks his mentor what the deal is with this fire, adding that the flames kinda look happy. Erda, being her usual cryptic self, doesn't even bother giving him a straight answer. She just tosses a simple "it's for everything" over her shoulder. And right then, all the exhaustion from non-stop grinding finally hits him like a freight train. He lets out a massive yawn, realizing it's way past his bedtime, and Ilhan doesn't waste another second. He makes a beeline straight for the workshop exit. It was time to crash. As he leaves, the angel hangs back for a second, staring at the eternal flame with a puzzled look on her face. The door clicks shut, leaving the workshop in silence. Our hero wastes no time getting back to his house. At this point, he was practically running on fumes. He stumbles into his apartment, yawning the whole way, and pretty much face plants into his bed. Before he knows it, morning arrives. Ilhan barely manages to drag himself out of bed when it suddenly clicks. He's not alone in the apartment. The smell of home cooking hits him, and he peeks into the kitchen to see his mom and dad. His dad's chilling with a newspaper, while his mom is whipping up some breakfast. A huge wave of relief and happiness washes over Arbid. His parents were finally back home. He'd missed them like crazy. The second he sits down, he starts inhaling his mom's cooking at a speed that just ain't human. His mom just stares, completely stunned by the spectacle. She asks her son to slow down, wondering if he'd been starving this whole time. In Ilhan's mind, a memory flashes of him surviving on nothing but beef jerky for 2 weeks straight in a dungeon. But out loud, he just tells his mom her cooking is the absolute best. Just then, his dad gets up from the table, announcing he's got to head out. He explains that he needs to get to the office before the siren, which announces monster arrivals, goes off. Ilhan's totally shocked, asking why he's going to work with monsters on the loose. His dad explains that all the government's financial support got cut, so now everyone has to get back to the grind ASAP just to keep their jobs. He mentions that one of the guys in his department actually quit, but Ilhan's dad admits he just doesn't have the talent for that kind of life. Loki the monsters absolutely terrify him, so for him it's either go to work today or risk getting fired. You know all those memes about Koreans going to work, even during a zombie apocalypse? Well, it turns out they're 100% true. As our hero watches his dad walk towards the door, a brilliant idea suddenly hits him. He dashes out into the hallway and tells his dad to put something on. At first glance, it just looks like a regular old long-sleeve shirt. It might look like just a simple t-shirt, but this thing could literally shield a man from a monster attack. The father was completely blown away. The defensive stats on this item were seriously impressive. He couldn't help but ask his son where on earth he found gear this valuable. But Ilhan decided to keep the details on the down low. He just played it cool, saying he managed to get his hands on some. Then he casually dropped that he'd brought the same kind of shirt for his mom too. The man was genuinely touched and thanked his son for being so thoughtful. After seeing the head of the family off to work, the mom and son wished him a safe and productive day. With things calming down, his mother mentioned that universities were finally starting to open back up. She gently asked if he had any plans to go back and finish his studies. But our hero shut that idea down pretty quickly. He just didn't see the point in university classes anymore, not with everything that's happened. His mom wasn't even mad. She just told him that she believed in him completely. She said he should follow his own path, and hearing his mom's genuine support really hit him in the feels. He was just so damn happy to have his parents back home safe. Ilhan then pulled another one of those special t-shirts from his bag and handed it to his mom. He explained that this piece of clothing was so strong it could even block a crushing blow from a second-class monster. But his mom's attention was totally fixated on his backpack. She thought it looked absolutely perfect for her grocery runs. Ilhan, however, couldn't just give her the bag. Besides, the thing was ridiculously heavy. After a solid breakfast, our hero stepped outside. The sun was shining bright, not a cloud in the sky. Just soaking in the awesome weather, he got to his workshop in no time. But the second he opened the door, he froze in his tracks. The entire room had changed, leaving him absolutely stunned. What the hell happened in here? In just a single night, his workshop got a massive upgrade, and it was looking slick. His forge with the eternal flame now looked way more heavy-duty, and there was brand new equipment laid out on his workbench. Erda explained that this was a reward from heaven for his recent success. Apparently, these tools were forged from a metal that won't even exist on Earth until the planet hits its second stage of evolution. The system then officially announced that the heaven task, creating destructive paste, had been completed successfully. Ilhan was beyond grateful for this insane gift and swore he'd put it all to good use. But Erta told him that wasn't even the end of it. On top of everything, all of his base stats were increased by 5 points. And since he'd aced the task so perfectly, he was getting a special bonus reward. A moment later, a massive book materialized in front of him, its title reading, Deadly Poison Resistant Skill. This was a game changer. It would let him shrug off poison from a monster as high as rank 4. The kid was floored by a gift this insane, because a skill book like this is unbelievably rare. Once he learned this, he'd be able to eat stuff like troll meat without breaking a sweat. And for the final reward, the system dropped a pin on his map revealing the location of a troll dungeon. Turns out our hero's next quest would take him all the way to the United States. With zero hesitation, Ilhan decided not to waste any time and headed straight for Incheon Airport. As he walked into the terminal, he quietly whispered to Erta that this was his first time ever flying on a plane. But the angel quickly pointed out that he'd forgotten a couple of crucial details. You can't travel abroad without a passport and a visa. And right now, Ilhan had neither of those things. Our hero knew the angel was right. A smirk spread across his face, as he said it didn't matter one bit. In the next moment, the young man revealed his big brain plan. Ilhan had decided he was just going to make the trip illegally. Humming a little tune under his breath, our hero strolled right past the check-in counters. He had a master plan brewing to pull off his little scheme, and he couldn't stop the quiet hum. See, he was about to catch this flight illegally, and the angel with him was low-key getting ticked off. She straight up told him to zip it, complaining that his humming was way too loud. Once they were on the plane chilling in some empty seats, Ilhan casually mentioned to Erda, "Yo, with my stealth skill, even the most high-tech security system on the planet couldn't spot me." The angel just rolled her eyes, saying that even if they upgraded this thing with magic, it still wouldn't have a prayer of detecting him. Just then, a flight attendant came down the aisle, pushing one of those drink carts. Our boy Ilhan, quick as a flash, reached out and snagged a can of soda. The attendant didn't see a thing, but she did get this weird feeling, like she was short on her Coke count. Glancing out the window, Ilhan spotted a fighter jet absolutely booking it nearby. Erda pointed it out, saying, "That's a jet piloted by an ability user. Apparently, they keep them on standby just in case any monsters decide to pop up mid-flight." Which honestly explains why the tickets for this flight to Arizona, home of the infamous troll dungeon, cost a freaking fortune. They had to make a quick stop in Los Angeles first, though. Erda was feeling super confident, claiming that this time everything would go off without a hitch. But Ilhan knew better. He'd noticed a pattern whenever she said that something absolutely disastrous was about to go down. And surprise, surprise, it didn't take long for all hell to break. A monster suddenly appeared nearby, and our hero couldn't help but call her out, predicting her next line would be something like, "Wait, this has to be some kind of mistake." Bro had her completely figured out. He even added, "If an angel can't see this stuff coming, then I guess it's up to a mere human to handle it." This jab totally hit its mark, and Erda suddenly realized, Oh no, the prophecy was actually coming true. An overflow is a rare phenomenon that only happens when a destruction trap is involved. If one of these traps goes kaboom for some random reason, it unleashes a whole horde of mutated monsters. These overflow events spawn mutant monsters that are on a whole other level compared to the regular ones. The craziest part is how the area around the trap literally soaks up all that destructive energy, completely transforming the environment. Ilhan looked over and saw that a huge chunk of the airport had turned into a barren rocky wasteland. So basically, when a dungeon overflows, the monsters inside don't just escape, they start turning the real world into a new dungeon. Erda confirmed that his guess was spot on. She explained that these overflows happen as the world itself starts to evolve and take on dungeon-like properties. It can also be a side effect of some seriously powerful magic, or even when a dungeon just vanishes. But the angel didn't think that was what caused this one. The real nightmare, she said, is that mutants born from an overflow can actually mess with other dungeons. They can trigger a domino effect of overflows. In other words, if Ilan lets even a single monster slip by, it'll kick off another one. Hearing that from Erda made our hero freeze in his tracks. He had to know if there was another prophecy about what happens if he messes up and misses one. Another overflow will happen, she confirmed, and you'll have to work your ass off to clean up the mess. The goddess insisted they had to stop it from happening. She then offered him an official quest. Take care of this, and he'd get a sweet reward of stats and skills. Ilhan was about to accept when a massive explosion rocked the area to their left, and people started screaming their heads off. Through a new hole blown in the airport wall, you could see dark, monstrous shapes as people begged for someone to save them. A few brave souls actually tried to fight back, pulling out guns and trying to scare the monsters off. One guy even opened fire on a giant crocodile, but the bullets just pinged uselessly off its armored hide. The monster let out a guttural growl, roaring that it needed to find the tape. Ilhan remarked to Erda that it seemed like some kind of lightning-based monster. The angel explained it was a second-class mutant monster that packed a special ability. Don't underestimate it, she warned. But our hero just smirked, reminding her that he was packing some seriously OP armor and a spear that could poke a hole in reality itself. The system just dropped a name for his brand new weapon. It's called the Reaper's Black Spear, a unique class weapon with a base attack power of 2,400. And get this, it has an option that jacks up the critical hit chance by 30% during a sneak attack. With a strength stat of 1,700, this thing is an absolute masterpiece. It was forged by a master craftsman pushing the very limits of his skill. The spear itself was crafted from the very core of a gargantuan metal beast, made specifically for one wielder. Low-key, it's infused with the Reaper's own power. This basically lets our boy fade into the shadows and just start taking lives. Wasting no time, the young man decides to dive-bomb the monster from above. The spear plunges straight through the giant lizard's skull. That one hit was all it took. The monster was instantly deleted, and the system confirmed the kill, adding the fire monster to its stats. Ilhan couldn't be happier with how ridiculously cracked his new spear was. The hero was feeling himself when Erda pointed out that this particular monster didn't have a mana stone. She told him if he was going to dismantle it, he should make sure to grab all the useful parts for his inventory. Just then, a crowd of people started to gather at the scene. They were absolutely losing their minds that this one guy had taken down a fire lizard so damn fast. He thought to himself, even with my stealth skill, people are gonna spot me if I'm right in the middle of the action. But before he could finish that thought, the fire lizard decided it wasn't done yet, its mouth glowing with intense flames. In the next instant, a massive pillar of fire engulfed the spot where Ilhan was standing, forcing him to make a last-second dodge. It hits different when you realize it's the exact same fire blast that completely wrecked the airport wall earlier. The hero decided it was time to dip, but the flames were moving way faster than him. He had no choice but to stop and face the inferno head-on, getting completely swallowed by the lizard's fiery attack. The crowd was in total shock. Bruh, they seriously thought their savior just got incinerated, but as the dust settled, they saw a hand emerge from the flames. It was Ilhan himself. He looked completely dumbfounded that he had actually tanked a direct hit like that. Now he knew he could fight with zero chill, taking all the hits and gripping his spear even tighter as he jumped back into the fray. But suddenly the young man noticed he wasn't the only one dealing with these fire lizards. People in the crowd started shouting, telling everyone they couldn't just stand there and watch. Anyone who could fight had to step up. One of the men yelled out for them to form a team and hold the line. He told anyone without combat skills to get the hell out of there, and Ilhan just froze. He wasn't used to seeing regular people act with this much courage. Erda then pointed out that after his last big move, the crowd had completely forgotten he was even there. No cap, even the monsters were straight up ignoring him now. His stealth was on another level. The newly formed human team fought bravely against the monsters. Even though the lizards were stronger, some people in the crowd had magic and were throwing up protective barriers. Ilhan just watched the lopsided battle play out for a little bit. He decided to let the people prove themselves, but after a moment it was obvious the makeshift team was getting completely overwhelmed by the fire lizards. Another monster unleashed a torrent of fire right into the human crowd. It looked like the guy closest to the blast was a goner, but Ilhan intervened just in time, finally getting noticed again. The terrified man could barely thank his savior before Ilhan one-tapped another lizard, piercing its head with his spear. The giant creature began to slump to the ground. With its last breath, it managed to speak about a record. The record of a strong warrior, to which Ilhan shot back, "Cool story now. How about you just give me your record instead?" Our guy delivers another savage blow, finishing off the monster and cashing in a cool 420,000 experience points. The fire lizards lurking behind him instantly recognize he's totally cracked, and now they're desperate to get their claws on his record. They know with his power, they could finally evolve. Ilhan turns to Urta and asks if all monsters are this thirsty for records and evolution. Is it seriously just a numbers game for them? Just then, a knight in full plate armor approaches and thanks him for the rescue. Ilhan can't see her face behind the helmet, but he can tell from her voice that it's a girl. He gives her a pro tip: stay sharp on the battlefield. He then overhears one of the girls saying how cool he is, which is a nice little ego boost for our fighter. But Urta, with absolutely zero chill, scoffs that no one can even see his face, since it's completely hidden behind his mask. The battle with the lizards rages on outside the airport terminal. After dropping another monster, Ilhan banks another 431,000 experience points. After killing another monster, Ilhan gained 431,000 experience points. He dings, hitting level 44. His strength stat gets a +2, while his agility, health, and mana each get a +1. But the lizards just keep pushing forward. Urta points out that he's wasting time taking them out one by one. She says he needs to target the leader first, since that's the one messing with the whole environment. After that, he can mop up the rest of the trash. Urta really hammers it home. As long as the leader is still kicking, these monsters won't ever stop spawning. Sounds simple, but it's way harder in practice. Our hero can't help but wonder, how is he supposed to pull that off when he's completely surrounded by the mob? They all want to be the one to take him down and steal the record of a powerful warrior, and Ilhan's patience is wearing thin. These annoying pests were really getting on his last nerve. One of them hurls a fireball straight at him, but thanks to his insane reflexes, he spots the attack immediately and blocks the flames with his incredible spear. The weapon's long reach even lets him counterattack right through the inferno. The hero leaps forward, emerging from the fiery vortex as the crowd watches in total disbelief. They can't believe a single person is taking on this many monsters by himself. You can hear people whispering in the crowd. "Bruh, it takes our whole squad to kill one of those, and this dude is soloing dozens at once." Ilhan knows this isn't the time to rest. After he kills one lizard, he's immediately on to the next. He launches himself into the air, soaring high above the horde of monsters. He did this intentionally to get a bead on the fire lizard leader's location, and he spots him in a second. The monster was way beefier than the rest, and had much darker skin. Ilhan knew Urta's advice was totally on point. He aims his spear directly at the leader. The weapon flies true and hits its target. At that very second, a message pops up from the system. "You have reached level 45. Your dexterity stat has increased by 2. Angelica pops in to tell him his stats just got a 1-point boost across the board, strength, health, and mana. But Ilhan immediately starts complaining that at this rate he's never going to get a handle on his mana control, even after he unlocks a second class. Angelica just tells him to chill out. She reassures him that he'll be totally fine until he hits level 100, pointing out that his leveling speed is low-key, super slow anyway. A second later, a massive explosion rips through the air, and our hero's head whips toward the sound. He hears some guy in the crowd screaming, "Run! They explode when they touch people," and Ilhan understood every single word. He's still trying to process where the hell another Korean came from, when a giant lizard monster pops up right behind him. But the second he hears that these monsters literally go boom on contact with humans, a wicked grin spreads across his face as he grabs the beast by the neck. With a massive heave, he yeets the lizard with all his strength. It goes flying and slams into the ground. The explosion that followed was no joke, sending massive chunks of rock flying in every direction. The crowd is shook, thinking it's a baller way to kill the monsters. But no way in hell would they dare try that themselves. Ilhan, who was at ground zero for the blast, came out without a single scratch. Meanwhile, the lizard boss decides to get in on the action and hurls a massive chunk of a building right at him. The ground literally trembles as the colossal beast takes a step forward, but Ilhan just effortlessly hops onto the flying rock. He scoffs that balancing on this thing is total child's play. For a guy who's literally spent a millennium perfecting his body control, this is like walking on a balance beam. Just then another explosion goes off, this one way bigger than all the others before it. The terrified crowd is absolutely convinced their savior is toast this time around. There's just no way anyone could survive being in the epicenter of a fireball that huge. But a moment later, they see our hero standing there completely unharmed, as if he knew exactly where the blast was going to happen. Ilhan reaches into his inventory and smirks, declaring it's time to bring out a new toy. A unique class weapon appears in his hands, the world-crushing jackhammer. And this thing comes with a seriously cracked bonus option. It increases its charging speed, attack speed, and its overall destructive power by a solid 20%. This jackhammer was crafted from the bones, teeth, and sinew of a ghost leopard. It was made by a master craftsman pushing the absolute limits of their skill. No cap, even the soulless system was amazed that a weapon this insane could be created without any magic or gunpowder. The only downside was that the jackhammer was an absolute beast to use and carry around, and the metal hearts used in its creation just amplified both its insane power and its massive Our hero aims his new super weapon at the lizard boss and says it's time to end this. It was a critical blow of unbelievable force. The hit was so powerful it literally knocked the giant lizard clean off its feet. Even after crashing to the ground, the monster was still kicking, wheezing, and snapping its teeth as its subordinate saw that the big boss was in trouble. The minion immediately rushes forward to help, but that's when things get interesting. The onlookers from the crowd finally decide to jump into the fight. They form a human barricade to stop the other monsters from getting anywhere near their leader. These people dig in their heels desperately trying to hold back the monster horde. Their sacrifice buys Ilhan the precious seconds he needs to finish off the boss for good. Two of the lizards charge straight into a sharp blade, but our boy had already pulled a quick switch-up with his weapon. This time he's wielding the dark greatsword of the stupid giant. This bad boy was also a unique class weapon rocking an attack power of 2,300 and a durability of 2,100. The sword also had a special option. Its weight gets jacked up by 50%, but it also boosts the user's strength by 20. Erda pipes up saying the weapon's description sounds a little weird, but just then the system announces that Ilhan has finally hit the max level for his swordsmanship skill. And he could even evolve the skill by slapping on a few extra components. Even as he was taking his last breath, the fire lizard leader was still fantasizing about cementing his legacy as a true powerhouse. Suddenly our boy feels some insane vibrations coming from behind him. He whips his head around and the entire area is literally falling apart as the ground starts to split open. The cracks quickly expand into massive gaping chasms. The enormous stone wall just starts crumbling into a million pieces. People are scrambling for their lives, trying not to get crushed under all the falling rubble. It's like the monster was trying to rip the entire damn airport right out of the earth. The shockwaves were so powerful that the airport building and the surrounding cliffs just couldn't take the abuse. The whole thing looked like a scene straight out of a blockbuster disaster flick, no cap. Turns out the leader of the fire lizards was still kicking. And instead of a bunch of scaredy cats, he wanted to drag the strongest warrior down to the underworld with him. But Ilhan was so over his villain monologue, so our hero just yeeted a giant-ass sword straight at the Lizard King's dome. The young man muttered under his breath, "In your dreams." His final words were for the slain fire lizard leader, as he cashed in on 1.897 million experience points, all for taking out that one monster. He also got a level 91 fire lizard entry. Ilhan asks Lita, "Hold on, are these things really a lower level than the black leopards?" Even though they can literally terraform their entire surroundings, the goddess explains that with these mutated monsters, their level is basically just a suggestion. It doesn't reflect their actual power. Ilhan feels a little let down though, because after taking down a beast that strong, he was low-key expecting a much bigger reward. Suddenly the guy just freezes. He's not used to being the center of attention, but now he's completely surrounded by people. Every single one of them is thanking him for saving their lives. They're all gushing about how his abilities are absolutely cracked. At the front of the crowd were a young woman and a man. The girl was so grateful she tried to plant a kiss on Ilhan as thanks for the rescue, and that's when it clicked. He'd definitely met this Korean couple before. Lita pipes up telling him she can sense a little bit of envy in his feelings. Our hero just tells her to zip it. He then mumbles to the crowd that it's no big deal and that they need to focus on wiping out the other monsters. He warned that if even one of them got away, it would cause major problems down the line. The girl then turns to her friend, who she calls Hajin Oppa, and asks if she thinks our hero has already hit his third job class. The guy shoots that idea down immediately, saying it's basically impossible. He's never even heard of anyone managing to reach a level that high. Belle, on the other hand, thought Ilhan was built different. She tells Hajin that this mysterious dude is way stronger than him. Meanwhile, Ilhan is just going to town, tearing through the remaining monsters. He's just farming XP one after another. A thought crosses his mind even if he goes all out trying to kill them all. There's still a chance that one of them will manage to slip away. The hero knows he can't leave for Arizona until he's 100% sure he's exterminated every last one. He pictures one surviving, watching his plane vanish into the sky, and then immediately bolting for the woods. Then by the time Ilhan gets back to Los Angeles, that single surviving lizard will have already kicked off another mutant disaster. Lita was pretty skeptical about this whole theory. She told him it sounded like the plot of a B-list movie. But our guy wasn't hearing it. It's like he got a second wind and just dove back into the slaughter. The MC was moving so fast it looked like he was in several places at once. With their leader taken out, the other lizards decided it was time to dip. But against him, those monsters didn't stand a snowball's chance in hell. With a single clean swing of his sword, our boy Ilhan sliced the last of them clean in half. In that exact same moment, 2 system notifications popped up. Not only did he get a level up, but his experience points just doubled. Looking around the now empty airport, Ilhan finally let out a sigh of relief. Every last one of those lizards was finally dealt with. Couldn't help but wonder how in the world he planned on carrying all these corpses. He just hummed a little tune in response. After the dust settled, a literal mountain of monster bodies was all that was left. Suddenly, Ilhan felt the ground beneath him just totally give way as his foot sank into the concrete. An insane weight was pulling him down, and he immediately asked the angel for that weight. Control option on his gear bag. Angelica wasn't even a little bit surprised. It was like she knew this was bound to happen. The airport was finally free of those gross green mutants. A new window popped up announcing that Heaven's Quest 003 was complete. All of his stats got a clean +2 boost across the board. Our hero didn't just complete the quest. He absolutely crushed it better than anyone else, earning him a special reward. And now it was time for to make good on Ilhan's request. She floated into the air, focusing her angelic magic on his massive bag. At that exact same time, 2 more angels descended from the heavens, the same ones who had taken away the traps earlier. They popped in wanting to know why their colleague was summoning them. Cut right to the chase, explaining she needed a hand with some mana crafting. The higher beings instantly knew what their mentor was getting at. They added their power to hers, and now 3 angels were pouring their mana into the hero's bag. On the outside, the thing didn't look any different, but now its weight was completely controllable. Effortlessly picked up the bag and placed it right back in Ilhan's hands, explaining he could now control the weight however he wanted. Ilhan was seriously stoked about this new feature, but then he noticed one of the angels who had just arrived was kinda laughing at him. Seeing the confusion on his face, she explained that she'd actually seen him in action earlier today. She was watching over her own human ward on a different battlefield. This news completely floored our hero. Angels were helping other people besides him. Confirmed that, yeah, it was true. They had to protect the few people with rare abilities for the sake of the planet. This other girl's name was Nayuna. The other angel asked Ilhan to help the girl out if he ever got the chance, saying it would be a good move for him too, since she had the blessing of the goddess of beauty. Quickly told her colleague, whose name was Lita, not to spill any details about Ilhan's abilities. Everything about him had to stay top secret. Lita just smiled, commenting that she'd never seen get so worked up over a lower existence before. Lita then put a hand to her mouth, quietly wondering out loud if her friend had low-key caught feelings for the human. And if she did, would probably kill her for saying it. As expected, got pissed at those words. She snapped back that she'd send Lita back to heaven herself, and fast. As she was leaving, Lita just asked Ilhan to be nice to Yuna. Once the other angels were gone, turned to her ward and asked if he actually planned on helping the girl. Ilhan just grinned and said that was impossible, explaining he's a total outcast who could never bring himself to approach someone first. Hearing that actually seemed to cheer up, and she promised to give him the rest of his rewards. The next reward was a skill that granted him legit inhuman strength. He could even use it in tandem with his mana. Ilhan thought it sounded pretty cool, but also kinda like a monster's skill. Explained that he was basically right. Since he had already mastered every skill a human could possibly learn, he was moving into new territory. Nearby, the airplane stood on the runway, ready for takeoff at a moment's notice. On the plane, the angel Nayuna excitedly flops into her seat. She's looking all over the cabin, telling her friend she can't find their mysterious hero anywhere. But she's all like, I swear promised he'd be on this flight. The guy with her just tells her to chill out, sit down, and buckle her seatbelt already. He warns her to keep her voice down before someone overhears, but she's way too busy imagining what Ilhan actually looks like. Her friend is getting visibly annoyed by all this hero worship, and you can tell he's low-key jealous of her. And plot twist, our hero is sitting right there taking in every single word. The master tells his angel assistant that he ought to just walk right by them. Erta tells him to quit acting like he's the main character in some kind of movie. Right then, the airplane starts picking up speed and gaining altitude fast. The angel then asks the young man if he's ever heard of the phrase Chekhov's gun, from that old writer Anton Chekhov. If you put a gun on the wall in the first act, she says it has to go off by the final one. Those words really stuck with Ilhan. Meanwhile, Yuna and Ho Jin were digging into dinner next to a bonfire. The guy who cooked for them wasn't impressed, especially since he'd been slaving away to feed these two. He's got zero chill and tells them to get lost if their stomachs are full. Yuna, completely oblivious, asks if the hero can cook another round because the meat just melts in your mouth. Turns out they were eating scorpion monster meat for their meal. It was a pretty wild situation, and to get why it happened, Ilhan has to take us back in time a little. His mind flashes back to a massive chasm deep inside an American canyon, where he and Erta spotted a gigantic portal. It was just pulsing with some seriously powerful mana, and both the human and the angel were just staring at it, totally confused. The angel turns to her charge and asks what in the world that thing is. He just shoots back that he was hoping she could explain it, seeing as she's the so-called superior being. Without missing a beat, Erta says she'll go scout it out. She mentioned hearing that this is usually what the entrance to a troll dungeon looks like. Ilhan can't help but wonder why crazy stuff seems to pop up everywhere he goes, while the angel flies in for a closer look at the portal. She tries to peek through it, and after a second you can see the light bulb go on. She says it's all making sense now. This was something that almost never happens. There had been some kind of glitch. A screw-up caused two dangerous traps to spawn in the exact same location. Because of that mistake, the two dungeons smashed together and became one huge messed-up mega-dungeon. Erta warns Ilhan that a place like this won't just have trolls, so he'd better be careful. As he takes a single step forward, a new message appears. It's a level 50 entry restriction. Our hero tells the angel to just give him the cliff notes. She gets the hint and breaks down the most important part in just 3 words. There are 2 bosses. This dungeon is a massive sprawling green field, and in the very next moment the young man lays eyes on a troll. Erta sarcastically wonders if monsters are the only thing he's capable of seeing. At that very moment, the troll opens its huge mouth and announces that it wants to take a nap. These things aren't the sharpest tools in the shed. Its only thought was about getting some sleep. The monster just plops down on the ground and puts its hands behind its head, making our hero's jaw drop. No cap. He was asleep in 3 seconds flat, he yells. Is that for real? A rest skill? Erta explains that every single troll has that skill. That's when it all clicks for Ilhan. This is exactly why he needs troll blood to upgrade his own rest skill. He realizes this lazy monster is basically a free kill, so he slips into the shadows, spear in hand, and creeps closer. The goddess just notes that the look on his face right now is that of a stone-cold thief. With one clean hit, our hero takes out the very first troll of his life. And just like that, he banked a solid 560,000 experience points. A split second later, the system registered his takedown of a level 72 Plains troll. Our boy snagged some crucial quest loot, the heart of a second-class dormant monster, which is 1 out of the 500 he needs, and also 3 liters of troll blood with a whopping 500 more to go. The hunt for 100 kills was on. The boy Ilhan was feeling himself telling Erta that this whole thing was a total cakewalk. After an easy victory like that, he wasn't about to slow down. He immediately took off to track down the remaining 499 trolls on his list. Meanwhile, the other members of the expedition were making their way to a portal inside the cave. We're talking Nayuna, Hajinopa, and the angel Peta. Peta explained that they were looking at a giant dungeon with a hard level cap of 50. The angel assistant warned Nayuna to be careful since you can never really know what's waiting for you inside a dungeon. Hajinopa cut in saying it was the stench which was decided. He wanted to grab the scorpion poison and bounce as fast as possible, but Yuna just had to call their little mission a date. The girl was absolutely convinced it was going to be a ton of fun. The guy was totally caught off guard, saying she'd never once called their outings a date before, which is when Paita yelled out, trying her best to get the attention back on her. She was trying to warn them one last time to be super careful inside, but just like that they vanished into the portal. The gate's color instantly flipped from blue to a sketchy-looking purple. Back on the plains, a fire was blazing with a huge chunk of meat roasting over it. Ilhan had already pitched his tent and was getting impatient waiting for dinner. As soon as he saw the meat was cooked through, he pulled it off the fire. Erta couldn't believe this guy was actually planning to eat troll meat to sate his hunger. It's like had he totally forgotten that stuff is literally poison. Our hero didn't even bother to argue. He just offered the angel a piece. He thought it reminded him of beef, just a little on the tougher side. He He then pulled up his system window and saw that his deadly poison resistance skill had just dinged level 2. He was pretty hyped about the level up. The angel had to explain that all this really proved was that the meat he was eating was seriously toxic. But Ilhan shot that down, thinking that his new skill would handle it. He was sure everything would be fine. A little while later, dinner was over and the fire was out. The young man sat by a tree and said, "Man, that was delicious. My cooking skill even increased. Since I cooked monster meat, its growth has totally sped up. A full 5 days had passed since they first arrived on the troll plane. And in all that time, trolls were the only thing they'd seen. Our boy was just lighting fires and grilling meat, but not a single other monster ever showed up. He thought the whole situation was low-key weird. That's when Erti told him she had a theory. The angel admitted she wasn't 100% sure about it, though. Ilhan was down to hear it. The celestial laid it out. Your stealth is so cracked that it's also hiding the fire and the smell of the meat. The hero just exclaimed, "Bruh, that goes against all the laws of physics." To which the angel simply replied, "The laws of physics, your stealth has literally fooled God." The very next day, our MC and his assistant finally found their last 500th victim. A whole lot had happened during those 5 days of grinding. Ilhan had been eating nothing but troll meat this entire time, and they definitely ran into some trouble along the way. He was dying to taste some other monster's meat because he was so over trolls, but the raw desire to get stronger was all the motivation he needed to keep pushing forward. Erta knew he couldn't stop now. This meat was power leveling his poison resistance and cooking skills like crazy. The angel was basically reading his mind, which, not gonna lie, was starting to annoy him. Deciding not to waste any more time, our hero went in for the final blow on the last troll on his list. In that exact moment, he raked in a whopping 572,000 experience points. But then the system suddenly announced that he couldn't reach level 50. Not until he managed to get himself a second-class dot model. The system basically confirms that every single record he's ever broken is about to be cashed in the moment he chooses his second class. The paths laid out before him aren't random. They're literally paved with his past achievements. Ertai's angelic guide tells him to just pick a class already and get ready to smash whatever trial comes with it. A challenge specifically tailored to his current power level. He's got 4 spicy options on the table: Expert Arcane Spearman, Combat Expert Novice Reaper, and the Classic Berserker. Erta's hyped, he's finally leveling up, but she warns him that his entire world is about to get flipped upside down. And with that, it was finally time for the grand tour of his potential new career. First up is the Combat Expert, a class that's on a whole other level. It would basically put all his current stats on steroids, just amping up everything he's already got. Ilhan figures, if he gets any more jacked, his own mom won't recognize him, since a combat expert can turn literally anything into a weapon. Yeah, you heard that right. Even their own body becomes a deadly instrument of destruction. Our boy thinks that sounds a little too intense, wondering if he really has to start blocking swords with his face. Next up is the Berserker. This is a straight-up beast who's built different. They don't leave the battlefield until the enemy is a red paste on the ground, or Ilhan is completely floored by these insane class descriptions, so Erta decides to elaborate. She explains that these 3 options aren't just powerful, they're ridiculously rare. Plus, they don't even need mana, so he can just pick whichever one vibes with him the most. But then Ilhan realizes something. He points out that the angel hasn't said a single word about the Novice Reaper, and Erta, with zero chill, just admits she has no clue what it is. She's literally never seen or heard of anyone with that class before. She guesses it must be some kind of super unique class, and warns him that the name might be a total curveball compared to what it actually does. Without a shred of hesitation, Ilhan instantly locks in his choice at the Novice Reaper class. Erta just smirks as if to say, "I knew it." You love a good mystery more than anyone. Ilhan can't even argue. He knows she's had a millennium to get his personality down pat. The moment he confirms his choice, a system message pops up with the details. It's epic, saying that Novice Reaper is the gateway to becoming a true Reaper, one who delivers death with absolute fairness to all. It also makes it crystal clear that this is the one and only path available to him. A path he's now stuck on because he, a living, breathing human, has chosen to master the very concept of death. Now all he has to do is prove he's worthy of that insane title. And his quest is absolutely cracked. He has to kill both second and third class monsters in a single hit, coming from an ambush. Ilhan just about loses his mind, screaming about the ridiculous difficulty spike. No wonder nobody makes it past level 50. For real, how is anyone at level 50 supposed to one-shot a third-class monster? But after a moment, the gears start turning, and he realizes it might not be so impossible. Erta just folds her arms, watching him cook. She's curious if he's already found a loophole. A hammer appears in his hand as he decides to put evolving his concealment skill on the back burner. His big brain play: if he uses a mana stone to supercharge his weapon with mana crafting, it might just give him the firepower he needs. The next thing we know, we're deep in some forest. A massive surge of energy suddenly erupts from the troll-infested plain. Ilhan, who's nearby, looks over with a confused expression. He's totally distracted when a bizarre sound grabs his attention, forcing him to whip his head in its direction. His eyes land on a horrifying sight. A giant sand scorpion has a girl named Nayun trapped in its pincer, and she's screaming his name for help. The poor girl tries to fight back, but her struggles are completely useless. The monster is just on another level. Lita, who's standing nearby, just scolds her, saying she should have been more careful. Tears well up in Yuna's eyes as all her hope drains away. Some guy she calls Hajin Oppa makes a futile charge at the scorpion, but gets nowhere. Ilhan, watching this whole train wreck, is just baffled. He's thinking, bruh, what is wrong with these people? Why can't they handle this weak sauce? Ever the hawk. She explains that getting ambushed can make even a low-level scrub feel like a world-ending. But our hero was not having it. He slapped on his mask and grumbled to himself. What are the odds he'd run into this specific couple inside a dungeon? And even though he was salty about it, he knew he couldn't just dip and let them get wrecked. Just as she'd predicted, this guy was still full of surprises, even for a goddess like Eartha, who'd been watching him for ages. The goddess couldn't believe her eyes, asking if he was seriously about to fight that thing with the skewer he'd just been eating with. With zero chill, Ilhan just yeeted the steel skewer, which was secretly forged from metal heart, straight at the beast. Eartha was shook. Who in their right mind wastes such a god-tier material on a literal barbecue stick? But the kid's bizarre weapon found its mark, no cap. The scorpion recoiled, dropping the girl from its claw, and our boy moved like a blur, managing to snatch Nayuna right out of the air. He then unceremoniously tossed the damsel in distress right at her boyfriend Hajin, before diving back into the fray. She crashed right into her partner, sending them both tumbling to the ground, while Ilhan was already reaching into his inventory and pulling out some real hardware. From his bag, he whipped out a spear and immediately went to town on that giant scorpion. He spun like a whirlwind and launched his weapon, landing a picture-perfect shot right on target. That nasty critical hit netted him a sweet 668 experience points, and the system confirmed the kill. One level 78 giant sand scorpion down for the count. On top of that, the young man's critical strike skill just leveled up to 9. He was pretty hyped about this news. He'd actually thought the monster was a lower level, so RTA chimed in that the scorpion's main weapon was its venom. But lucky for Ilhan, he already had a high resistance to that kind of deadly poison. This whole fight wasn't half bad. Looking over his fresh kill, the hero said, "A giant sand scorpion. Oh, I bet this thing's gonna taste amazing. I'm thinking the meat is probably gonna be kinda like lobster." The celestial being was just flabbergasted that the guy was actually planning to eat it. Did he seriously only come to this dungeon for the food? Meanwhile, Yuna was finally coming to. Her own guardian angel was right there, totally freaking out about her health. But the girl just looked dazed. Then her eyes locked onto the man who had just saved her life. She called him the Dark Prince from Los Angeles, for some reason leaving Ilhan completely baffled by what he just heard. Yuna then whipped out her phone, pulled up an Instagram photo, and asked him, "Don't you know you're literally trending all over Instagram right now? People are calling you the Dark Knight of the American government," Hajin chimed in, saying that some were even gossiping about it. As if our hero was some kind of secret FBI agent. The girl just smiled and said that in her opinion, Dark Knight sounded way cooler. Eartha, who had heard the whole thing, just sighed, confirming her belief that the internet is pure garbage and clout chasing ruins everything. Our hero decided he was so over this conversation and just went back to dealing with the dead scorpion. Completely ignoring the couple he just rescued, Hajin couldn't believe his eyes as Ilhan started to expertly butcher the monster. They just stood there in total amazement watching the young man work. Ilhan was in the zone all the way until late afternoon. He only finished up when the full moon was high in the sky and he already had a pan over the fire with pieces of white meat roasting. They were sizzling like crazy, and the smell was so good it made Yuna and Hajin's stomachs start to rumble. It suddenly hit them that they hadn't eaten all day. Our hero said he was down to share, but warned them the scorpion meat was poisonous. But the girl just exclaimed that it was no big deal and she could totally fix it. Yuna pointed her palms right at the pan, and she literally commanded the poison to just go away. Both Ilhan and Hajin watched completely stunned as a lilac-colored energy just floated out of the meat and vanished into the night sky. After a second, the girl announced that it was totally safe to eat now since the poison was 100% gone. Our hero couldn't help but think that of course these two have such good convenient skills. This game is so unbalanced. Eartha heard the guy's thoughts, and she said, "So we heard that Yuna is basically blessed by the goddess of beauty. On top of that, she's packing some absolutely insane divine power. Our MC muttered to himself that some people just have all the luck, while he got ghosted by the universe for 1,000 years. A moment later, his uninvited guests were totally demolishing the delicious meat, just stuffing their faces without a care, and they couldn't stop gushing about how the Dark Knight's cooking skills were seriously next level. Alright, let's jump back to the present. Yuna and Hajin were showering their savior with thanks for the killer meal, but our hero didn't really know what to say. He just looked away, still hiding his face. The girl piped up asking if he was lonely, and straight up offered him a spot on their team. She dropped the line about how he'd have a total smoke show like her by his side as if it was a trump card, but our boy shot her down flat. Yuna was completely stunned. She started whining to her oppa about getting rejected in 2 seconds flat, even with her god-tier looks. Hajin just thought she kinda had it coming. This whole exchange really got Ilhan's gears turning. He was thinking, wait a minute, are these two not even dating? That's definitely not the vibe he got from a couple. The Appa thanked our hero for saving his teammate and said they had to get going. He held out a business card with a phone number on it, telling him to call to get paid for the assist. The name on the card read Kong Hajin. Our MC suddenly realized that he'd seen a card almost exactly like this one before. It was a dead ringer for the one he got from Kang Mir, so he put 2 and 2 together and figured they were all from the same company. Yuna decided she should probably throw him her card as well. The girl then blurted out that they were just in the area on business and would be heading straight back to Korea once they were done. Hajin immediately tried to shut her up, practically begging her not to spill any more confidential info. Ilhan glanced down at her business card and confirmed they were definitely from the same crew. Hajin kept on grilling the girl for having such a big mouth. She just apologized, saying she didn't mean to say anything out of line. The angel Ertas flew after them, and our hero turned to her. He said he had a strong feeling they were going to bump into that pair again somewhere in this dungeon. The angel told him not to jinx it, but our boy just added that he was actually planning on tracking them. He didn't really have another option if he wanted to find a new scorpion. Erta thought to herself that this was an even worse idea. Meanwhile, Yuna was busy convincing her partner that the Dark Knight would totally join their team if she just had a little more time to work her charm. She was sure that if he was into girls at all, he'd eventually cave. Hajin didn't even have the energy to argue with her. The pretty girl then started complaining that it was tough getting things done with just 2 people. She wondered if the hero might help them out if they offered him everything from the scorpion except the poison. But Hajin shot that down, asking, what if the poison is the only thing the Dark Knight actually wants? It's not going to look good if he starts asking why we need it so bad. You gotta watch what you say, Hajin warned. Ilhin, who was actually super close, overheard the whole thing and just smirked. He thought, that's exactly why you should watch your own mouth, dude. The beauty then wondered why they even had to hide their mission from Heaven's agent. After all, this guy had saved their butts and even cooked for them. She was absolutely positive he was one of the good guys. Without even turning around, Hajin said he was amazed Yuna could be so naive at her age. The girl just grinned and shot back. Well, it's all thanks to your and Mir's amazing guidance. Ilhan immediately shifted his gaze over to Erta. He wanted answers, and he wanted them now. The angel had told him they were heading into a troll dungeon. So why the hell was the place crawling with giant scorpions instead? She just claimed she had no idea what he was talking about. Ilhan immediately thought something was fishy. He figured the angel was just throwing shade because he'd already predicted exactly how things would play out. And just like that, a massive new scorpion popped into existence right behind the guys. The Dark Knight one-shotted it, bagging a clean 697,000 experience points. Erda was totally floored seeing Ilhan whip out a skewer made of metal heart again, and our boy definitely noticed her shock. Thanks to Ilhan's insane stealth skill, the other two were completely oblivious to the monster. The dude couldn't wrap his head around how they ended up in this mess when they supposedly have a guardian angel watching their backs. Erda had to break it to him that on Earth an angel's power gets seriously nerfed. Celestials aren't allowed to get too involved in human affairs. They can only drop some hints and give advice. Ilhan shot back that guardian angels are basically useless and just attract more problems. His comment totally ticked off the celestial lady. Meanwhile, Yuna was just gawking at the supersized scorpion. Kang had to ask if she was talking about the giant death hunter, and Ilhan was eavesdropping. He caught every single word. Hearing the monster's name got him both hyped and surprised, and Angelica looked just as shook as her charge. That's when Hajin finally clocked the danger creeping up behind him. It looked like this was the exact reason they had come to this dungeon. They needed to take down the giant death hunter, and there it was. Yuna was absolutely mind-blown by the sheer size of the beast. Kang snapped her out of it, yelling that this was no time to be starstruck, and that he needed a buff like yesterday. Yuna didn't waste a single second. She immediately started casting calling on the higher powers to juice up Hajin. A magical sigil blazed to life under his feet, and Kang didn't hesitate for another moment. With his shield leading the way, he charged headfirst at the giant scorpion. A shocked Ilhan turned to Erda and asked, "A paladin and a healer. I don't really need to jump in, do I?" The angel just nodded, agreeing they could probably handle it on their own. Nayuna was on the sidelines cheering her friend on, completely laser-focused on Hajin. She was so into it that she was completely clueless about the massive troll sneaking up right behind her, at least until she heard a weird noise. She whipped around to check it out, and that's when the monster let out a deafening roar, its eyes glowing with a menacing red light. Belle screamed bloody murder to warn her friend, but in the blink of an eye right above the troll's head, Ilhan materialized out of thin air, brandishing his insane weapon and plunging it straight down into the target. The stake went clean through its back, skewering the troll from top to bottom. The monster instantly collapsed to the ground. It wasn't moving. Nayuna let out a terrified scream covering her face, while Kong Hajin was just frozen on the spot. He absolutely did not see that coming. Our MC then casually landed on the troll's corpse, but the system notification that popped up left him feeling a little underwhelmed. The Mineral Death Strike debuff was listed as a unique class with a level 5 impact. Its main feature was a 50% boost to hitting power, plus a 50% increase in piercing power, but it gets destroyed after one use. Ilhan turned to Erda and said, "Yeah, I can only use this thing once." The angel shot back, "Well, yeah, that's because you dumped all your stats into attack power and completely ignored durability. Seriously, who even builds something like that?" The system explained that the weapon was basically a glass cannon focusing everything into a single attack. It's super unstable and breaks after one go, but that one hit is a guaranteed kill. Ilhan figured you'd have to be pretty cracked to take down a third-class monster. The last thing our guy wanted was to put a giant spotlight on himself. So Ilhan turned to his new party members and said, "I'm all finished here, you can carry on." The whole time the giant scorpion hadn't budged, its focus completely locked on watching the troll get wrecked. The second Kang Hajin glanced over the scorpion and made its move, swinging a massive claw right where he stood. The kid barely managed to dive out of the way. He'd completely forgotten that he was, in the middle of fighting a giant freaking scorpion. Nayuna screamed, seeing Hajin was in serious trouble. Belle knew her friend couldn't solo this, so she immediately ran over to Ilhan. Belle shouted, "Help us kill this thing, and you can have everything but the poison." Our hero didn't even hesitate, and agreed on the spot. It was a pretty sweet deal, but Hajin was low-key pissed that his friend made the offer without even checking with him first. Nayuna begged him, "Hajin, please be smart about this. You can't win alone." But right then the scorpion lunged at him again. Kang just managed to jump back, but he couldn't get away clean. The monster's powerful tail whipped out and snagged him. Ilhan got there in the nick of time. He asked if Hajin was finally done arguing so he could help. With one clean slice from his spear, the scorpion's tail was gone. Hajin went flying, but our hero didn't stop there. He immediately pressed his attack on the monster. From the ground, Hajin just watched in total amazement as Ilhan went to work. He was completely floored by the guy's skill level. Nayuna yelled, "Hajin, you need to attack too." Her words snapped him out of it, and he scrambled back to his feet. Gripping his sword with two hands, he activated a strengthening strike and charged the scorpion. Erda quickly broke it down for Ilhan. That skill he just used piggybacks on the last attack, making his next hit way stronger. No cap, he just used your power. Our hero was surprised, realizing a skill like that must also burn through a ton of mana. He had actually thought Kang was just built different. The celestial angel explained that not all humans are absolute monsters like Ilhan. A second later, our boy yelled out, "Hey, Scorpion! You know what my specialty is?" He then started hammering the monster in the exact same spot over and over again. The system dinged, letting him know he'd just racked up almost 2.5 million experience points. Ilhan had just set the record for taking down a level 95 giant death hunter, but the hero didn't waste any time. He immediately started carving up the scorpion's carcass. Like a master butcher, he separated all the venom-laced parts. He then showed his new teammates the poisonous stinger and the glands that were pumping out the toxins. Yuna and Hajin were incredibly grateful for the backup. Just then, Erda pounced on Peta, locking her in an angelic, overwhelming hold. The enraged angel had zero chill and demanded to know if Peta was the one who summoned that scorpion. All the while, Ilhan was wondering if scorpion meat would actually taste any good. But then he remembered he should probably deal with the troll he killed first. The hero walked back over to where the monster's body lay. And sitting there was a third-rank mana stone. It was an awesome find. Peta saw it too. She was just stunned by how quickly this whole situation had played out. Yuna saw the two angels wrestling, but she just assumed it was some kind of friendly hug. Kang, however, knew exactly what was going on. Finally, Erda let go of Peta. She thought the Mana Stone was a fantastic prize for her ward. Ilhan was just glad he could finally complete the quest. Hajin then announced that they were heading back to Korea. He suggested our hero should tag along and join their clan. Yuna jumped in. "Mr. Dark Knight, you should totally join us. Meyer would be so happy to have you." But Ilhan just put his hand up, coldly shooting down the offer. Kang tried to convince him, saying that his skills were absolutely insane. "If you join our clan, you could get even stronger," he argued. That's when Peta chimed in. "People get better when they work with others. That way they can share their experiences and knowledge." Una tried to sell him on the idea that hunting monsters with a pretty girl like her would be a blast, but our hero was not having it. He shut her down completely, spelling it out that he just wasn't interested. The guy figured popular people could go have their fun somewhere else, but then he decided to explain why. "Look, I get how awesome it is to work in a team, but I've never had that experience since nobody ever noticed or gave a crap about me before. I've always had to clear every hurdle on my own and fix my own damn flaws by myself. So, getting an offer from a bunch of social butterflies like you just feels weird. Seriously, just leave me alone." Hearing Ilhan's raw confession, Erda realized the kid's deep-seated trauma was flaring up again. The Celestial knew it was time for her to step in. So, she told everyone to back off and stop being so pushy. They got the message, but on their way out, Kang Mira asked Ilhan to hit them up sometime. Our hero was just praying that day would never come. Finally alone, he mentioned that now, his stealth skill could kick back in. Erda just replied that he is truly built different, only doing exactly what he wants. The young man then held out his hand for the Mana Stone. He announced it was time to get to work, and the system immediately logged the hero's trophies. He got the heart of a second-class sleeping monster and 500 liters of troll blood, plus 100 units of potent slumber essence, and 1 third-class monster Mana Stone. Ilhan was pretty pleased with his haul. He had finally gathered everything needed for the evolution of his rest skill. The master had at last achieved the goal he'd been grinding for this entire time. He channeled all the ingredients, converting them into a massive surge of energy. Thanks to this, he unlocked an absolutely insane regeneration ability. The system notification popped up his body, and mind would now recover from injuries and fatigue at a ridiculous speed. At the moment, this skill was only at level 1. But even so, if our guy were to lose a finger, for example, he'd be able to grow it back in the blink of an eye. The only catch was that after activation, the skill couldn't be used again until he was fully recovered. The skill's other abilities remained unchanged, and Erda congratulated her mentee for reaching the expert rank. She called it an extreme difficulty training skill for a reason. She explained that once this skill reached a high enough level, the hero could literally be brought back to life even if his heart was shattered into a million pieces. Ilhan immediately wanted to know how much grinding he'd need to do to reach that god-tier level. The young man knew he'd just acquired a totally cracked skill, and an ability like that was worth any amount of training. The angel just smiled. Her ward never ceased to amaze her. Ilhan then announced he now needed to kill 100 Class 2 monsters. This was the requirement to become a novice reaper, and Angelica chimed in that the condition was absolutely insane. She added that Ilhan was probably the only person on the planet who could actually pull it off. The young man didn't even argue. No cap, that was probably the exact reason he was given the assignment in the first place. Watching the trolls in the dungeon, it seemed to him that they were moving in a different pattern. Up until now, they'd just been chilling near a tree, but now they were restlessly moving around and not sleeping at all. Our guy assumed they were trying to get revenge for their fallen leader, or something along those lines. But their formation didn't look like they were out for blood. Erda just advised him to hurry up and finish the job. For the next several days, the hero went on an absolute troll-hunting rampage. Ilhan tore through the dungeons, dropping monsters left and right, getting closer and closer to his goal. He had already managed to eliminate 97 of the creatures, but the young man noticed that their numbers had dwindled significantly since he first started. It was insane they were spawning at least one every 10 minutes. But now he was lucky to run into one an hour, and Ilhan couldn't shake the feeling that the trolls were acting super weird. These monsters were too sluggish to even try running away. But they were fighting for their lives, which made our hero think that someone else was pulling the strings. Erda chimed in saying, "But didn't you already take out their leader?" The angel just couldn't believe there was another troll around with more clout than the boss. Ilhan figured that if that was the case, they were dealing with a completely different type of monster. The celestial being had to agree with his logic. And after they finished their meal, Ilhan said it was time to dip. Erda agreed it wasn't worth the risk, and totally had his back on this. She even added that this wasn't the only dungeon crawling with second-class monsters. With that, Ilhan and his angelic sidekick started heading for the dungeon's exit. But almost immediately, the boy noticed the path ahead had changed, and he quickly told Erda something was off. The angel closed her eyes to check things out, but when she opened them a second later, she looked completely baffled. Erda felt her blood run cold. The exit from the dungeon had just vanished. They were trapped. She was starting to panic. The way out was gone. And to make things 100 times worse, she couldn't get in touch with the other angel. Nothing like this had ever happened to her before. And though Ilhan tried to calm her down, his words were useless. In that chilling moment, a horrible thought hit our guy. He looked at the angel, the question burning in his eyes. Was he being abandoned all over again? Her expression was all the answer he needed. They were in an abandoned world. You see, God presides over countless worlds. He usually steps in to help living beings when they're in deep trouble. But every so often the monsters get way too powerful and end up wiping out entire civilizations. Once these monsters have no enemies left, they start preying on each other. After that, the world's fate is sealed, and it just fades into nothingness. Heaven doesn't just give up, though. The halo above an angel's head is their direct line to communicate with other superpowered beings. But Erda cried out in total despair. I can't reach the other angels, she said. In an abandoned world, all connections to heaven are completely cut off. Our hero argued back that this couldn't be an abandoned world. It was just a dungeon on Earth, but the angel just lowered her gaze. Her silence made Ilhan's stomach drop. So it was true. Erda saw the fear creeping into her charge. She braced for him to lose it, but without a word, Ilhan shot to his feet, grabbing the angel and pulling her with him. Not a moment too soon as they both crashed to the ground. Thanks to our guy's lightning-fast reaction, they dodged the massive sharp tip of some kind of gigantic weapon. It slammed into the dirt, right where Ilhan was just a second ago, wielded by some giant creature. Holding what looked like a massive axe, it growled, "Found you." The monster's face was completely shadowed by a hood. It kept mumbling about getting a record in the system by killing the hero, and Ilhan was just trying to process what the hell this thing even was. Erda explained that this wasn't any kind of registered monster. It was a mutation, something that happens when monsters start eating each other and evolving in twisted ways. The angel couldn't predict its moves, so she warned him to be careful, but the monster had zero chill. It lunged at our hero again with its gnarly weapon, and Ilhan could tell it was on a whole other level than the troll leader. But still, our boy was confident he could handle it. He might be strong, Ilhan thought, but he's just a third-class monster. Then he realized the monster's last attack wasn't even aimed at him. It had been going for Erda. Was it because of her stealth skill? Ilhan guessed this monster must have some kind of stealth-related ability too, while the angel was promising him a huge reward. The catch, he had to save her supreme self and not die. Angelica was low-key, freaking out about the boy's safety. She really didn't want him to die. Once again, the young man masterfully dodged the powerful opponent's attack. In that quick movement, Ilhan caught a glimpse of a single red eye glowing in the darkness of the hood. All the while, the monster just kept muttering about the recording. Our boy was trying to wrap his head around why he needed this, and then it hit him. His weapon buffs had been totally wiped. Now he's down to just a single spear. His armor is basically a walking fortress, so a sneak attack is completely off the table. The monster then reaches out its creepy bony hand toward him. It wheezed, "Hand it all over now." But Erda immediately warned him, her senses screaming that this enemy was packing some serious magic. Ilhan gets down low and cautiously touches its hand, trying to get a read on what he's up against. The very next second, the hand was covered in razor-sharp spikes. Our boy barely had time to leap into the air, and from that new vantage point, he got a good look at his opponent, clocking the dark mana swirling all around it. He instantly mapped out his plan of attack, lunging forward and smashing the monster with a massive critical strike from his spear. And believe it or not, he actually managed to wound the powerful beast. But low-key, our guy was not at all satisfied with the damage he dished out. Erda wasn't shocked, pointing out that the level gap between them was nearly 100. "The fact you even scratched it is a straight-up miracle," she explained. "That's all your insane skills and top-tier weapon," the angel said. With two menacing red eyes glowing from under its hood, the monster straight-up called our hero a weakling. It was hell-bent on taking the guy's record. They clashed again, metal grinding on metal and sending sparks flying everywhere. No cap, this monster was built different. Ilhan knew he couldn't win this head-on, so he went into hyper-focus mode, locking in on the fight like never before. He felt like he could end it right there, and in the next moment his spear found its mark again. The monster cried out in pain and gasped. "How can you be so weak but so strong at the same time? Just give me your record, let me take your knowledge." But Ilhan was having none of it and told the creature to shut its trap. The creature whipped around for another attack, but our boy's reflexes were just cracked. He managed to dodge out of the way. A split second later, a massive explosion went off right where he had just been standing. As our guy tried to catch his breath, a shocking realization hit him. "Wait a minute, it's even using my own explosion skills, and my armor's taking a serious beating. If I lose my gear, I'm totally toast." The hero was stunned. So, this is the real power of mana? Then, as if from thin air, a new spear materialized in the monster's left hand, and it immediately swung at the hero again. This time, it was pure instinct that saved his skin. Our boy charged forward, promising himself that he would master mana one day. He managed to close the distance, getting right up in the monster's face. He then jammed his spear right into the opening of its hood. But what happened next left Ilhan completely and utterly shook. Erda looked just as blown away. The instant his spear made contact, sharp spikes erupted from inside the monster's hood. Our hero had never seen a move like that in his entire life. This mutation was on another level, and his armor just couldn't take it. One of the spikes punched right through his right shoulder. He screamed in agony, and Erda was frozen, realizing there was absolutely nothing she could do to help. She stared at the wound, trying to gauge just how severe the injury was. But what really freaked her out was watching the red wound turn a nasty black in a matter of seconds. Erda realized immediately that this was a curse, and even our guy's OP resistance to deadly poisons wasn't doing a damn thing to stop it from spreading through his system. The angel frantically tried to come up with a plan B while Ilhan watched her soar high into the sky. Erda yelled down, "This fight's gonna be impossible if it keeps targeting me. I've gotta get out of here." The kid knew she was right, so he didn't argue. He just told the angel to get clear and not look back. As she flew away, she begged him not to die on her. At that moment, spikes began shooting up from the ground, heading right for her. Ilhan knew it was time to pop another pulse critical strike. But as he readied himself, the hero realized he could barely feel his wounded arm anymore. He knew the situation was looking grim, but our boy wasn't the type to just roll over and give up. He kept his face hidden behind a mask. The guy couldn't even feel a thing from the attack. He was absolutely sure he'd come out on top. He remembered the prophecy that was destined to happen, while Nayuna was still trapped inside the dungeon. She heard some freaky sounds, and at the same time Erda, who was getting away from the fight, thought, if only my power wasn't nerfed on Earth, things wouldn't be this bad. An image of a reaper holding a scythe flashed in her mind, and her whole world turned red. Celestia realized this wasn't the time to zone out. She needed to move, and fast. They wouldn't have to bounce from this place if it wasn't a completely abandoned world. She silently prayed for her ward to make it. Erda had grown pretty attached to him. She pleaded with God, hoping he could hear her prayer to protect Ilhan. Back in the clearing, Hajin couldn't figure out why the escape scroll was completely busted. Yuna asked him, "Are you sure that thing's not just broken?" The entrance was gone too. All of a sudden, Pita and Nayuna heard a weird rustle and whipped their heads toward the noise. A second later, a beam of green light slammed into the ground right at their feet. Pita was shook to see her colleague show up. That green light was Erda. The angel girl looked completely wrecked, so out of breath, she couldn't even say a word. Gaspy for air, she managed to yell that Pita needed to return the favor like right now. Meanwhile, the mask on Ilhan's face was practically falling to pieces. His armor wasn't holding up much better, and the monster relentlessly attacking him just couldn't understand how this dude was still standing. The beast had a million questions, but zero answers. It made no sense how someone so completely exhausted could still be on his feet. The creature actually said the question out loud, completely baffled. But our hero wasn't about to get into a debate. He just roared back angrily. "It's only been 2 months since humans returned to Earth. You think I survived 1,000 years of hell just to die after a few months?" The young man just gripped his spear even tighter. It was go time. Our hero was not going to die here. No cap. This raw confidence gave him a second wind, and he charged back into the fight. After landing another blow on the creature, Ilhan collapsed totally out of gas. He could feel the curse spreading through his body like a virus. The young man couldn't even twitch a single finger. Seeing his opponent finally fall, the monster gloated. "You're going to die now," it sneered. Ilhan gritted his teeth and thought, "In your dreams, pal." The young man's mind flashed back to the Celestial's request. She had pleaded with him not to die. Then an image of Lyuna surfaced in his thoughts. He remembered the last time they had seen one another. His next thought was of his parents. He missed them like crazy and refused to die here. There were so many other things he still wanted to do and to build. He just couldn't let it end like this. He wished he could see Lita just one more time. Finally, the boy was able to admit it to himself. He genuinely missed that angelic girl. Yulhan just kept lying there, face down in the dirt. The danger was breathing down his neck, but he had zero strength left to resist. The guy was completely paralyzed when suddenly he imagined Lita's face calling out to him. Ilhan fought like hell to get a grip on himself. But the monster's poison was hitting different. A moment later, a massive explosion blew out everything around him. Once the dust settled, the monster saw its weapon was lodged deep in the ground, but the young man had vanished. The beast began scanning the area, trying to find its victim, and then it finally laid eyes on the boy. It was stunned at how he had managed to cheat death. All of a sudden, Ilhan heard Yuna's voice. She was asking if they had gotten there too late. The beauty thrust her hands forward, unleashing all of her mana. She was begging any god that would listen to protect the hero. The young man finally understood that the prophecy had at long last come true. He could feel the curse's grip finally starting to loosen. As his body started to stitch itself back together, Ilhan balled his hand into a fist. He felt a fresh surge of power ready to get back in the ring, but the monster wasn't waiting for an invitation and lunged at him again. Ilhan flipped clean out of the way, dodging the strike, as the creature's eyes glowed with some serious predator vibes from under its dark hood. It was completely baffled, like, bruh, how did this dude just straight up shrug off my curse? Ilhan was just stoked to have control of his body again, and it hit him. If his new crew hadn't pulled up when they did, he would have been toast. Kang Hajin, on the other hand, was bugging out wondering where a beast this cracked even came from, while Nayuna ordered her friend to attack. But Hajin was low-key shook. He clenched his jaw, knowing he had no other choice but to dive in. Our boy Ilhan definitely needed the backup, and luckily Nayuna kept pumping her mana out to support them. With her hands pushed forward, Nayuna started casting. A torrent of blessings washed over Hajin, juicing him up for the fight. In that split second, Kang was already on the monster swinging first, but the kid had no idea about the wall of force that was about to send him rocketing backward. Hajin was totally dazed with no clue if his attack even landed. Lita, his celestial guardian, clutched her head in frustration. She was thinking, how was he even supposed to fight something on this level? Meanwhile, Erda watched Yuna's buffs and was shook thinking, who even is this girl? I mean, it took Ilhan everything he had just to leave a scratch on the Reaper. And now this girl's buff is so insanely powerful, it's letting Hajin get right back in the fight. No cap. The Celestial rushed over to her ward, wanting to know if the young man was all right. He just shot back that he was still kicking. The angel looked like she had a plan, but told him she needed a bit more time. Ilhan turned to Hajin and asked him straight up, how long can you hold out? Kang just about lost it, yelling, what? You want me to 1 versus 1, that thing? Ilhan told him he just needed to buy some time, but the dude looked absolutely terrified. Yuna's eyes were filled with concern, and seeing that Kang finally caved. If Yuna keeps buffing me, I can probably hold out for like 30 seconds. Ilhan just nodded, saying that's all the time he needed. Not wasting another second, Hajin charged straight back at the monster. And thanks to his girl's OP buffs, Kang was somehow tanking hit after hit. That's when Lita snapped at her celestial colleague. At this rate, Nayuna's gonna burn herself out and die. I couldn't care less about Hajin. But I swear if my girl dies because of this, you and I are gonna have problems forever. Erda just remembered Ilhan saying that 30 seconds was all he needed. She told Lita to trust him, but the other angel was panicking, thinking, what if he doesn't make it back in time? Lita had no idea if our boy was hiding some secret trump card up his sleeve. They were waiting on the edge of their seats, but our MC was nowhere to be seen. That's because he was on a side mission desperately hunting trolls to get a massive power-up, and he needed it, ASAP. One of the monsters sensed something was way off, but by then it was already game over. Let's be real, trolls aren't exactly known for their lightning-fast reflexes. Our hero was moving like a blur, taking out all 3 of them in a single clean strike. Lita immediately flew off to find him. She couldn't believe he was off farming trolls in the middle of all this. But Erda calmly explained that her boy needed to kill 3 second-class monsters. That was the final requirement for him to unlock his second job. Erda had total faith in Ilhan and knew exactly what kind of glow-up was coming once he class changed. She explained that in just a moment, our hero was about to get a full restore and a massive power boost. And right on cue, a system window popped up, announcing that he'd met all the conditions for obtaining his second profession. And just like that, our boy became a novice reaper. Mission accomplished. His stealth effect got a 10% boost. Now the odds of landing a critical hit and the raw power of his ambush attacks are cranked up by 30%. His base strike power also jumped by 20%, and evolving his stealth skill just got a whole lot easier. The system went ahead and just absorbed all the records he'd collected. Ilhan had officially hit level 53, and he was feeling amazing because his stamina was completely refilled. He'd also picked up a new passive skill. It's called Death Collector, and now he can literally absorb the powers of any creatures he kills. The system did give him some bad news though, letting him know he was fresh out of mana for the moment. That meant no active skills, but on the flip side, he now had the option to choose a subclass. This whole time, our hero was running a mental countdown. He knew there were only 10 seconds left, which meant it was time to dive back into the chaos. Another devastating blow from the monster slammed into Kang Hajin, and blood just erupted from his body. The guy knew his armor and shield were on their last legs. Kang couldn't even wrap his head around how Ilhan managed to stay alive fighting this beast by himself. Yuna was barely managing to hold the line. She was desperately praying to her goddess not to let Hajin die, but after another hit from the monster, Hajin's shield just shattered. The young man collapsed, and in that same instant, Yuna bolted towards him. Her guardian Erda shot towards her, terrified she was about to get hurt. The beast was already roaring in triumph, but Yuna wasn't about to give up. She thrust her hands forward, begging her goddess to smack this monster down. Not really expecting much, the girl was shocked to see a brilliant light explode from her own palm. Turns out she had just enough power left to ignite the rest of her mana. Yuna's prayers were answered with a massive explosion. Erda was completely stunned. A human had actually managed to dish out that much damage to the Reaper. Yuna's potential was no cap off the charts. Erda was convinced her ward would one day save all of humanity, but the Celestial also knew the monster wouldn't stay down for long. While the beast was stunned, Yuna tried to get Hajin back on his feet. But bruh, the dude was completely drained and couldn't even move. The monster, however, had zero chill. It bellowed that it was going to slaughter every single person there. Now the crew was genuinely terrified. For the first time, they actually believed this might be the day they die. But in that darkest moment, they heard a voice that gave them a sliver of hope. Let's party up. The system pinged Hajin, informing him that his application to join the team was accepted. The number of party members was now 3. His friends were completely floored that the third member of their team was finally Yu Ilhan himself. Kang was so relieved he could have cried. Their ace had finally returned. Now they actually had a real chance of winning. Ilhan calmly put a finger to his lips, signaling for everyone to keep quiet. Right then they could hear the monster starting to stir again. Hajin gritted his teeth, knowing the Reaper's next attack was coming. Yu Ilhan told his new squad that they did a solid job holding on. Now he had more than enough power to put this monster down for good. His friends stared back in disbelief, but you could see a glimmer of faith lighting up their faces. Kang Hajin watched the hero's every move with wide eyes. A single thought cut through his panic. The second I saw his back, he thought, I knew we were saved. The young man let out a massive sigh of relief, which startled his girlfriend. Kang then muttered almost to himself that he never realized just how weak he truly was until today. It bummed him out, but he was relieved when Ilhan finally showed up. Meanwhile, as our hero closed in on the monster, the young man heard something whisper in his ear. New faces, new records to break. Our MC realized the monster was so blinded by rage that it hadn't even clocked his return, which was a huge advantage. It was time to pop his superpowers. Ilhan decided to activate his superhuman strength. In that split second, his muscles became as hard as solid steel. The creature finally noticed him, its eyes glowing even more intensely. Ilhan's eyes lit up too, but with a sick blue glow. Our hero declared that this was the end. The young man moved like a bolt of lightning, launching a blitz attack on the monster. He slammed it with his spear. The monster took a massive critical hit as dust kicked up all around it. The lad waited until the air cleared to see the results of his attack, but what he saw made him freeze on the spot. He was completely stunned by the sight. Where the monster's head should have been, he saw a maiden's head with long, blonde hair. The beautiful girl was wounded, and tears were streaming from her green eyes. The girl whispered a word of thanks, which shocked the young man even more, but Ilhan's hand didn't even waver. The monster was done for. Right before his eyes, the energy that had been trapped in its body erupted in every direction. In that very same instant, our guy got a notification from the system. He had just banked almost 32 million experience points and hit level 55. His strength score shot up by 4 points. His dexterity, health, and Taemin's stats all jumped by 2. Ilhan asked in total surprise. No way did she actually break free from the curse. He'd never gotten tens of millions of experience points in one go before. He also snagged a level 157 lead Akari entry. At that same moment, his Death Collector skill activated. Our hero absorbed and stored lead Akari's life force for himself. His friends came running over to him. Kang Ha-jin shouted, "Bro, thanks to you, we leveled up and got fully healed." But after seeing the look on Ilhan's face, he shut his mouth real quick. Nayuna was shook that the monster had actually been a person. Kang mentioned that in the 10 years he'd spent in this other world, he'd never seen anything like this. But Ilhan wasn't paying any attention to them. He pulled out his carcass dismantling tools. He was about to get down to business like usual, but Erti stopped him. She wanted to know what on earth he thought he was doing. Our hero figured the corpse in front of him was just a monster, so it should be handled the same way as any other. But Erta fired back, stressing that it was a human body. Our guy just replied that he wasn't going to do anything messed up. Just take the most important parts. If this girl has tough skin, hard bones, and a mana stone, he said, I'm only taking those. The celestial woman's jaw just dropped. She could only watch in stunned silence as her ward went about his business. But then Ilhan froze too, absolutely floored by what he saw. Right before their eyes, the girl's body started to just fade away. The guy had never seen anything like this in his life. Then again, he'd never had to deal with a curse before either. Kang Ha-jin told Yuni that the monster's body had literally turned to ash. Ilhan was in despair. He never thought this would actually happen. Suddenly, Erta broke the silence. She said just one word, destroyer. Our hero asked in confusion, "Destroyer? Is that another person with some kind of cool title? Am I seriously the only one who doesn't know what's going on?" As our introverted MC couldn't bring himself to ask, the celestial Erta started explaining things. Turns out people who chow down on mana stones and then get eaten by a mana monster are called destroyers. And when they die, their bodies just poof into a pile of ash. Ilhan wondered if the Reaper was even a real monster, but Erta explained that while he was a super intelligent being like an elf, he was originally just a human. Our boy had to take a sec to process all this, and he was low-key bummed that he couldn't dissect the creature's body for science. It was a huge scientific letdown, but then he lifted the monster's cloak and found a stash that totally flipped his mood. As it turns out, the monster didn't just drop a mana stone when it died. On top of that, our guy scored some sick new armor and weapons. All of a sudden, Peeta's scream cut through the quiet. "Yo, look, there's an exit out of the dungeon." The Celestials were totally hyped, realizing their powers had finally returned. Erta figured their abilities had been suppressed because of that mysterious girl Lita Carrick, which left Angelica feeling a bit salty. She was bummed she couldn't get a proper explanation from Lita. Ilhan then noticed her stare and was like, why are you looking at me like that?" In the very next moment, our guy shot up, pointing at Eartha. "Hold on a minute, are you seriously trying to say this is my fault?" The Celestial just smiled, saying she thought he was cute, which actually made the kid relax. He grinned back and said that if she put it that way, then it was no big deal. The whole exchange just left the angelic girl completely confused. She thought to herself, okay, the Reaper is defeated, but we haven't actually solved anything. This crazy advanced dungeon was built different, nerfing the powers of even the highest ranking beings. And it was equally sus that the Destroyer had a third class, something that's supposed to be impossible to get on Earth. The whole abandoned world situation was also a massive question mark for the angelic girl. She gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. She had no idea what was going down on Earth right now, but she was sure of one thing: her ward, the absolute strongest human alive. Ilhan had just scored another W. Angelica just couldn't look away from the guy. She was seriously proud of her hero. His victory was a straight-up masterpiece. Kang Ha-jin came over and sincerely thanked the hero for saving their asses, bowing so low that it completely stunned Ilhan. But then our guy flipped it, saying, "Nah, man, I'm the one who should be thanking you. No cap, if you guys hadn't pulled up when you did, I'd be totally dead right now." The prophecy came true. Kong emotionally shot back that their tiny bit of help was nothing compared to what the hero did. They knew for a fact they never would have made it out of that dungeon alive on their own. After a short pause, Ilhan figured it wasn't worth arguing about anymore. The victor just clutched the weapon that he'd looted from the monster. Our hero then decided to ask if his new acquaintances were cool with him. At keeping all the items he had picked up, Kang Ha-jin's lips tightened. He stayed quiet, but his face screamed internal conflict. After taking a deep breath to get his feelings in check, he had no other option but to agree that all the artifacts belonged to Ilhan. Nayuna was fine with that deal, but she definitely wanted something in exchange. The bombshell held out her hand, asking for the hero's phone number, but our savior wasn't having it. He shut her down cold. His new friend was absolutely floored that a girl that fine just got rejected again. Ilhan's mind was racing, thinking, she might look like an angel. But I've got zero chill for extroverts. Still, the girl wasn't giving up that easily. She pressed him for any real information about himself. But our boy wouldn't even give her his real name. So the girl clasped her hands together, literally begging him, pleading with him just to tell her his name. A holy light seemed to shine from the beauty, and before he even knew what he was doing, our guy blurted out his name. "Cool name," Nayuna said. The hero didn't really agree, but he just shrugged, saying he was already used to it. Kang just stood there silently, watching the whole scene play out in his head. Jin had never seen this side of Yuna before she was going all out for this guy. But what really blew his mind was seeing a dude actually push her away. Watching him genuinely curve her, Jin figured that these two were just built different. They were playing 4D chess while he was stuck on checkers. A regular dude like him just couldn't process their logic. Just then, a portal back to Earth crackled into existence. Ilhan looked over to Erta, but instead he saw a whole new powerhouse standing there. It was an Angelus decked out in shimmering armor, her face totally concealed behind a helmet's visor. This mysterious celestial being wanted a debrief, like right now, about what the hell happened in the dungeon. Kang Ha-jin and Nayuna were just standing there, completely floored. I mean, you don't exactly expect an angel to just pop out of a portal. Erta looked confused, but definitely not scared. She agreed to give her report, and the angel gracefully flew closer to the formidable giant. As the two celestials started chatting, the humans were still just trying to wrap their heads around the sheer presence of the massive Erta leader. A moment later, the armored angel turned and spoke directly to Yu Ilhan. For your actions in saving an Erta during a critical situation, she announced, your reward will be discussed. We will inform you of our decision in due time. The Angelus finished, but honestly Ilhan couldn't care less about some reward. He'd take whatever they gave him, but he didn't do it for the loot. The angel then continued explaining that this whole situation was extremely serious. Because of that, she was taking Erta back up to the heavens for a while to sort out all the details. Yu Ilhan had no objections. Besides, he was confident he could handle things solo for a bit. The lead angel then announced that this dungeon would be temporarily locked down. So by the full authority of the heavens. Right on cue, as if stepping out of nowhere, 3 more angels showed up and began channeling their energy into the dungeon portal. A question started nagging at our hero's mind. Were dungeons like this just going to keep popping up? But then a chilling thought crossed his mind. What if someone was creating them intentionally? But the big question was, why Ilhan's mind flashed back to the face of that girl under the curse right before she died, and he clenched his fist. He wasn't going to figure this out just by overthinking it. Nah, he needed to do something. The guy decided that in this situation, the only play was to just get stronger and stronger. His own survival depended on it. There was no other option but to keep grinding and leveling up his own abilities. A system message popped up telling him to keep his distance from the portal because it was seriously dangerous. Then the Erta leader spoke up. Out of all the worlds we know, she explained, Earth is the only one filled with so many unpredictable factors. She also mentioned that more angels would be deployed to Earth to help manage the situation. But then the angel paused, a strange smile touching her lips. In the next moment, she told him Lita had asked her to pass on a message, that she misses him. Our hero was absolutely floored by those words. The dude was over the moon. The angelic girl he'd gotten so attached to actually missed him back. But suddenly he got a feeling that the Celestial was holding something back. He desperately wanted to hear the rest of Lita's message, but the celestial being was already rising into the air. She called out a blessing for his future and promised she'd bring Erta back ASAP. Ilhan yelled after her, trying to get her to stop. She still hadn't answered his question. But it was too late, she couldn't hear him. Loki, one of the cruelest ways to mess with someone is to just stop talking mid-sentence, especially when it's the most important part. With that cliffhanger, it was time for the team to head back to Korea and catch a flight home. Once the plane touched down at the airport, Nae Yuna and Kang Hajin zipped through passport control and made their way outside. The first thing Yuna noticed was a sleek black limousine waiting for them, and the rear window slowly began to roll down. A girl wearing glasses was sitting inside, and she congratulated the heroes on their safe return. Her first order of business, though, was getting her hands on that scorpion poison. Na Yuna was just super happy to see Mir. Kang Hajin, on the other hand, was low-key annoyed by her choice of words. Was that really the first thing she was going to say after they had been gone for so long? Still, despite the weird greeting, they were happy to be back and see their friend. Meyer wanted to hear every last detail about their adventure, and Na Yuna was more than happy to start spilling the tea. A sleek black car was speeding down the highway, leaving the airport far behind. Kang Mi-rae was completely captivated by the story of a Korean guy who slays monsters with a spear. Yuna chirped that this dude must be absolutely cracked, since even Chaejin couldn't do a thing. Hearing this, Chaejin just covered his face, trying to hide how embarrassed he was. But for Na Yuna, a memory suddenly clicked: a dude in a mask wielding a spear. She instantly knew who they were talking about, and Chaejin noticed the smirk on her face, realizing she knew the guy. But Mi-rae played it cool, claiming she had never heard of him. Yuna was just thrilled that thanks to her friends, she could finally get a second class. To celebrate, she offered to take everyone out for drinks and promised it was all on her. Na Yuna's eyes lit up at the offer, and she immediately shouted that she was so down for a beer. Meanwhile, Yu Il-han had finally arrived back at his house. He hesitated for a moment at his front door before stepping inside and yelling out that he was home, but nobody answered. That's when the young man spotted a note sitting on the table. His parents weren't home. His mom had written that she'd gone to the world of Yamiya to pick up fresh seafood and would be back in time for dinner. The young man was stunned. His mom was literally dimension hopping for groceries. He knew he had to wash off the grime from his long journey. Standing under the hot shower, he couldn't help but think that maybe his mom was way more powerful than he'd ever imagined. Il-han recalled a time when his father was complaining about being too weak, and his mom just casually mentioned that Yamiya had a ton of amazing seafood. After drying off with a towel, the kid decided his mom was built different way, more talented than his dad for sure. Our master craftsman figured he should get to work in his workshop. Once he got there, he emptied all the raw materials from his inventory. He had gathered a ton on his trip, and he knew that if he didn't process all this meat right away, it would go bad pretty damn fast. He wondered if he could use some kind of magic to hit pause on the expiration date for everything in his bag. Il-han seriously had no place to put all this stuff, but there was no way he was just going to throw the meat out. Suddenly, our hero froze on the spot. He felt a presence right behind him. It turned out to be the eternal flame. The flame seemed pretty hyped to see its master return, and Il-han knew exactly why. It was basically telling him that it was hungry and wanted some meat. This turn of events was a total game changer for our hero. He'd just found a way out of his jam. Now he knew what to do with all that troll meat. The guy immediately grabbed a couple of huge chunks and tossed them straight into the fire. He realized he could solve two problems at once with this move. As the fire consumed the meat, Il-han kept chucking in more, not sparing a single piece. Meanwhile, way up in the heavens in paradise, a council of angels was in session with one celestial being standing in the center of the great hall. He was giving a status report on their ongoing investigation. Urta was also the speaker revealed that Lita Carriage was actually an elf from a world named Dareo, explaining that she was a kid with unbelievable talent. If she had been born 500 years earlier, she would have been a legend. But Dareo is an abandoned world. So, how did Lita Carriage possibly end up on Earth? The hall absolutely erupted in chaos at this question. The angel at the podium ordered everyone to shut up. He explained that this whole incident brought up two massive questions. First, how did an abandoned world somehow travel across space and time to connect with a dungeon on Earth? Second, why did it have to be a dungeon full of destructive traps? If Il-han hadn't killed Lita Carriage when he did, things could have gone sideways real fast. That hero basically saved all their asses. Urta and Pita would have been totally wiped out. In the absolute worst-case scenario, Earth could have smashed right into the abandoned world. Just then, someone in the crowd just had to speak up, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. He snarked, "It's only been 2 months since the Great Cataclysm hit Earth, and you're trying to tell me that one human soloed a Class 3 destroyer all by himself?" One of the angels asked with a total smirk on his face. Pita was having absolutely none of this disrespect. She shot back, her voice filled with anger, that her ward was fighting on the same insane level as Il-han. The smug angel just smiled and said that was completely impossible. He then doubled down, saying the guy was hella sus, and they should probably consider that he might have been the one behind the whole disaster. Suddenly, a hooded angel shot to their feet and screamed. The Celestial demanded everyone in the room to stop bad-mouthing Il-han that instant. "My ward." Emma grinded his ass off to get that ridiculously strong, the angelic girl added. Of course it was Lita herself. She wasn't about to stand by and listen to any slander against Il-han. All the other angels couldn't stop staring at the stunning woman. They were completely blown away by her intense reaction. The angel presiding over the whole meeting finally spoke up. "The angels who were with him on the ground are here. He is completely beyond suspicion." With that settled, it was Urta's turn to speak. She confirmed that the hero had single-handedly protected both her and Pita, reminding them she'd reported many times before that the kid's abilities were absolutely cracked. Urta made it clear she never saw any evil intentions from him. The dark-haired angel who started this mess just looked annoyed after hearing everyone defend Il-han. "All right, we're obviously not going to reach a unanimous decision right now. So, on top of everything else, we've decided to quadruple the number of angels assigned to Earth. This way they could keep the investigation going." The head speaker added that to restore balance to Earth, God decided to reward humans who were showing massive progress. For certain top-tier people, they'll be sending more guardian angels, just like Urta and Pita. The big boss ordered his subordinates to keep a super close eye on Earth's situation, because if an abandoned world actually merged with Earth, there wouldn't be a damn thing they could do to fix it. "I really don't want to get stuck with some inferior creature," one of them muttered. "To avoid total chaos, we'll connect them to other worlds if things go south." The angel added that he figured the fastest way to get to the root of the problem was to stick around someone who's already powerful. The chairman then asked Lita and Urta to stay behind for a bit. He wanted to talk to his two friends about something important. The angelic women paused, a silent question hanging in their eye as the sunlight streamed through the massive windows of the hall. The golden light poured into the auditorium. It created this low-key, magical vibe. After a long speech, the chairman thanked Lita, Urta, and PT for listening. He wanted their expert opinion on what kind of reward they should hook Il-han up with. After all, no one knew the guy better than they did. Lita was practically glowing with pride for her former ward, and Urta simply said they should give him something that would actually help him out. The lead angel said he totally understood Lita's feelings. Following God's direct command, He promised to give the hero the best reward his power could possibly provide. Lita was thrilled to hear Mr. Muir say that while Urta just looked completely baffled. She was thinking Muir is always Mr. Neutrality, the guy who lives and breathes impartiality. So why in the world was he making an exception now? The angel simply replied that he's just following God's orders. They were only doing all of this to bring balance back to Earth. Mr. Muir fell silent for a second, a strange premonition washing over him. It just felt like this one human Ilhan was built different and could get way closer to the truth of the matter, unlike the 7 billion other people who returned to Earth to model. Meanwhile, back on Earth, our boy was so deep in the zone in his workshop that he completely lost track of time. He glanced at his watch and was shocked to see it was already 1 in the morning. Time to head home. He started wondering if his mom saved him any of that fresh seafood dinner she was making. Outside, it was pitch black, but inside the hero's workshop, the grind never stopped. The young man stood over his workbench, just admiring his handiwork. Ilhan finally let out a huge sigh of relief. He'd actually managed to upgrade his pile bunker by embedding it with a metal heart. The system even gave this beast a unique class, calling it the Terrible Destructive Metal Heart Pile Bunker. Its sheer destructive power had already hit level 4. The weapon got a 40% boost in both penetration and impact force, and it was way more durable to boot. No cap, this was a straight-up savage weapon, the kind of thing only the best craftsman on Earth could forge, or so he told himself. He knew he couldn't go all out with a level 5 skill on it, not if he wanted it to last more than a single shot. The durability just wasn't there yet. Just then a system notification popped up. It said that because of the insane force and recoil, just loading the ammo would take more guts than fighting a monster head-on. This got Ilhan thinking that he seriously needed to craft a long-range weapon. A pistol or a bow was a no-go since my guy still hadn't mastered mana. Trying to use one would probably just get him smoked. But honestly, that risk didn't even faze the hero. If anything, it just made him want to grind even harder. He decided to go with an atlatl, a type of spear, but this one was built different. Ilhan remembered that it has a hook on the end, which gives it way more destructive power and range than other weapons. Besides, he already had a spear skill. So, in this situation, this weapon was a perfect fit. The guy was totally fired up about the idea and didn't waste a second. He immediately got to work, ready to make it happen. As he was getting ready to craft the atlatl, his gaze drifted over to the remains of the cursed elf's cloak. Lying on the table next to the scraps of fabric were her weapons. At that exact moment, he got a message from the system. It was the fallen cloak of a hidden reaper, a unique rank item. It had 24 defense and durability of 1,230 out of 2,430. And just as he suspected, the bonus option was stealth. This meant if Ilhan managed to stack even more stealth abilities, he could pretty much go full ghost mode and just vanish. Then another notification came through. It said that when launching a surprise attack, the user's stealth and attack power would get a 20% buff. After soaking up mana for years, the cloak now pulsed with a Reaper's power, which our guy found way more useful. Next, he looked at the Reaper's scythe, a deadly sharp weapon that seriously upped the chances of a critical hit. But in our hero's opinion, this weapon was far from perfect. The system explained this scythe was forged by the last master of a destroyed world using an unknown metal called U. Ilhan made up his mind right then and there he was going to melt this scythe down into a spear. The hero snatched the dead elf's weapon and tossed it right into the eternal flames. The young man stood completely still beside the fire, and he was floored by what he saw. It seemed like the scythe wasn't melting at all, so there were actually things that even the eternal flames couldn't liquefy. These words from our hero apparently pissed off the fire itself, which being basically a living creature was capable of having feelings. Ilhan tried to give the eternal flame a little pep talk. He had faith that the fire was more than strong enough to melt down the scythe. The kid kept his eyes glued to the flickering flames, trying to see something he felt right behind him, that same damn stare. It was the monster from the dungeon. The hero whipped his head around his face, a mask of pure fury. Wait, had Lita's carriage really come back from the other side of the planet? The young man had no clue. What the hell was going on? But he wasn't one to sit on the sidelines. He grabbed the list and scanned his surroundings, ready to face whatever was coming. The boy fully expected the resurrected monster to charge him, but then something weird happened. The monster's dark energy was being pulled like a magnet toward the mana stone. Before he knew it, the artifact dropped to the floor and straight up vacuumed all the dark magic into it. Ilhan could only stare at the purple stone, totally floored. He had no idea what it was. As soon as the black silhouette vanished, the scythe began to melt down. Could it be that his master's soul had been sealed inside the weapon all along? The kid didn't understand how it happened, but he wasn't complaining. At that exact moment, the angels appeared in his workshop. Urta remarked that she wasn't surprised to see him working with metal. She knew he'd pick it up eventually, ever since she saw him smithing with the Harkonnen. Lita exclaimed that he was so deep in the zone he hadn't even noticed them arrive. Yu Ilhan's first mentor was seriously proud of him. She was just glad to be back on Earth. The spear he'd crafted turned out to be absolutely cracked. The system called it the Spiked Spear of Annihilation. It even got slapped with a legendary rank. This thing was packing a strike power of 3,700. And on top of that, the critical damage option was boosted by a whopping 70%. This masterpiece was built different, incredibly tough, and forged by a master craftsman from another world's materials. But according to the system, the spear still wasn't quite complete. Ilhan had to agree. Something was missing. He realized the weapon wouldn't be finished until it underwent mana crafting. He was going to have to use that mana stone. As he was mulling it over, the hero caught a glimpse of Lita from the corner of his eye. He blinked, rubbing his eyes hard. He just figured he was overtired and starting to see things. But when he opened them again, he froze solid. This wasn't a trick of the light or his exhaustion playing games. It was really Lita. A joyful smile lit up her entire face. The beauty asked him, "Are you surprised I'm back?" An intense silence hung in the air between them. They were locked in each other's gaze and couldn't look away. Yu Ilhan still couldn't get a grip on his own emotions. He had dreamed of this meeting for so long, but was completely unprepared for it. The celestial beauty couldn't stop the tears from welling up. She was so moved by her boyfriend's reaction. Without a second thought, she threw herself into the hero's arms. The guy asked how long it had been since they'd seen each other. 2 months. The angel replied that for her, it felt more like 100 years. Erta just stood there, folding her arms across her chest. Watching this lovey-dovey reunion was clearly making her uncomfortable. You see, the Celestial had also started to catch some feelings for Yu Ilhan. And right now, she was feeling a pang of jealousy. But the young man caught on fast and turned to his second mentor, telling her how happy he was to see her too. He smiled and said she'd done a fantastic job. Irta felt a warmth spread through her chest. She gave a faint smile and replied that she was happy to be back. A little while later, all three of them were sitting at the workshop table, sipping coffee and catching up on everything that had gone down. The young man chuckled, saying that he was now carrying a double burden. Lita was immediately pissed off by him calling her a burden. Was that really how Ilhan was going to greet her after all this time apart? Erta said, cutting in that heaven had decided to send as many angels to Earth as needed to find the source of the recent anomalies. Our hero was floored to realize even the gods were in the dark about what just happened, and Celestia basically confirmed it. She even dropped the bomb that no, cap, something this catastrophic could totally happen again. Bruh, it hit our boy that the heavens were pretty much useless here. They couldn't pinpoint the cause, and had zero power to stop it from reoccurring. Meanwhile, Lita was low-key about to lose it. I mean, she'd busted her butt for these guys, and now they're talking about more work. Erta was definitely on the same page. He was actually shocked by her reaction. The old Erta would have absolutely lost her mind and gone on a huge rant. She would have been screaming something like, "How dare you talk about the higher beings like that?" But a chill Erda just said, "You're a helper of heaven. I don't need to simp for them anymore." To top it all off, she couldn't forget that our MC had literally saved her life. That single moment completely flipped the script on his relationship with the heavens, and Ilhan knew she was spitting facts. And that's when it clicked. Heaven still owed him a big-time reward. He looked at her and was like, "Yo, you said I'd get a reward, right? So, can you hook me up and make it so the stuff in my inventory never goes bad?" Seeing Erta's weird look, our hero figured it was a no-go, but surprisingly the angel wasn't annoyed. She was just shook that after literally saving the entire planet, all he wanted was something so minor. Both Ilhan and Lita just stared at Erta completely baffled. Our boy just couldn't wrap his head around why Erdide was suddenly being so chill. Rita was still throwing a fit about being ignored, but the angel basically said the guy's actions were totally praiseworthy. She then channeled her mana right into his bag. This hooked him up with some sick new options: space expansion, weight control, and decay prevention. And for the cherry on top, weight transfer. A moment later, the angel watched as Yu Ilhan practically glowed with joy after getting what he wanted. She felt like the young man deserved even more, and that's when Eartha chimed in saying, "Oh, we're not done yet." This totally caught our hero by surprise. The Celestial then looked over at Lita and told her it was her turn. Our hero's face went bright red. He clearly wasn't expecting this kind of gratitude from the heavens. Lita started blushing too. She nervously twirled a strand of hair with her fingers and kept sneaking glances at her crush. Lita moved in closer, and now it was her turn to reward Yu Ilhan. Bruh, the hero couldn't handle the tension. It was tough for him to keep his cool with this bombshell so close, and he couldn't even process what was happening. What kind of reward could the beautiful Lita possibly give him? The dude's brain basically short-circuited. The uncomfortable silence just kept dragging on. The angel broke it with a seductive tone, asking if Ilhan was ready to receive his reward. Our hero's face was still beet red as he eagerly stammered that he was totally ready. The beauty just smirked and said, "Then open the subclass window." There was no way our boy saw that plot twist coming. He'd been fantasizing about a whole different kind of reward, and Eartha was low-key loving his reaction. She asked sweetly, "Ilhan, is something wrong?" Taking the hint, our boy activated the system without another word and saw the notification. Angel's partner. He had no idea what that meant, so Eartha decided it was time to explain. Heaven has awarded you this subclass so we can help you out as much as possible. This way, even with the limitations on our angelic power, we can still give you a piece of it. You'll be able to tap into the powers of a higher being if a situation like what happened in that abandoned world ever pops up again. Lita got all excited, exclaiming that this basically meant they would be together forever. Her counterpart had to remind her that she'd be there too. But our hero, he didn't look too happy about it. He just said he didn't really need it. This reaction completely stunned the angels. They were expecting something way different. The angels wanted to know why he wasn't thrilled. The young man just said, "I doubt you'll be much use during a real battle." Tears immediately started to well up in Lita's eyes. It was like a knife to the heart for her to hear that she was useless to Ilhan. Eartha shot back, "I'll admit I was basically a nuisance during your last battle with the Reaper, but I was clutch in every other situation." Our hero just stayed silent, not really getting how much his words had hurt them. But his next reaction just crushed Lita. The guy burst out laughing and finally decided to explain what was up. He was just joking. Of course he was stoked about a reward like this. He was just messing with them to see how they'd react. Lita couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. She called the boy a total brute. Once things cooled down, the young man pressed the button labeled Angel's Partner. In that same instant, the system confirmed that our hero had become an Angel's Partner, and he could now create a partnership bond with two angels. On top of that, all his stats were increased by 30% during battles with destroyers and the undead. The young man also got a new passive skill, Angel's Blessing. The chances of him getting hit with a critical are now reduced by 30%. But on the flip side, his resistance to curses got jacked up by a solid 30%. First off, all the rewards for his tasks are about to get a 30% boost. What's wild is that this new skill doesn't even have any levels. Instead, our hero has to hit certain requirements for it to get stronger, and now he's got a brand new active skill in his arsenal, Angel Support. This basically lets Ilhan borrow an angel's power when he's throwing down in the abandoned world. The more time our boy spends hanging out with angels, the more cracked this skill is gonna get, and right now his partners are the angels, Lita and Eartha. So, the more contact he has with them, the stronger he'll become. Our MC is starting to think this feels like a real team now. He can even pull up the status windows of the angelic girls right here. Our hero silently scans the system messages, trying to memorize every single perk of this new skill. But one particular line totally catches his eye. It says all his stats will get jacked up by 30% when he's fighting destroyers and the undead. This of course brings up a ton of questions he has for his mentors and partners. The next thing you know, Ilhan rushes over to hug the girls, apologizing for his dumb joke, and admitting that they have actually been a massive help. Lita is absolutely thrilled by his change in attitude, and a huge smile spreads across her pretty face, while Eartha just turns beet red. She's definitely not used to these kinds of mushy displays of affection. The guy asks if he can actually train the active skill Angel Support, and the blonde angel confirms that he totally can. She explains that the more, intimate his interactions with the angels are, the faster the skill develops. Our boy looks completely shook. After Lita's little clarification, his mind just screaming, "Wait, what? Why do I get the feeling she's about to eat me alive? Am I seriously just reading this whole situation wrong?" Eartha hears his thoughts, but doesn't say a word. Lita just coughs and says there aren't any more rewards for now. At this point, Eartha can't wait to get back to working with Ilhan. But Lita happily exclaims that it's been way too long and suggests they all play a game together. Our boy is totally down for that, telling the angels he's in as soon as he's done crafting his new spiked spear, creating a mana harpoon, and perfecting the troll blood he's got. Lita looks kinda bummed that the young man only seems to have work on his mind. She wants to know what's more important to him, her, or his projects. Eartha just tells her not to start any drama. But the celestial girl has zero chill and won't let it go. She keeps laying into Ilhan with some salty comments, but he doesn't even seem to hear her. Our guy is so zoned in on perfecting his spear that nothing else in the world exists. Now it's finally time to use mana crafting. The hero mutters under, "By my will, unleash all skills of a reaper," and Lita is absolutely floored by what she sees. The dude has gotten way stronger since they parted ways 2 months ago. No way. She thinks our Ilhan is capable of some super Complex monocrafting, the beauty exclaims. RT explains that he got a special mission from heaven, which is why he's been leveling up like crazy. As Ilhan holds his new spear, a crimson aura of mana explodes around him. No cap, it looks like real magic. A seriously heavy energy starts radiating from the weapon. The system officially names this weapon the Spiked Spear of the extinct Dark Reaper Dragon. Its refinement is complete, its class legendary. Strike power. A ridiculous 4,000. Durability, 3,200. It looks like our boy himself is completely dumbfounded by his new creation. And to top it all off, the chances of dealing critical strike damage and his overall attack power get a 30% buff whenever he lands a surprise attack. All the stats for his Reaper skills just got a fat 30% boost, and if he ever fights a dragon, his crit chance and damage will skyrocket by a crazy 150%. Then the system dropped another bombshell with this message. This spear has been reborn, wielded by a master, filled with a burning hatred and a blazing desire for vengeance. The Spear of Vengeance will thirst for the moment it can punch right through a dragon's throat. An image of a massive dragon flashed through the young man's mind. He had no clue why his weapon suddenly came with a dragon-slaying feature, and Lita was eyeing the spear with major curiosity. She pointed out that the first skill definitely wasn't there before, and after a second she figured it out. Our hero had tapped into the weapon's deepest, most core memories. The Celestine Erda chimed in. Apparently Lita's homeworld got absolutely wrecked, and dragons were the ones who did it. She explained that these new skills popped up because Lita's dying wish, her final ounce of will, was all about slaying those dragons to protect her world. The hero realized it was because he'd managed to unlock the weapon's true latent power. Erda basically told him his mana crafting wasn't just good, it was a little too good. Lita said she wished she could help, but dragons are no joke. They're at least third-class monsters. She warned him that if he ever ran into one, his best bet was to just run. But suddenly the boy announced that the Celestials had missed something. He looked around at the angelic girls and shouted that their prophecies were totally off. And just like that, it finally clicked for Erda. Ilhan was going to have to fight dragons, and soon. Lita, however, had no idea how they jumped to that conclusion. She was just standing there completely lost as the young man yelled out in pure desperation. "You're telling me I have to fight dragons when I'm still this weak? Bruh, this is a total nightmare." Erda tried to hype her boy up. She reassured him, saying she was confident he'd find a way to pull through before that time came. Lita, trying to be the voice of reason, stepped in to calm everyone down, asking why they were stressing about a problem that wasn't even here yet. She argued that they still had tons of time before they'd ever have to deal with a dragon. But our hero just shot back saying he had his reasons to worry.